I want to welcome everyone to meeting number 25. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall, Committee Room number 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we might be meeting in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee and the Wendat people. It's now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. If you are registered to speak today, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list, and the list of speakers can be viewed online through the toronto.ca/council page. Click the speaker box and you will see your name there. Members of council, I assume you know how to deal with your computer. Are there any declarations of interest? Anyone online? No? May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from the meeting of June 17th, 2025? Deputy Mayor Osman Malik, all those in favor of the minutes, opposed, thank you. Before we begin the agenda run through, I have a new business item to add to the agenda. It is my report on the trade mission to Dublin and London. If you could allow the report to be tabled and we can discuss it later. All those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you. We will now run through the agenda. Sorry?
You also have the furnace and heat pump item that you want as well.
There is one other item dealing with a replacement of your furnace if it is broken. Yes, on this day, that it might need, and replacing it with heat pumps that have heating and cooling. There is, which is amazing, yeah. There's an item being introduced there. May I have a motion to, yeah. Oh, thank you. Councillor Carroll, all those in favor, opposed, carry. Okay, we'll discuss that later. Okay. Okay, we have, let's do the agenda run through. I believe that, can I have the speakers list here? Thank you. Item 1 have speakers. 2, Development Review Division Implementation Status Update and Accomplishment to Date. I'm going to hold it for 2 minutes so that the person in charge can talk about how incredible accomplishment had been done. That should take 5 minutes, okay? I'll just hold that for a few minutes. Waterfront LRT, there's a speaker there. So is number 4, RapidTO, lots of speaker. Winter maintenance, there's speakers. The mayor's economic plan, I just circulated, we'll hold it for people to read. Capital variance report for 12 months, there is a speaker on that one. Operating variance report, there is a speaker. Aha, item 9. Capital variance report for 4-month ending April 30th. Anyone? Councillor Carroll, moving approval. All right. All those in favor, we are adopting that one. Operating variance report. Move to recommendations. No, there is no speaker on that one. Okay, there's item 10. Those in favor, opposed. Thank you. Defer revenue. And are we okay with that? Okay.
I am.
An annual report on city loans and loan guarantees. Councillor Carroll?
Yes, I had a good
Thank you. AOC, operating results. Yeah, we're going to do all of that. 11, 12, 13. All those in favor of the recommendations in front of you, opposed, carry, thank you. ConnectTO program update, item 14. Deputy Mayor Malik, you have a motion requesting federal government to assist us. Yes, can you show the motion in front of you? You have not received a motion. Okay, we will circulate it and we'll hold it under Deputy Mayor Malik for a minute. Data for equity, corporate implementation. Anyone want to hold this one? If not, all those in favor of receiving it for post carry, thank you. The speaker on the Disability Inclusion Action Plan, there is, what about item 17? Citywide Service Promise Refresh Implementation. Anyone holding that one? I see none. All those in favor of adopting the recommendations in front of you, opposed, carry, thank you. The composition of the Board of Directors of Heritage Toronto, we're okay with that. Councillor Bravo moved it. All those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you. Item 19, levy on railway roadways and right-of-way on power utility. I think Councillor Ainsley want to do his annual recommendation requesting increase to the levy. I will hold it down. Councillor Ainsley might be coming later on. Okay, we'll wait for him a little bit. Okay?
Does he have one on the railways? I think he's just heads and beds.
No, he has one on the railways.
Oh, okay then.
We're holding 19 and 20. It's his annual thing. Let's just respect that. We're holding 19 and 20 for Councillor Ainsley to come. Toronto Water 2025 capital budget. Councillor Carroll, are you okay with the water capital budget and the plan adjustments?
I am.
Okay, all those in favor?
A's and B's with detail. Yes.
Okay, opposed, carry, thank you. City donation activity. Okay.
Yes, I'll move it. It's meh, but we'll move it.
Okay, thank you. Opposed, carry. The audit, the AGM audit financial statement, I'm going to, I have a technical amendment provided by the staff. Can you show the technical amendment? Here we are, just deleting pursuant to section 149(2) of the Business Corporation Acts. Okay. Councillor Carroll? Okay.
Yeah.
All those in favor of the technical amendment, opposed, item as amended, opposed, carry, thank you. Casa Loma, financial statement, Councillor Carroll, you good with that?
Sure.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Say Councillor Matlow wants to.
Okay. The same thing with Lakeshore Arena.
Yes.
We're good?
Yes.
Okay.
Always read that one.
That's done by Deputy Mayor Amber Morley, because I think that's in her area or something. Maybe, yes. All those in favor, opposed, carry. And we have another one. There's another technical amendment by TCHC. This is the annual general meeting and the audit statement. Again, we're deleting the business corporate. Councillor Perks moved the amendment. All those in favor, item as amended. Approved, thank you. Pan Am Sports Center, AGM. They have a beautiful big pool there. Wow, I can imagine swimming there. All those in favor of the audited statement, Councillor Carroll, thank you. Opposed, carry. One more. Portlands Company Annual General Meeting. I have yet one more technical amendment. Staff, please. Okay, the Business Corporation Act's being deleted again. All those in favor of the amendment, item as amended, opposed, carry, thank you. Seniors Housing Corporation, one more amendment of the, okay, it's Councillor Matlow's turn. All those in favor of the amendment of the deleting Corporate Act, Business Corporate Act, those in favor, opposed, carry, item as amended, 29 is done. I'm holding 30 and 31. Okay, so just to repeat, here are the items that are held from all of those that have speakers, plus item 2, 6, 14. 1920 for Councillor Ainsley to arrive, and 30 to 31 for people to read the reports and recommendations. I'm just quickly going to ask the Development Review Division, the implementation status. Can you just give us a 3-minute update about the work you've been doing? Are you able to get a seat? Melissa is getting a seat, thank you. If you can just give us a quick summary, and then we can then dispense with the item.
Good morning, Mayor and members of committee, also senior leaders in the room. My name is Melissa Furia. I'm the Executive Director of Development Review, and very proud today to present our one-year update on the Development Review Division. Over the past year, we've made a lot of progress, and we've done it really quickly. We've built a team of 400 strong, including staff from many disciplines coming together to look at applications, expedite, problem solve, and get more housing built quicker in the city. And today, we're introducing our strategic plan, which is a key achievement as part of our first year in operation as a new division. The strategic plan has four priorities and 20 actions, which are tangible actions that will help us to make our system more predictable, more consistent, and ultimately provide better public service grounded in equity and inclusion, so that we are developing not only housing, but complete communities for all residents of the City of Toronto. And I'd also like to take this moment to thank my 300+ staff, as well as stakeholders who have given us input into this plan and are supporting us as we continue to not only strengthen the development review system, but build it again so that we can make sure that when we deliver complete communities, everyone in our city is taken care of, and we are serving the needs of all residents in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to point out that in this report, that in last year, they have approved more than 46,000 residential units, and every year the City of Toronto receives more than any other Canadian municipalities, and growth is accelerating. So they are now amendment and site plan are now faster, 80% compared to the previous 5 years average. That is worthy of celebration. Oh, Councillor Perks also want to say a few words. Because it's your committee. I also want to say that concierge style service, accelerated projects ready to begin construction within 12 to 24 months. Everything is now consolidated in one point of entry, and they have 4 strategic priorities. It's a really astounding amount of work. Thank you to staff. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, and I just wanted to give my profound thanks to the team here. Essentially, we have utterly transformed the way development review happens in the middle of some of the most profound changes in how planning works in Ontario, and simultaneously, and this is not well understood, while the number of applications has been skyrocketing. We hear about how there's a slowdown in development. It hasn't slowed down in terms of applications. The last 12 months, applications are actually up 40%. So what the team has accomplished here, moving to a multidisciplinary approach, having those teams move things through quickly, and the incredible work they've done supporting affordable housing applications and getting those complex projects through at, frankly, lightning speed is one of the great accomplishments I've seen out of the Toronto Public Service in my 18 years here. And I just think we should all take a moment and acknowledge the great work of the Toronto Public Service on this. Mm-hmm. That means you, Valessa.
Brilliant, thank you so much. And Councillor Perks, you moved receipt for information and gratitude to our staff for their good work. All those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you. Okay. We now have, let me just look at the speakers list. Councillor Perks, you have some rules about number of speakers and all of that. Do you want to deal with that right now? Uh-oh, why are people laughing?
I had to do it yesterday, and this is like, I've now had to do it twice, which is 2 more times than I've done it in my entire career.
And
It's just, I'm an exciting new man.
Councillor
I
Madden was looking
move that
puzzled.
speakers who have not pre-registered be allowed to register to speak until 10 a.m. on July 16, 2025, after which no further registration is allowed, and the speakers list will be closed. And I move that the length of public presentations on all items be limited to 3 minutes.
Any speakers on that? No? All those in favor?
Just regrets.
All those in favor? Opposed, carry, okay. I'm going to do a few items that only have 1 or 2 speakers, just to deal with them. And items that have no speakers, when the councillors show up, I'm going to deal with those 2, so the staff don't have to stay. I see item number 1 only have 2 speakers. I am going to quickly deal with that one, if it's okay. Mr. Peter Martin, Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness, are you here? This is item number 1. Are you online? No, you are not, okay. Mark Richardson, you are the second speaker. This is the Streamlining Housing Delivery and Strengthening Cities Development Capacity.
Mayor Chow and members of the Toronto Executive Committee, I'm Mark Richardson. I'm the volunteer technical lead at HousingNowTO.com. Over the last 6 years, our Housing Now volunteers have collaborated with data analysts, urban planners, architects, and affordable housing operators to crowdsource trustworthy and accessible information about the overall targets of your Housing Now program and the economic viability of other programs to deliver on the city's affordable housing development goals on your hundreds of acres of surplus land that the City of Toronto currently owns. Our feedback over those 6 years on these projects has helped the city to improve and expand many of the sites to improve viability and to meet the thresholds required to obtain funding guarantees from the federal government and CMHC. We welcome the establishment of the Housing Development Office, the implementation of the Toronto Builds Policy Framework, and the initiatives to streamline processes, better align resources, and facilitate the timely development of housing on land owned by the city, its agencies, and corporations. However, we are concerned that the report before you today on the housing delivery governance framework is not very clear on the commitment to transparency at a cadence that is comparable to the regular housing tracker reports that are provided to the ConnectTO board. The current housing governance framework states that the executive director will report annually to the Toronto Builds portfolio, including this information in the Housing Data Hub, but it sounds like it's only going to be on an annual cadence. We would respectfully request that the Housing Development Office and your open data team be directed to work with the local civic tech community to clearly define what data about each project in the Toronto Builds portfolio will be published to the Housing Data Hub. And we would ask that you require that the data be updated for each individual site at a maximum of a 60-day interval. As always, our open data and civic tech volunteers are happy to answer any questions that you have about these requests and how to improve new build rental apartment delivery in the City of Toronto. And also, Mayor Chow, we just returned from a similar trip to the UK, meeting with Places for London, Transport for London, all of the folks who are developing affordable housing in the UK. I'll be happy to follow up with any questions you have about our experiences there. And that's it.
Thank you. Folks, question? Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, we're talking about empty lands, but when there are small, I know you're a very big proponent, how important is it to try to look after tenants when there's less than 6 units and there's going to be a missing middle or a revamp of a housing site?
We don't really...
Tell me how important, what Housing Now's position is on
We don't really have a position. We don't focus on small sites. We focus on your city-owned lands. I think the smallest site you had would be like Amaroth, which I think is about 30 units.
So your tweets and social media that might talk about small sites from Housing Now?
Housing Now account has not tweeted anything about small sites recently.
But your members might.
We have lots of volunteers, and not all of our members are aligned on every topic.
Will you be taking a position on that at some point, just to protect tenants? How important is protecting tenants to Housing
The only
Now?
area where we get into tenant-specific activities is when there are like Housing Now sites that are adjacent to a private rental development and where you're doing tenant protection. So we've been involved in a couple of those, but only on larger scale sites.
So I'm just asking your position on protecting tenants. Is it critical or something that's nice to do?
We support the TRAP program, the tenant replacement program that you have. We have no questions on that.
Great. So this is about the big sites and about building, but you also have positions on missing middle, sixplexes.
Not so much on sixplexes. We can't make affordable work. The smallest we've made an affordable housing project work on was Barton, where we managed to get 1 unit out of 11 as affordable. It could have been more if the city had programs that would incentivize affordability in smaller projects.
So we're just recognizing that as a function, laneway, garden, sixplex really isn't a solution to affordable housing. It's a solution to housing, not affordable.
Well, you had a program that provided a $50,000 subsidy to laneway or garden suite developers that didn't get a lot of uptake. If you had a larger program to subsidize that, you would get more affordability in those smaller scale projects.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We can have a conversation about the London or the England's rent-to-own program, which is that's a longer conversation.
Yeah, happy to do that. Urban Land Institute arrange that tour.
Yep. And seeing no other questioner, the recommendation is in front of us. Councillor Perks, I assume you're going to move the recommendation of the staff report? No, we're not doing that. Okay.
This has to do with the confidential disposition.
We are not moving that. Okay. Councillor Perks, you are moving in favor of the recommendations in front of you?
Yes, and I just want to take a moment and encourage members to take a good look at this. This fundamentally changes the relationships between the City of Toronto, Toronto Community Housing, and ConnectTO. It establishes a new team within the city. Did Hugh make it here? Wave your hand, Hugh. He's in charge now of getting approvals through on these projects. And also, it cements the notion of the public builder model and establishes criteria by which we select which projects go. And I want to really underscore that for members. We now have a set of objective tools that the public service will use in deciding project A is ready, project B won't be ready till next year, project C needs a little bit of help. It creates, frankly, a very powerful weapon in our fight against the affordable housing crisis and makes the City of Toronto, it positions us in a way that we haven't been positioned in 50 years to really deliver housing for the people who need it most in the City of Toronto. It's a remarkable accomplishment, and you should familiarize yourself with it so you know how you can turn on that tap to get projects done citywide.
I'm not going to repeat the words of my colleague and Chair of Planning and Housing, Councillor Perks, but I do want to add that there was a lot of skepticism when the public builder approach was first announced. There was a lot of questions, but I think it's important to remember how much innovation happens in the City of Toronto, and to the point that the one candidate for leader and for Prime Minister, Mark Carney, adopted that idea. And so we're now in a position where we are coming back to the fundamentals of how to solve the homelessness crisis, how to solve the housing affordability and access crisis in a way that we're setting the stage for senior partners to follow and to be in support. So I want to thank everyone, the Mayor, Councillor Perks, and the committee, and all of the staff that have really worked hard to make this a reality in a record amount of time. Thanks.
Thank you. I just want to take the opportunity to welcome Hugh Clark, our new officer. Welcome for joining the team. 20+ years of private development in, experience, and allied, for example, over in the Kings, done a lot of good work. So welcome to the team. So all those in favor of Councillor Perks and the staff recommendation, really? All those opposed, carry. Thank you. That dealt with item number 1. I'm going to just prowl through 2 other ones. That's quick, okay? Before we land on transit priority. The Waterfront East LRT, I believe there is 2 speaker. TDC riders, Philip Penashul and Alan Yu. Come on up. You have 5 minutes. Go for it. Finches, 3 minutes, pardon me. You press your mic, yeah?
Hi, members of the committee. My name is Philip Anaitascu. I'm a resident of Ward 25, Scarborough Rouge Park. For this item, I wanted to ensure that 1, that the commissioners and staff are still considering allocating federal Canada Public Transit funding to this and the EELRT project, and that 2, commissioners and staff direct the Infrastructure and Environment Committee to look into the application of active transit signal priority along not just select intersections of the Waterfront LRT, but also the Crosstown LRT and the Eglinton East LRT. I want to reiterate that by active TSP, I'm not just referring to signal priority, which the LRTs and various street corridors already have, but rather to use it preemptively to give LRVs extended green lights. So not just if they're running late, but also having limited red signals at intersections and priority over left-turning traffic. First, I do want to welcome that the committee is considering accelerating the work of this item so that later disruptive construction doesn't need to happen. This project will service over 100,000 people in a dense new development along the waterfront, and it is important that the transit project be completed before the residential developments are, or else you're risking inducing mass demand for cars long before the transit can be considered by new residents. Failing to allocate key upper-level public funding like the Canada Public Transit Fund to these LRTs risks neglecting a rapidly growing area and, again, missing the opportunity to boost future ridership numbers. Second, in April, City Council decisions on the congestion management plan included an item 11 that City Council direct the General Manager, Transportation Services, in consultation with the Chief Executive Officer, TTC and Metrolinx to report to the July 10th, 2025 meeting last week of the IAC on the implementation of signal priority along the above ground section of the Eglinton LRT. Last week, IAC passed a motion to establish a Chief Congestion Officer for the city, or what I believe the initial draft referred to as a Transit Congestion Czar. And while I'm sure this position will definitely provide the leadership necessary to help the city with managing congestion, I would like to see that the physical signaling infrastructure that already is in place be used to enhance service commutes as well. This is relevant to the Waterfront DLRT at the 7 above-ground intersections along the route. According to Move Toronto's interim congestion management plan, an advanced or active transit signal priority system could save surface riders up to 10 minutes on a typical 40 intersection TSP-equipped route. The Waterfront DLRT TPAP, in the TPAP for this item, the TTC formally supports the implementation of transit signal priority measures such as transit signal TSP to optimize travel times for customers. In the same vein as how other suggested accelerated work for this item can benefit the city and the QIPR Quayside project as a whole, including some of the listed items, avoiding the need to override a moratorium on construction following the reopening of Small Street, avoiding future construction complexity due to the proximity of the inner harbor, et cetera. I'm saying that TSP, active transport signal priority, can affect the efficiency of this LRT in the future when it is up and running. And beyond that, how active transit signal priority will affect the Eglinton Crosstown when it finally opens. Well, I'll just conclude with that. Yeah, reiterating that allocating CPTF funding to it and making sure that active transit signal priority is considered for this in future LRTs. That's all.
Thank you. Sorry to have you compress the 5 minutes to 3. If you, since it's written out, if you can make sure you circulate it, because you have some good points in it, so that what you are not able to finish, we'll read it, okay? So circulate it to us. Thank you so much. Any questions to the deputants? No? Thank you for taking the time, and some good suggestion there. Next, Alan Yu. You, sorry.
As in mule, as in stubborn as.
Okay, all right. Let's, you have 5 minutes when you're ready. Can he get some support if needed? Yeah, it's coming. Okay, thank you.
We'll do it from the back.
I am going to go to the Winter Maintenance Program Review, 25.5. There's speakers, there's only one speaker. Oh, there's a presentation also, okay. There's only one speaker on that one. I'm just gonna finish that one. Just makes it so much faster.
So just do the speaker and then hold it down?
Yep. Or I can do the speaker and then deal with it, yeah. Okay, Alan, you're ready.
When the Waterfront LRT opened, it was numbered as a rapid transit line, the 604. The YUS was 601, Bloor Danforth 602, SRT was 603, and of course the Waterfront LRT is 604. The TTC has already allocated the pink line logo for the next rapid transit line. Whether this line becomes the 8 or not is not today's discussion. This report is about advancing enabling work on Quayside infrastructure in the public realm project. As we gear up for this project, we need to make sure we get this right. This will be the only Ontario LRT project using the TTC rail gauge. Kitchener-Waterloo's LRT line is future-proof. They built 2, run 1. By this I mean the platform is built for the length of 2 LRT vehicles, while they only run 1 for now. Mississauga's line 10 is also a build 2, run 1. TTC's line 6 is a build 2, run 1. Line 5 is a build 3, run 2. The Waterfront LRT is likely to be one of the busiest surface routes in the city. As we work on this enabling project, we should make sure that our platforms, we should also look at our platforms, including Union Station. Both the Eglinton LRVs and the TTC streetcars are single cab flexity vehicles that will or could be coupled together. We have future-proofed our infrastructure in the past. We have the opportunity to future-proof the Waterfront LRT for the next generation. Thank you. And I hope I get the 90 seconds for the next one.
Thank you so much for coming. Any questions to the deputant? Not, thank you for your deputation. The recommendations are in front of you, councillors. Yeah, please go ahead, Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you.
It's in your ward.
I'll be very brief. I'm very encouraged to see this moving forward. As we know, it is so critical that we continue to advance the Waterfront East LRT. That's how we will unlock a whole new community of homes, employment, learning, and enjoyment on our East Waterfront. And we have been taking steps towards that. And this is a really critical aspect of that, and that aligns with what we have been doing as a city, which is ensuring that major projects are in coordination with each other, and that we are doing the pre-work so that we don't interrupt major infrastructure projects as we move forward, and that they are landing on time when they are needed. Just at the on the East Waterfront earlier this week, and again, it's made so crystal clear how important and what a high priority this project is collectively. This week, on the weekend, there is the opening of the new Equimenising Island Park, Bidasige Park, which is going to be inviting even more residents and people from right across the city to come and enjoy our East Waterfront. And it's so exciting for us to be taking each important step to unlocking that neighborhood and welcoming more people with the transit that's required. Thank you.
I assume you moved the recommendations, right? All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. We have a few items that only have one speaker. If I can beg the indulgence of the 40, 50, 60 speakers, just let us do those first, okay? If that's all right. Because then the staff don't have to stay. The winter maintenance program review, there's one speaker via video conference, Adam Roy Cohan. Are you there?
Mayor, will we be dealing with the whole item after that?
I'm sorry?
Will we be dealing with the entire item after?
That's a good question. I'll come back to you in 1 minute. Let's hear Adam first.
Just because it might not be quick, there'll probably be a lot of discussion and questions.
There might be a long discussion. Okay, all right. But let's hear the speaker first, okay? Adam, you're there, right?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Again, let me bring up my sheets of course I am used to things more being in order.
Take your time. I won't start the speaker, the clock until you're ready. Okay.
I'm ready now. I am Adam Cahoon. I live in the Canary District. On my address is Cooperage Street, but I basically live on the beautiful Front Street Jubilee Promenade. When the snow event happened in February, yes, I know it was a lot bigger snowfall than anybody expected, and it did seem to paralyze the city. But the one thing that baffled me was the fact that nothing seemed to be clean. I've sent supporting documents, and I have a picture of how badly things were cleaned. And yes, I did my normal 72 hours of food. And yes, I had extra days of frozen food that I could eat, and I did eat a lot of it. But my concern was that I could not even get across the street in my own neighborhood. And we have a wonderful grocery store. And I was basically stuck on my own block for a week. We have wide sidewalks, and there would have been areas where the snow could have easily been moved to. It was only when Mother Nature decided to warm up and clean up the snow, basically through Mother Nature, that it worked. And the fact that I actually asked at my church for prayer, and somebody that loves geography was the one that, so she asked me the specific intersection. Her and her husband came out and shoveled 4 curb cuts. And it wasn't quite enough to let me get past them, but it was enough to, when the snow melted, by the next day, they were clean. So I could at least get to both my bank and grocery store that are very easily accessible in my new neighborhood. And the last thing I wanted to say was, as a disabled person, we really do need to find a way that I can set up a 311 profile and show that I am a person with a disability, because when it comes to 311 issues, not just this issue, we need to be able to communicate those issues. And I would like to have your team forward my information to the 311 department, and I would like to talk to them about my specific issues. Thank you.
Thank you for taking time to speak to us, and apologize for what you've experienced in February this year. Councillor Fletcher has a question.
Yes, thank you very much. As always, you give us such an important perspective, and that's a very interesting idea. Is 311 already have a capacity to note when you're calling that this is a resident that needs extra help, whether it's a snow emergency or any other kind of emergency, let's say with dialysis where maybe the power would go out, or I just don't know if that's already on the 311 system, or you're suggesting that we put that on the 311 system, Adam. Oops, I think he may have gone. Okay, well, maybe we can make sure that staff are able to answer that question, because I think he had a great point.
I'm going to turn the time to...
I do not know if that is available. This is what I'm talking about. The 311 system seemed to be just a basic form that I can fill out. There doesn't seem to be any way that I can build a profile to show for winter this, or the fact that when there's bigger potholes on the sidewalk, and it doesn't really flag people with disabilities. I know that there were loads of people in my disabilities that ended up putting things, and even when the warm weather thawed most of it, we could not even cancel our things online, which if something is resolved, but I've got an open ticket, I would be happy to close it. There is no interactivity, and the system doesn't really know me from, pardon the pun, know me from Adam when it comes to these issues.
Thank you very much for that. And did I hear you say you couldn't cancel your ticket for Wheel-Trans? I just didn't hear that part.
I couldn't cancel my 311 ticket.
Oh, your 311 ticket.
When the snow thawed everything, and so they cleared up all the tickets within an hour in my neighborhood about 5 days later. But I still would have easily canceled my ticket, and I had to do 4 tickets for all 4 corners of the intersection.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tough.
Thank you very much, Adam.
Hey, thank you for your question. City Manager?
So we're going to deal with the item now?
Yeah, we're dealing with the item right now.
Thanks, and I'm going to invite, we have a presentation, but just before the presentation begins, in March, Council asked that I undertake a review of our winter response, and in particular the response in February of 2025. To assist with that, we contracted with Municipal VU Consulting Incorporated to work with myself and the Deputy City Manager, Will Johnston. Jim Harnum is here today. He's going to take us through a presentation that that gives a consolidated view of what we learned through this process. I do want to thank Will Johnston, our Deputy City Manager of Infrastructure Services. Will's provide leadership through this review. And also Jennifer Harris from Engineering and Construction Services, who acted as the project manager, interfacing with the municipal VU along the way. This was to take an outside view of what happened and come forward to this committee and then forward to council with some recommendations. So over to you, Jim. Thanks.
And good morning, Madam Mayor and members of committee and senior staff. I'd like to introduce myself, just to give you a little background. I've been in public works for over 35 years, started my career as a backhoe operator, and worked my way up to Commissioner of Public Works for Halton Region throughout my career. And we're happy to be here to give you some insights on the storm itself. I'm joined by my business partner, Andrea Clemencio, and Andrea is also Director of Public Works throughout her career, and recently was a partner in a large engineering firm. So we've started this company to try and help municipalities solve problems, and we're delighted to be here today.
Thank you. Because today there's a large number of deputants, I'm wondering whether you could, I understand that there's a lot of details, and I assume this will be circulated to everyone. No, it hasn't? It hasn't been? No, it's been posted. It's in there, okay, it's in your deck. So if you could, in some of the more obvious situation, I think people are very familiar with the storm. In the first part, all the description about the storm, I think if you can just come to and really emphasize on the core issues that you've discovered and what you think we should do about it, if that's
Sure.
okay. Okay, sorry for the interruption, go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So let's, there's just one slide that I would really like to describe to you, which is, I need some glasses here, getting old, is slide number 5 for 1 minute. So just wanted to give you a quick history. I think this is really important for the context, and then I will jump right to the core issues, Madam Mayor. There was a restructuring in 2018. I think it's important to understand the things that have happened in winter maintenance over the years. Next. There was a storm in 2019, and the mayor at that time asked for a study which was completed by HDR. Next one. As well, there's been numerous Auditor General recommendations and reports. There's been numerous service level changes. There has been also a storm in 2022, another major storm. And then in 2022-23, we actually had a new performance contract issued. And then in 2023, we started developing AVL and GPS and Maximo and other things like that. And then finally, we had the storm in 2025, which brought us to this point. So I just thought it was important to let everyone know that there's been a lot going on in winter maintenance over those years. We'll skip ahead to slide.
This is extremely useful, by the way. Thank you.
Yes, I really wanted to show everyone that there's been a ton of work, but also a ton of things that have happened there.
Did you want to talk about operational changes, or?
No, I think we're good. I think we're going to skip right to, Madam Mayor, to slide 26 in the interest of time. I think everyone understands this storm, what happened throughout the storm. A lot of graphs here, heat maps just showing you the response to the storm. One of the key issues that are in some of those graphs, and maybe I'll just pause on this one for 1 second, is the fact that 311 calls, as we heard earlier from Adam, that 311 calls have a blackout during operational periods, which causes quite a bit of concern. And this map really shows you the service request versus snow removal. So once we started removing the snow, the service requests obviously came down. But there was a period in there where you see these gray bars that the actual were a 311 blackout. So people weren't able to tell us. As soon as that blackout was lifted on the 14th, we see the service request skyrocket. And then again, another storm happened, and we've got a blackout on the 15th, 16th, 17th. As soon as that's lifted, now we get a huge spike. we didn't really start removing snow until the 18th, 19th of February. So I think those are a couple important points in the storm to bring to the committee's attention. We'll move on to some of our key findings. Correct. So we always like to start with some of the strengths, some of the good things that happened throughout this. There was a lot of issues throughout the storm, but there's a lot of good things that happened, and really wanted to highlight those before we move on to some of the problem areas. The staff and contractors worked tirelessly throughout this event. And the staff, we worked with the staff throughout this. The staff have a passion for winter maintenance, and they have a mindset of continuous improvement. The fact that we just declared a major snow condition, I think, was an important part of getting this issue resolved. The interdivisional coordination, the EOC was enacted, and there was quite a bit of interdivisional coordination that happened. The technology and tools. There are some improvements that are needed with the technology and tools, but I think it was really important to have these tools, AVL, GPS, the Maximo Enterprise Work Order Management System, and Tableau for the service request. And really, overall, the highways, arterials, and collectors were in pretty good shape and did meet standards. So I wanted to start off with those positives. We'll move to the challenges for improvement. We used a method called mixed method analysis, and we reviewed a bunch of documents. As you saw, all of those documents and hundreds more. We looked at all of the data from all of these various sources. We met and interviewed and did workshops with staff. We got councillor feedback through a survey, as well as interviews with the chair of IEC, the chair of TTC and TAC, and the mayor's office as well. And we looked at all of the details around the public media. We came up with 33 major observations, which we won't go through today, but they were in 6 areas of communication, operations and processes, contracts, physical constraints out in the infrastructure, resources and equipment, and policies and bylaws. And we boiled that down and diagnosed that into 6 core issues, which I'll walk you through now. Those 6 core issues, I won't spend any time on this slide because I'm going to explain each one of these. The critical thing was the magnitude of this storm. And that's not an excuse. We can't just say, well, that this was a big storm and we weren't ready for it. It's really the magnitude of this storm, and the fact that it happened over 9 days was a unique situation. The other big thing that happened is the limited storage capacity in the right-of-way. When you have a dense city like the city of Toronto, you've got all of these issues with narrow streets, legally, illegally parked vehicles, monolithic curbs. You've got cars parked up against curbs and sidewalks, and it's very difficult to store the snow, and the plows don't really have anywhere, as you can see from this picture, to keep pushing the snow. And then lastly, really, at this point, when we get this much snow, the only thing we can do is start removing the snow. So there's a clear distinction between clearing the snow, which is just pushing it to the side, and then removing the snow, which is snow blowers and dump trucks, and a much more elaborate process to remove the snow. The next issue that we noticed, and the core issues, were the fact that there was a major snow event response plan that was developed, and it was presented in July to council, but this lacked some of the details. It did have guiding principles and 5 phases, but it was really the first test of this major snow event response plan. There was lacking details on priority beat maps. There was lacking details on emergency type communications versus standard snow event messaging. There was lacking details on scenario planning and interruptions of services if they were to happen. There was not a surge capacity plan in place. How do we get more people, more equipment, more contractors if we needed them in an emergency? And there was some lacking roles and responsibility definitions in this plan. And finally, a detailed towing and parking surge plan was lacking in the major snow event response plan. As you heard last week from the AG's report, there were some issues with the reporting tools and ineffective tracking results. GPS and automated vehicle location tools, they are important for telling us where the vehicles are and where they've been, but they're not designed to tell us the condition out in the field. So it's very difficult for staff to understand what's happening in real time. The second thing is this concept that we're going to talk about is effort versus results. So the effort is we've done X number of passes, we've done activations, we've removed X number of snow, but really what we want to know as council and the public is what's the results? What's happening out there as opposed to what have we done? How many people, how much equipment do we have? Doesn't tell the resident or council what the results are. And then lastly, the patroller work orders and reports are very difficult to use in real time. They're not standardized, and the management are receiving over 30 of these reports every day. What we need is some of these reports to be more digital and more geospatially referenced. Next, we have gaps in the contract design for extreme events. So the existing performance contracts are well designed for snow salting or for salting and snow clearing. They're not designed for major snow events. There's no detailed language around snow removal service levels. There's no standby requirement for snow removal. There's no requirement for the contractor to have surge staff or equipment. And the same crews who are doing snow clearing are then expected to switch over and do snow removal. And when you have 3 events, they have to flip back and forth between snow clearing, go back to snow removal, and then they are also tasked with only being able to work a maximum of 13 hours and then have to have an 8-hour break. So really what we're saying here is the city doesn't have any strong levers when it comes to snow removal in these contracts. And this one is tied to the last one. I'll skip over, or I'll breeze through it pretty quickly, but there's really no dedicated resources, both equipment and people, for snow removal. It's treated as an exceptional activity. It has, through the last timeline I showed you, it has only happened every 3 years. So some would look at that and say, you know, we just treat that as an emergency. But in fact, we think that there is a need for dedicated resources for snow removal. Next slide. And then lastly, the communication gaps and misaligned expectations. So winter communications have typically been reassuring updates. They've been things like standard messagings and standard guides. And in this event, they didn't really take that emergency, you know, we're in big trouble here. We need to let residents know that there's a major issue happening. So I think that was an issue that we really wanted to highlight. The communications didn't match the prolonged issue that was happening out there. They were again, more of this effort. We've got X number of equipment, we've got a lot of people out there, but they didn't really break it down as a true emergency. And lastly, there's some better communication, I think, pre-communication needed with some of the stakeholders, TTC, TPA, solid waste, et cetera. So thank you for your indulgence in that, but I will get into some recommendations now. We've got 33 opportunities, but we really are going to focus on 6 major immediate recommendations that we hope you will think about and enact before the next winter season. So the first is really finalizing and operationalizing the detailed major snow event response plan. So making sure that all of the mapping is done, making sure that we've got scenarios for thinking through all of these different scenarios that might happen, and getting those plans documented, but not just documented, also having training and having testing. You hear about emergency testing all the time. When there's a big emergency flood or ice storm, we tend to make a big deal of those, but it seems with the snowstorm, we kind of take it all internally and try to get it done ourselves. So it's really about having that plan and making sure that it's trained and it's tested before next winter. The next is developing distinct snow removal contracts. As I said, the existing contracts are great at clearing snow and salting, but they really don't address snow removal. That happens every 2 to 3 years, and we need to, if we want to not have this happen again, we've got to look at dedicated resources for snow removal. There is a cost for that, but I think it's important that the city think about that. And then the next recommendation is strengthening real-time reporting. So not relying on paper copies, not relying on work orders, but getting some apps and getting some, I always use the example of Waze. When you drive down the road, you can hit a pin and you can say there's a car on the side of the road, there's a police officer there, there's something happening. We don't have that for our patrollers. There could be 10 major things there that the patrollers could say, sidewalk blocked, and it will geospatially put that. So getting some of those apps ready, and there are many products out there that can do that. The next slide, there's 3 more recommendations here, immediate recommendations. It's really strengthening the communications of the major snowstorm event, and that is really trying to get to this idea of communicating results, not just how hard we're working, but communicating what's actually happening. Next is expanding and modernizing towing. So there's many municipalities out there in North America that have more modernized towing situations, and this is about securing more contractors to be on standby to tow, and then using things like friendly tows. In Montreal, they actually, when they partner tow trucks with the crew that's doing snow removal, they actually move the car, take it around the block, put it back where it was after the snow plows have gone through. So there's a lot, I mean, it's an expense, but there's a lot of great ideas out there. There's also parking for, you know, can we use green P parking during a storm to allow people to park and get out of the way? And then the last item we're going to recommend for immediate action is having a dedicated winter, year-round winter operations unit. So someone that can think about this, not on the side of their desk, but someone that can think about this year-round. We know it's a hot day today. We should be planning for the snow. Someone that can take these 33 opportunities that we've identified and start implementing these opportunities and making sure that we're prepared for the next winter. I'll just breeze over these next steps, but we will be coming back to you with the city manager's assistance and bringing a prioritization and costing for these opportunities, and also looking at a risk assessment of not doing some of these or doing these opportunities. And lastly, in my closing remarks, I think that Toronto's made real progress and significant change in modernizing winter operations. There's new contracts, there's better tools, there's improved coordination. There's a lot more work to be done. And the February storm revealed a fundamental that the current approach to snow removal is not ready for the scale and the pace of the storms in this dense city. It's one of the only cities that really has this problem in Ontario, if not Canada. Even Montreal isn't as dense and have the infrastructure that we have in the city of Toronto. And then lastly, you know, we require systemic changes, not just stopgaps. Treat snow removal as a core infrastructure, not an occasional emergency. Investing in the people, equipment, contracts, and communications before next winter. Rebuilding trust through visible, measured results on the ground. And this is going to take a sense of urgency. We need to turn these recommendations into action. Madam Mayor, that's my presentation.
Thank you very, very much. That's well put together. I think there might be some questions to staff or to the consultant first and then to staff. I see there are councillors, Councillor Holiday, since you're not, and Councillor Sachs, you're not part of the committee, but do you have questions, Councillor Holiday and Councillor Sachs? Yes, I see you do. Who would you like your questions addressed to?
The consultant, please, Madam Mayor.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wondered if you could elaborate on your understanding of the city's standards of the required width of clearing on a street. It's among the basket of questions and concerns I had heard over this last winter was that the width of the plow blade and the width that was actually cleared on the road didn't go curb to curb. And I couldn't find a definitive standard on that, and I wondered if you had seen that in your investigation.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we did look at service standards and service levels, and I'll make 2 points through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, that the service standards during a winter storm event, a major storm event, they go out the window. They are specifically under the legislation. The municipality is not held to those standards because it would be impossible to hold them to those standards. We did see, through you, Madam Mayor, issues of lighter vehicles, single axle vehicles versus tandem axle vehicles being utilized throughout the event. But we did not get into actual widths of pavement or things like that.
So I want to ask about the single versus tandem axle, but just to finish the question, if you can think of the scenario where you have an unusually wide street just because the pavement is wide, and maybe one or two plow passes leave a very, very narrow pass down the street, but the difference from the edge of the cleared surface to, say, the end of someone's driveway or property could be several feet. So those may be scenarios where residents had to dig many, many feet of the city's roadway out in order to just exit their property. Whereas in the past, they were accustomed to the plow actually clearing the full width of the road. And I wondered if that came up at all in your investigation or if that was seen as a deficiency. Understanding it's a storm and strange things happen, but whether or not that was actually a deficiency.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we didn't explore that specific situation. Through you to the councillor.
Okay. And just on the piece about the equipment, that was another interesting category of complaint that I received from citizens, was that they felt that the wrong equipment was being used or inadequate equipment was being used or something that they had not seen in the past. You know, many people are used to the idea of the large road grader as a plow, and they saw something much, much smaller. And hence, what the end service product was a little different, right? It was a little less cleared. There was maybe a little bit more snow left. And in some cases, that equipment got stuck. And I wondered if you had any findings from that respect.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think the issue with this contract is performance-based contract. And one of the findings that we have, as well as one of the opportunities, is to allow the city to have more control over the types of equipment and to allow the city to have more control over the priority beats. So we did identify those through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, but not getting into specific this equipment or that equipment. But we did recognize that there should be a little bit more control of the city instead of just allowing the contractor to choose their own equipment.
Were you able to correlate issues on your heat map or reports from citizens to the extent that you had them, because there was a block period at the beginning? Were you able to correlate that to individual operators? Because at the end of the day, it's all human beings that are operating these machines, and some may be better than others. But could you see that, or were the problems larger than that?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I think the heat maps that are in your package there describe the situation. And what I would say is up until the 11th, things were going smoothly. There was very few complaints, up 600 complaints. After the 11th, when we got into the second storm, the complaints started to ramp up, even though there was a blackout period. And then they really went skyrocketed, I will say, after the 18th, once the next blackout period was lifted. So I think that was across the entire city, but the heat map shows the sidewalks specifically were a big issue in the core of the city.
Last question, really fast one. Is it reasonable for a citizen to expect that 2 lanes be cleared on their road as opposed to a single plow pass, single blade, that the standard is at least 2 lanes wide?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would say during the normal events, that would be the service standard. During a major snow event, those standards are really discounted, and we can't hold either staff or contractors to those standards.
Thank you.
Question to staff or to the consultant? Okay, seeing no other questions to the consultant, thank you so much for your time. Councillor
Are we
Fletcher?
doing the consultant and then the city manager, or how is this working?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, Mayor. We have the consultant.
Can you put your mic on so I could hear you?
It's on.
Yeah.
Just so quiet. The consultant's report and then the city manager's report. Are we doing those two sets of questions separately or
We'll do it separately, okay?
separate for the city manager?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions to the consultants?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I did notice from the, looking at all the 311s, and I take your point for the dense urban area, but Ward 2, Councillor Holliday was just online. We're not going to call that a dense urban area because it's very suburban, very wide, and they had an inordinate number of 311 complaints. So there was that performance, was that it can't be small streets. They don't have them. So in some of those instances, I just wondering if you factored that in.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we did notice a pocket in Ward 2, and you'll see it on slide 21 and then shows up again on slide 22 of the presentation. So we did see in District 2-5, which Ward 2 is in, that there was an anomaly there of a pocket of intense complaints. We didn't get to the root cause of that through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, but we did recognize that situation.
Thank you. And my perch is that of the resident who's being told over and over again that their street has been plowed when they're looking out the window and seeing that it hasn't been plowed, and the GPS is showing that it has been plowed. How big of a problem was that in this last round?
Yeah, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, this was an extreme problem in identifying the effort that we've done. So a plow has passed versus what the plow has done. And whether it was a parked car or whether someone else filled that in after, or whether the sidewalk was done and the road plow, that's another finding that we had is we tried to do the right thing in making sidewalks more accessible. So we start at 2 centimeters, but we start the road at 8 centimeters. So there's a lot of times where the sidewalk plow is out there trying to clear the sidewalk, but then the road plow comes and fills it back in again. So I think that was a huge issue.
Sometimes it just wasn't, nothing was happening.
Yeah, I couldn't see that from reviewing the data through you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
But our residents saw that. So
Absolutely.
we have that little dichotomy here where the real life of residents seeing things, you'd agree that all you can look at is the data that you've been given.
That's right.
And 311, though, is quite a good source of data when you've had the same call over and over again that something hasn't happened. Should we not really understand that that wasn't happening?
Absolutely. I would say we were focused on getting the routes and the beats done, but we didn't have enough real-time information to know what was actually happening in real time out there, and that's some of our recommendations.
So when you're saying we're real progress, significant change in modernizing, new contracts, better tools, the city manager, I think, is going to have a look at that contract. Could these contracts, you think those were great contracts then, the NRFPs, or you just, what's your opinion? You say great new contracts?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we looked at the contracts and they are the way the industry is going with performance contracts. There's many municipalities that are doing this now. They do work for the typical event, which is 2 to 10 centimeters. When you get into the 15, 20, 25 centimeters, the snow removal and the snow storage becomes an issue.
Do you find it odd that since we have had, you go back and you see 2023, all of the different events that in a snow contract, as you said, it didn't articulate what steps would be taken in a large snow event compared to a regular snow event, which in Toronto sometimes there aren't much. That you found that odd, did you not? Or is
through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, what we saw was that these events happen every 3 years, and the staff did not, by their own discussions, feel that it should be a regular ongoing standby.
They didn't put that in the contract, to have an advisory that something big might happen, and here's what we're going to do if that happens. So that would be a problem with that contract. There's no surge planning for the contracts. And I guess that's just about it. Thank you.
Councillor Bravo, question?
Thank you, Mayor. I represent Davenport, Ward 9, and as you know, Davenport really suffered during this snowstorm. One of the questions I have is about the process or the problems with data collection. Councillor Fletcher started identifying that. This didn't begin after the second snowstorm. It started with the first one, and we were getting tens and tens, and at some point it turned into hundreds of emails to our office, which we started to collect because people couldn't report to 311. What is the challenge of, you're saying that you couldn't verify what the cause of the complaint was, but I did verify. The GPS wasn't reporting for Davenport at all. It's the only hole in Toronto. So we were getting these, I believe my residents, they were sending me photos. There's nowhere to move snow. It's in some parts. And I went to verify in person, different parts, trudging along. And I found that in fact the residents were right. So can you tell me what needs to be improved so that we don't have to personally go out and verify and put residents in a situation where they're being told trust me, bro, it's cleared, but it isn't.
Through you, Madam Mayor, exactly that we need to have a better real-time knowledge of what's happening out there. One of the opportunities that we talked about is lifting and the city manager's report as well speaks about lifting the 311 ban, using that, or blackout, using that information as intelligence, as well as some real-time information, whether that be this idea of a Waze type, I'm sorry to keep using a brand name, but the Waze type real-time information instead of paper reports that come in at the end of the shift.
Totally, because we had to collect and manually enter hundreds. My entire staff team worked over the long weekend without a break and manually entering into an Excel sheet. So I understand that, but the question I am asking is something different, and perhaps the city manager can answer that. What is the disconnect here between, I'm told the GPS says it's cleared. It's not connecting up to the website. I understand there's a technical problem there. But had it been reported as clear, I had firsthand evidence, because I went to verify with my own eyes that it hadn't been cleared. So that's what I'm concerned about. How do we make that click?
Sure. Through you, Madam Mayor, the issue is the GPS is not designed to give you the results. It's designed to tell you that a plow went there and the blade was up or down, and did they put down salt?
Okay, thanks.
So what we need then is we need to understand how to get that real-time information to the people making those decisions, and reporting that the plow has been there doesn't mean, that's a proxy. It doesn't mean that the neighborhood is clear.
Absolutely. And then the final, just a couple more things. You talked about dense, downtown, and I just want to, do you understand that Davenport, half of Davenport, in fact, I live in the old city of York. The old city of York was more inner suburban. So I want to understand how there's a narrative that it's the downtown streets that are hard to service, and why is an former inner suburban area hard to service?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I think we use the term downtown a little pretty broad. I would agree that we toured the entire city and looked at problems in your area as well as others. And we took the problem codes and we actually drove the streets and looked at the areas. A lot of the areas are monolithic curb sidewalk with cars parked there and then encroachments. So you have a property, put in a retaining wall or a shrub, and then there's a sidewalk, and then right there is the curb and the car. There's nowhere to push the snow, and the only way to get that snow out is to remove it. And that plow now is too small. It has to be small to get through there, but it can't move that big pile of snow that was left there by the larger street plow.
Thanks.
Yeah, I guess it's clarification of the presentation, but really it's clarification of an answer you gave earlier. What you said is we have contracts that are good for a normal snow event, that's not the issue. If it's 2 to 10 centimeters, we have contracts that would suffice.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
So I guess what we really need is your professional opinion. Do we embark upon, call it climate change adaptation? Do we start constructing a program and contracts to deal with the extreme? Or do we manage the contract, or do we manage expectations? Because what do we do in the face of through global weirding, as some experts call it, there are going to be times when if we geared our contracts to that level, they might do nothing for months on end and yet be paying a retainer. Where's the balance? Are we looking at manage expectations or construct new contracts?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I think that's a critical question, how much money and resources is council and the city prepared to put to this problem? If we think that these are going to continue to happen, we're seeing extreme, really, I say this all the time, a snowstorm is just a frozen flood, really. So yeah. We're getting a lot of flooding. So we're seeing these intense storms. So do we want to harden and be more sustainable and get ready for these things? My opinion would be you would want to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Questions to consultants? If not, question to the city staff. Councillor Fletcher, you and Carol and Bravo.
Okay, I will. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I'll go first because it's really a follow-on of what I just asked of our consultants. If we do need to actually design a new program that's more resilient in the face of the more extreme storms, and yet we have these long dry spells with no snow, where do we start? Is it staff's idea that we first, do we take that problem to the community and find out what their expectations are in the face of that, or do we just start tailoring a new program?
So, Mayor, I think it's certainly a bit of both. We do have a lot of information from the community about what stopped them, and some of what we're up against is this impassable road situation, this impossibility of moving out. And I do believe that there's a way we're going to explore it. It's why we didn't bring a hard recommendation today, is we need a couple more months to do this. I think there are ways to look at how we deal with that very real possibility. To say, well, because it only happens a few years, we're going to save a little bit of money, but you're, when it happens, going to be stuck in an impassable situation for days or weeks. Is a hard one for me to swallow in terms of delivering service. What I think we can do is look at how would we get value add to this. So certain cities, and I think it's Montreal, they start snow removal at a much lower number of centimeters. So we could, if we had a 15 centimeter event, be removing some snow. So your 25 centimeter event is piling on top of 15 centimeters, and all of a sudden you're at a 40 centimeter removal situation. They could be looking at prioritizing certain areas that we know are a challenge, making sure all of our transit stops are fully cleared. It could be a mutual support thing. Right. I said that, we do this in emergency service response all the time. We have mutual support across boundaries and borders. Why do we do that? Because when you need us, you need us. So I think there's ways we could look at that. This is not a situation of putting aside hundreds of millions of dollars into contracts for people to sit around and do nothing. It would be, how would we get maximum benefit from this, but be able to respond to the events that, while they're every 3 years now, I believe there was a time where people said, hey, that storm is a once in 100-year storm. And now I don't ever, really term them as once in 100 years, because they come more regularly on the rain event, and I think they're going to start to come more regularly in a snow event. So rest assured that what we're going to do is look at how would we leverage this for more response on the things people want regularly, while taking care of the actual issues we have with snow removal.
Right. And when you say you have feedback and data, is it feedback delivered during the crisis, or people joke about when we always end up reviewing these storms, that we end up reviewing them in June or July because it takes that long to go through the process. But in some ways, I think that's a gift. If we were to go out now and talk about, that was an ordeal, but in the in the warm weather, let's sit and talk about, here are some options. So do you anticipate coming back to us, here are some options, ways you might want to go, so that we can really have that community dialogue of how far we want to go in making ourselves more resilient here?
For sure. And let's be practical. This will be a ramping up of things. You know, what can we improve upon for this winter season? But we are short on time to make major changes anyways. So what could we do that will show marked improvement, even in the removal area this year? But how can we bring some things forward? And look, we will take away also are there ways that we can go to the community and ask, are these the types of things that would make a difference given your experience over the last few years? I think those things would be all good measures to take.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm actually going to ask a few questions. I don't know whether it's the city manager or other people that want to answer this question. About half the GPS we heard are not equipped to, because the maps were not completed earlier, and the GPS dashboards had errors in it. So one would rely on the field investigation report, but half of the reports completed by staff had missing information, one or more pieces of information missing. What happens when the staff see the person in charge, there's an incomplete field audit, so you can't really tell what's happening out there because the people on the ground are not giving you the information. What actually happens in that instance? Are they sent back for completion, or are they being reviewed?
Mayor, what I would say is, I think if I go back to the recommendations that are in front of you, as well as what we just heard from our consultant, I think the problem that we have is that we're not getting that real-time data. So I think what we really need to focus on is how do we improve the tools that we have? And so I think I would characterize it as the tools that we have is a good foundation, but we really do need to take that further, and just relying on that GPS data on its own isn't sufficient. So what can we put in the field so we're getting in real-time reports back from our field staff as to what they're experiencing and what they're seeing in the field? That is where the gap is. That's where I see the opportunity is going forward. As far as your question around, you know, what did staff see as far as when they're looking at the reports and they're seeing those gaps, what did they do? I can't exactly answer that. What I can only say is that obviously the foundational elements are there, but we do need to take this further.
However, your few staff that are out there, I know the GPS, the dashboard has not been working even after 4 years of it being put in place. It's not working. The auditor said it hasn't been working and is still not working. The GPS dashboard just has errors in it, incomplete route coverage. And so staff are required to go investigate these areas. When the staff goes out and investigate, they come back with reports that doesn't give you the date and the time and the location, and some of them are not even signed. So how could one accept these field reports when there's critical data are missing? You don't even know when they went out. Where did they go?
And I would agree with you, Mayor, you know, based on what we've seen from the Auditor General, as far as what we've seen from our consultant, that is a gap and it does need to improve. And some of that is just operationally how the staff actually respond to those issues.
So I wouldn't, Mayor, want you to take away from anything that Jim had said or that we're saying, that the tools are where they need to be. The good news is we have the conditions for success. The bad news is that we don't have a quality assurance process that allows us to see all of it working the way it needs to be, whether that's the visual pieces that both the community and our staff see, or the follow-up from the on-the-ground issues. What we know is if we make the reporting easier for staff to complete, the quality assurance of those, or the quality of that, will go up. It's the same thing we've experienced in parks, for instance, with all of the manual reporting on parks. If we can automate that and do a better job there will be stronger compliance. So this is yet again another example of where I think if we can build in stronger tools, our quality of reporting will go up as well.
Okay. We know the single axle vehicles are used for salting. The previous contract said that they need, this is Councillor Holliday's question, and yet the staff allowed the private contractors to have 141 single-axle vehicles rather than what was supposed to be mandated in, which is triple axle, double axle, in the original contractor's report. How could that happen? So that basically letting the contractors said, oh, sorry, we don't have that equipment, we're not going to use that equipment. And that's why a lot of the equipment broke down. What actually occurred? How do we know that if these contractors are using these vehicles, the service standards are not being lowered?
Mayor, what I would say to this point is that I think, and this came out through the Auditor General's report, which I believe you're referencing as well, is that the contract, it is a performance-based contract that is actually focusing more on the outcome. But the city does provide a list of what equipment can be used that the contractor can use. And to your point, I believe we do need to go back and look at that list and actually get more prescriptive around it as to what material, what equipment can be used for what piece.
Okay, my 5 minutes is up, so I'll leave it for Councillor Fletcher to ask the questions.
Thank you very much. I'll just follow up on that. I guess, is it okay that what's specified in his contract is supposed to be there isn't there? Is that a standard that we should assume, or that is proper?
Mayor, just so I'm clear, is your question is that the process that they have around the performance-based contract that allows...
Well, there was supposed to be a certain type of vehicle, that was in the contract, supposed to deliver certain things, didn't happen. Is that our standard of practice? Or is that okay to say, I'm supposed to use a certain number of triple axles, or I'm not supposed to use cement trucks with plows on them, et cetera, certain types of vehicles. Is that not in the contract specified?
My understanding, and I'll have to let someone else answer, the general manager to answer that question, but my understanding is that the contracts are performance-based. It focuses on the outcome, and it allows the contractor to select what tools they want to use.
Okay, so they're selecting their tools, and then my residents are living with the tool selection by that contractor. So I'm not sure that as a performance-based contract that we could say that that performance was great, and I'm asking the city manager.
So Mayor, the performance needs to be there. So contract management is a variety of things. If it's very specific in the contract, we need to manage to that. If it is about performance, we need to manage to that as well. And our total quality assurance approach to this right now has some gaps in it. So then we are unable to sometimes verify what's happening, and that needs to improve so that we can ensure that we're holding the contractor to account for it, and that must improve. There's no question about it.
So in these contracts, and they are controversial contracts, you'd agree with me, correct? The NRFP, they've been talked about a number of times. They're still controversial. You actually have a recommendation to do a forensic audit, which was also council direction last spring, correct?
Yes, we're following through on that. There are 3 or 4 areas that the internal auditor feels it would be worthy of bringing in an external party to do that.
Yeah,
so.
Forensic audit is actually an external, I would think. I don't want to contradict you, but internal audit regularly does not really do forensic because they are colleagues. They're forensically looking at their own.
So we have the expertise to do that. We decided to do 2 phases. They looked at a number of areas. They've narrowed it down to 4 where they feel an external party is a helpful tool.
So we've heard from our consultant that there was no surge planning, and I'd have to add no emergency planning in there. We've heard from Adam, the TTC being blocked, emergency services blocked, fire chief couldn't get out. I don't know if the mayor could get out, schools. So that plan, that was not in the contract, or was that in the contract?
No, that's a plan that would be staff initiated. Some of those pieces were not part of the contract with the snow folks. Some of that would fall on bylaw, would fall on other things to do, and that's why there's recommendations to look at towing contracts and others that would help us in those situations. But it starts with having a written down plan that can be operationalized, and you really just tab to what you're dealing with. We have streetcars that are blocked. Get to that tab, what does our operation say?
Got it. Are you aware that in the past for streetcars blocked and can't get on the streetcar, there are 5 doors now, that there were staff that went out with shovels and cleared that? That was standard practice, and I don't know what's happened to that. When did that stop?
So I don't know when it stopped, but these are the types of things we'd work, that's the chapter we'd work with the
Can you
TTC
find
and
out
have it.
when that stopped, please, if that was not in this contract, or what the plans were from anybody?
Sure, we can ask that question of the
That
TTC for
we can,
sure.
by council, we're going to know, when did that stop, that actual humans went out to clear that up? Because
Mayor, if I
that
could
was
just
not as
respond,
bad.
I'm sorry, we still have a significant number of hand crews who go out during storms to manage those spaces where the plows can't get to. So that practice has not stopped.
Is that the TTC? Because that's their requirement. They have a requirement to have their stops cleared, do they not?
City staff do respond to TTC bus shelters. That's city's work, and we do a lot of that via hand crews.
So you have a plan then, you could show us that plan and how you responded at all the TTC stops across the city, is that correct?
It's definitely an operational priority, and as the city
Not
manager has
now. You
identified, the plan is something that still needs more work to accomplish.
So there was no plan for the TTC stops, because that was very frustrating for folks.
There is a plan. It's not a written down operational
okay.
plan as the city manager had defined, and one
I
that we
see.
believe we could use to help support more,
I see.
meet expectations on operations.
Right, not written down, thank you.
I'm sorry, Councillor Fletcher.
Me too.
5 minutes is up. Councillor Bradford.
Audit, we had 6 rounds on this, just to let you know.
Oh, okay.
Not doing here, just to let you know.
Thank
We had a
you.
very deep.
We have a lot of
We
speakers.
dug deep, if you could use shovel.
We have
and all.
speakers waiting, so I don't want to wait too long. Councillor Bravo?
Thank you, Mayor. To the city manager, just want to pick up on something that the deputy city manager said. We need to look at the tools that we have and how we use them. And so I wanted to ask about the disconnect between having to make individual service requests. The deputant said that he had to make 4 individual service requests for a corner, an intersection. In the case of my ward, we were not able to just send a spreadsheet to anyone. Well, we did share it that said, here's hundreds of requests. They're all concentrated in neighborhoods. Why is that not useful data? If 311 can't receive them, we can't. We collected them on behalf of our residents. We took the trouble of putting them into a spreadsheet, but there was no attention to the neighborhoods where there was hundreds of requests. I wonder if there has presently a way, or if it's being proposed, a way to deal with a neighborhood level problem, which is what we had in Davenport.
So we need to get there. So I would say that is a part of what we would look at. So a few things. One of our recommendations is we lift this, you can't, now you can, so we don't get the ups and downs. We're taking data from residents. They will be treated differently because somebody's saying, hey, it's just started to snow, I don't see any plow. Well, we may not go out and investigate it because we know the plows haven't got there yet. But we need to know the information. The second piece is, I think if you run this as our consultant has recommended, and as I see as more of an incident management approach, we would have entry points for also additional local data. Whether it flows through 311 or not, I wouldn't be able to answer today, but there should be an outlet for counselors' offices in particular, gather this information to say, here's where we're sending that information. Here is the point of contact. You don't have to guess around and phone around. And we're gonna gather information as an emergency management approach. And then we're obviously gonna have 311 doing their approach to it. I think those are the types of things that a fulsome plan would allow for, and that's where we'll start.
And would you agree that there is we don't want to treat any one address differently than the other, but would you agree that when there's an entire neighborhood that's being left out or neglected, that it has a compounding impact because you can't leave, you can't move, that there should be or that it would be useful to have some kind of investigation about how to treat a entire neighborhood level problem?
I agree, and that's one of the reasons why we want to lift the time frame around it, is that we can heat map where problems are. If that's then validated by additional information coming out, we can also then prioritize the monitors that are out there. There aren't 5,000 people monitoring the streets. It's a limited amount of staff. We can then say, look, we got to get out there and see what's going on. Eyes on is the only way you'll absolutely know what we need to do next, so we can get our eyes on better. I've always found those types of, we've got an issue here, is a better way for us than to operationalize how things would change. A lot of that does happen in ad hoc ways through it. We need it to be a more systematic approach to it so that we can continue to do it. I do know through this last event, we had moments like that where it's like, we got a problem here. And Transportation Services sent their crews out, sent eyes out. We did some things well, but it wasn't happening enough throughout the city.
Thanks, and so I'll be moving a motion to make sure that we have some neighborhood level attention when the data that we're getting is it's clear, the evidence is that it isn't, and I think it's a useful point to think about how to treat and address and investigate the problems that we're seeing on a neighborhood scale. Thank you.
Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I had a couple of, I guess, technology-related questions, and the first one has to do with the ConnectTO app, because every year, and it continues, there seems to be a disconnect between the trucks or vehicles that are clearing the snow, salting, and how they get reported on the TechTO or ConnectTO map. And I had an entire neighborhood missed during one part of the storm. My residents were telling me it hadn't been plowed, and the map said it was, and I had to go out there and look at the roads myself to go to staff and say, you know, these streets have been missed. And I'm trying to understand, is this going to be dealt with, or how is this being dealt with?
Mayor, it is one of the areas that we're going to look into. It simply has to improve. There's too many of these stories. We're hearing them this morning. There's too many of these stories where it's not a question of misinterpreting the data. It's that it's just a total mismatch of it. So there's improvement that has to be there. It's one of the key areas that we're looking at. So technology is not just about new technology, as our consultant mentioned, for our patrollers. It's also looking at how do the tools that we have for the public get stronger and stronger in their quality assurance.
Okay, and Mr. Johnson, my second techie question is around 311. And, you know, there seems to be a policy in place that during a snowstorm, and I have residents who are seniors in particular, trying to get out of their driveway, for example, to go to a medical appointment or just to get out of their driveway and go somewhere, and they get plowed in and they call 311 to find out when their windrow's getting cleared, and 311 responds, you know, they're not taking any reports or calls about issues until after the snowstorm is left or ended, and I really think that needs to be looked at.
So the good news to your question is that we are recommending that approach be eliminated, that the calls would be taken at any time during a snow event. As I say, we will have to look at how we treat those. There's some of them where it may be just receiving it for information so we can heat map where it goes. In your case, it may be an escalated piece so we can understand timing. But we are recommending, and should committee and council approve, we would not see those periods where the answer is we're not taking your concern at this time. You'd be able to log your concern throughout the event.
Okay, and then my last question, Mayor, I just wanted to ask about staffing. So has city staffing levels, since this contract's been put in place for supervision of snow removal, is it static? Has it gone down? Is it static? Has it gone up? Because I seem to have more staff supervising the contract in my area than I seem to recall before this contract was put in place.
Mayor, the staffing levels around our operations and maintenance teams have increased, and in large part, it's the positions that have come over and are shared with Parks, Forestry, and Recreation who come to us in the wintertime and support sidewalk clearing and hand crews, as I mentioned previously. But our supervision has also gone up as well.
And by how many FTEs?
I don't have that information in front of me, Councillor, but I can get it for you.
That'd be great. If you could get it for me, I'd appreciate it, Ms. Gray. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor. Those are my questions.
Councillor Holiday. Sorry, I missed you earlier. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. Mr. Johnson, I heard the consultant say something interesting at the beginning of the presentation, which was that it was a 10-day storm. And I wanted to be sure, does staff view this, what happened last February, as two distinct events? And the reason I say that is some of the complaints that I got and subsequent complaints were that the issues following the first storm actually bled into the second storm and basically got covered up by the snow. And you know, the question is, were they forgiven because the first stuff wasn't cleaned up? And so has this been treated as two distinct things to measure?
So my response to that is it was sort of three snow events that happened over the course of those 9 days. It is both treated as one event. So at the end of the day, it was, you know, in the 50s amount of centimeters of snow that fell over those 9 days. But there were also distinct times where we were out doing distinct activities. One of the challenges that's been raised is we always had to revert back to prioritizing the clearing, the salting, and whatever within the contract. We couldn't get on top of the removal. There might have been opportunities for us to start to do some targeted removal after some of those smaller snowfalls in the early part of it, and then we got the wallop in the third section on that in that 9-day period, and that really then created the longer recovery that we had after it. So to answer your question more succinctly, it is three separate things in one sense, but it is treated as one event.
So that leads into my second question, and it starts with an observation. Many complaints that I received had to do with someone saying something to the effect of, hey, it's several days after the first snow event, not knowing that the second one was going to happen. We're really grateful that you sent the plow along and you cleared one lane, just enough for us to get out. And if you had a tall pair of boots, you could probably make it through what was left on the street. And if you had a little car, probably weren't going to make it, but at least some cars made it through. And then the follow-up call was, hey, the plow came and it's been days and days and days and days since you cleared the one lane, but you haven't come back. When are you planning to finish the job? And so I'll round out the question and I'll let you respond. Were people pessimistic when they saw the volume of snow, and did people sort of say, oh my goodness, they gave up? And I'm saying people broadly because I don't know if it's contractor or staff or anyone involved, and said, hey, we're not going to meet our targets. Like, there's no way. So let's go and try do something as best as we can, which is maybe to clear just a little basic lane out, let people just be able to get off their street, and then we'll come up later and clean it all up. There's lots of criticisms maybe about how long that took. Or did people get held to the contract, and this is just a very bizarre way that the service was kind of half done, and we have to evaluate that? I'd be intrigued, even if it wasn't formal direction, if people took that approach, because it certainly felt like that in some instances.
So I think I would say that we certainly were watching the weather patterns, and as I communicated with the deputy city manager and staff in transportation services, there was a knowledge that more was coming throughout that week-long period. So I think there was always the preparation and trying to make sure we were on top of it. It was a bit of a freeze-thaw scenario through those 9 days as well. So it was a bit unique. I don't think anybody, there's no evidence to suggest that there was a discussion and widespread, well, we've done enough and we'll just wait and see what happens later. I don't think that's there. So I think, again, it is the quality assurance, looking at how actions were taken and making sure that when we look at the contracts, and this is a good example, you don't often get these three events happening over 9 days. If you look at the 2022 storm, it was 50 some odd centimeters, Barbara, I think at some level, that happened all at once. So it was a very different type of event. So I think we have to look at, how are we adhering to the contract within a knowledge that more is coming along the way. But I didn't see any evidence that people had just sort of packed it in and said, well, we'll just wait and see how the rest of it unfolds. And that was not direction that was given to the contractors.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other questioners, speaker to this move to the report in front of us. Councillor Bravo, and I have some motions I'm moving also. Go ahead, Councillor.
Mayor, would you care if I
Oh,
spoke?
also, just one second.
As a visitor.
Councillor Holiday
Go
want
ahead,
to speak
Councillor.
first. Let's, Councillor Holiday, you're on.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry about the delay in the video link. I know that you want to try to keep the visiting members first. So I just want to express my gratitude for the work done on this and acknowledge that there's more to be done. What I wanted to make sure that I said clearly was that I've had the privilege of serving the community that I live in for the better of a decade. And it's not the first storm that I lived through and even brought life experience to as a citizen. This last round felt very different and the complaints were different. We're all used to windrows or missed issues or complaints about satisfaction, but this one was far widespread. So I think the acknowledgement earlier today that there was a lot of calls in Ward 2. I can certainly say from a councillor's perspective, there was a lot of contacts to my office, a proportionate or reflective number. But the complaint was a little different. I think by and large, people understood there was a lot of snow in a short period of time, and they were very patient with the city. And they knew that services wouldn't be exactly as usual. But the complaints turned into something along the lines of, Councillor, you've got to see this, or you need to know X, Y, Z, or you need to know the plow got stuck, or that they only came once. Because you, the city, are paying the tab for this work, and I don't think you're getting the service. So we as taxpayers are concerned about value. And it was a very different conversation. It was less about service management, more of just an overall frustration or lack of confidence in the city. So, one thing, contract oversight and just the arrangements that had been made or, as came up, accepting equipment that didn't seem to be up to the job. The only other observation I would give is it came out of my questions. I had saw lots of instances, including myself personally, where after some time, one plow pass came down the street, very narrow, left lots of snow on the road. A lot of people said, hey, that's better than nothing. At least some of us with a truck can get out and get to the main roads. But then days and days and days passed before another plow came to actually widen the road and open up the pavement and clear it or get to the sidewalks. And a lot of people were really frustrated with that. And I think the city manager said there wasn't an effort to do so, but if the city did something consciously like that, like said to people, hey, there's so much snow, we're just going to get sort of one bare minimum pass down your street. Just rest assured we'll come back and we'll clean it up later. I think it would have been an entirely different message that would have changed all of the dynamic. But that didn't happen. The message didn't happen, and it doesn't sound like there was that actual concerted effort. So I would urge people to think about that, to think about this strange scenario where, the job was partly done and then never finished. And there's examples over and over and over again about how this was spotted and differences from one area to the stark differences. When you cross a main street, suddenly the other area was cleared very, very differently and much better. And people saw that and they were really frustrated to say, why is our section left out or diminished when somebody else got fantastic service. So, I think this is a service issue, and we talked a lot about it at Audit, but this is also a public confidence issue in the city. I think we need to do better. I'm appreciative of this work ongoing, and, I really do think that more needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bravo, you were...
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion, and it's directing the city manager to work with the consultant in the development of the robust snow event response plan to really include and identify the neighborhood level or geographic deficiencies that need to be attended to, and that this be done based on the volume of winter maintenance service requests that came out of neighborhoods, and also the reporting by city staff and contractors and other inputs. I would humbly submit that a councillor submitting hundreds of service requests could be another data point, as we did in our office. The the first snow event was really the problem in Davenport. Because there wasn't removal or clearing, it compounded significantly with the second storm. I skied all the way from St. Clair down to Dovercourt, actually to Dovercourt and Bloor, just to check things out. But I can say that people were patient. They don't expect perfection. What people want is to not be told it was done when it wasn't, and that there be an explanation, and that we are provided in our offices credible information, verifiable information, and that when we go and verify ourselves as counselors, staff, and we're seeing a pattern, it's street after street after street in an area, and I'm pretty short. Walking around and trying to pass through some of these areas to check them out wasn't easy. So I look forward to the work that's being done. I think this review and this plan is absolutely crucial. We are going to continue to see these compressed events and be the result of climate change. And when people have been saying for decades, climate change is very expensive and disruptive. It goes all the way from increasing rat populations that I'm concerned about, and many of you are, and to flooding and the snow accumulation, which is the frozen flood, as consultants said. I look forward to being able to rely on the reports, and then to make sure that we're investigating and investing our time in places where entire street after street has been left out, creating a really big problem, especially, I'll say, in this community where people live close to their friends and neighbor and a family. So you had, a working age daughter snowed in, can't go help the parents. And I appreciate that this is going to come forward, and I hope that the rest of you support this approach.
Thank you, Councillor. I have two motions that I'm moving. Can you put it on the screen? I'm sorry? And Councillor Matlow, did you have a question or? No, I'll just go ahead and then I'll make sure you were next. Just 1 second. Okay. The motion in front of you, it basically deal with the staff recommendations here. Speaking to people that witness people fell, hurt themselves, some seriously ended up in a wheelchair, talking to folks that are literally trapped in their house, they couldn't get out. We heard this morning about young man not being able to get out and relied on frozen food, and not being able to buy food. This is serious. Not being able to move around or getting hurt or being trapped, whether it's doctor's appointments or accessing food. Snow removal, or sorry, snow plow, dealing with a snowstorm is a basic level that the city must provide. And what we have seen is the GPS dashboard not working. The maps are delayed, the GPS maps are delayed. Often it's not accurate. And well, without the GPS system, let's look at field investigation report, but yet over half of the field audit report completed by staff contain missing information. Often those are critical information. So you don't know what's happening. The staff doesn't know what's happening out in the field. And yet they weren't sent back for completion. The management, I don't understand how we have often the information given to councillors and to my office are incorrect. It's every councillor's experience that. It's not just my office. Been done. It's cleared. Fine. It's gone through it. Well, no. That is not the reality. So we have to do so much better. Again, the equipment we used that were wrong equipment, they broke down. I don't know why we didn't during, I guess, 21 or 22, and the time when we purchased these equipment, that they didn't buy the equipment that Montreal had. For example, Montreal had these equipment that worked totally fine since the first equipment was delivered to them in 2018. And I've seen these equipment because I happened to seen one when I was in Dublin. And I don't understand why the wrong equipment were used or the contractors were allowed to use the equipment that broke down. And how we could actually say to the people that call 311 and say, well, we've closed your case because we've done it. Or we haven't. We ignored over 99% of them. And that is just not acceptable. So there are so much that we need to do better. The contracts needs to be done better. The contracts needs to include snow removal, and that wasn't done in 2019, wasn't done in the contract in 2021. And just, okay, we will do it differently. We will plow the snow and then remove the snow later, much later. And that didn't work. So I'm very thankful that we have now a very competent group assisting us, the consultant team that we heard from, the staff recommendation, the city manager's report in front of us take the first step. And those are some five key recommendations that we need to take action on. And there's a comprehensive report coming in November. We need to start now. We need to fix the problem because the system did not work. It was broken. We have to fix it. We have to do so much better because it's a systemic failure. And thank you that we are now seeing from that report from 2019 all the changes that have made. And that was extremely useful information. So let us work together. Let's fix the system, and I have confidence we would be able to do so, and in time for winter to arrive, even though we have a heat day today. So climate change is real. We're gonna have bigger snowstorm and longer heat waves. So let's work together and make it happen to fix the system. We can improve it so much more. Thank you. Councillor Matlow, you have something you want to say a few words? And Councillor, yeah, go ahead. You good? Oh, thank you. Any other speaker? If not, my recommendations, all those in favor, opposed? Thank you, I'm sorry?
Your motion.
I did, I just said that?
But we need to display it and vote on those.
Oh, display it, okay. You saw it briefly, see it again. Value for money. Thank you. Okay, take a look. It said, I will read it to you. Direct the city manager to consider as part of the November 4th, 2025 report how value for money will be ensured from snow removal services, options to optimize the use of resources during periods of low and no snow removal activity, whether it can be provided more efficiently through city staff or external service provider. The second part is the 9 Auditor General recommendation, give us a progress, plus the recommendations of Municipal VU Incorporated outline in attachment 1 recommendations. So those are my recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you. And the Councillor Bravo's motion. All those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you. And the main report, the 4 recommendations in front of us. All those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you. And we are now finally, Councillor Ainsley, you have 2 motions that you do annually. You are here. Do you want to move those?
I'm more than happy to.
Yes. That is
on items 12 and 13.
Yes, I admire your resiliency and your determination. We will get to it soon.
this will actually one of these days happen. This is EX5, 25.19 and 20. It is
Right.
the levy on roadways, right-of-ways, and head and bed levies. Thank you for moving those recommendations. All those in favor of Councillor Ainsley?
Can we?
Yeah.
Sorry, I think his hand may be up. We would just like to have a couple of words on the heads and beds levy. Just want
okay.
councillors to make note of the change to the motion this year. I think that's why Councillor Ainsley's hand is up.
This is on the levy. We made the change to the heads and beds. So that
Yeah, so can we do them, I think the
Okay,
mayor.
do it separately.
Sound
The
like
first
we were
one-
voting as a package, so if we could do railways
Okay,
first.
I
and
would
then
do
heads and
railway,
beds.
roadways, and rights of ways. Anyone want to speak to that? No, all those in favor? Opposed, carry, thank you. Heads and items as amended, all those in favor, thank you. Opposed, carry. Item 20, heads and beds levy on institution. Someone want to speak to it? Councillor Carroll.
I thought Councillor Ainsley was going to, just want to know, I worked.
Yeah, I do have a motion that I'm moving on this, and I have Councillor Carroll put some more meat on the bone with some numbers, so we can more accurately reflect what we're looking for financially from the province on a levy that the province hasn't increased at all since 1987.
Okay. Well, that's a lot of millions of dollars.
Yeah, if I could just fortify that. I asked Councillor Ainsley to upgrade the motion. This is something that he does every year. Councillor Moscow used to do it before him because since 1987, we have been collecting $75 a bed. $75. If we were collecting what we should be collecting, it would now be $182.79. Staff make that calculation for us every year, and I think we need to start putting it in our letter of request every year so that they know how very much they need to look at the indexing for inflation. And we would love for them to index as we move every year, but we think they should first update it to current day numbers and then index it thereafter. So this is sort of this is the motion on steroids. We'll see how this goes. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley, for this.
All those in favor of recommendations by Councillor Ainsley, opposed, carry, thank you. And the item as amended, item 20, recommendations approved, carry, thank you. Councillor Osmer Malik, you have a motion on ConnectTO. Do you want to just quickly deal with it? Do you have it? Can we see it,
Clerk
please?
should have it now.
Okay, can you display it? Here we are, asking the federal government to help out low-income residents, right?
Yeah, my motion asks the federal government to build on their programs to make them more accessible to Torontonians. And as we know, they can rely on the City of Toronto as a partner to keep advancing digital equity and closing that gap.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of the motions? Approved. Thank you. Item as amended. Item 14, all those in favor? Opposed, carry. Thank you. Okay, we have now done most of the items. Are we okay to proceed with the long item? Are there any speakers that wants to jump ahead with one item? Yes, Councillor Carroll?
I just wondered, there's one speaker each for item 9 and 10, the capital and operating various.
You wanna do
No, I
those
got the
one?
wrong numbers. It's the
Okay.
year-end ones, 7 and 8. I think they have one speaker each. If those speakers are valuable.
Okay, item 7,
Had
one
a few
speaker.
comments on the operating variance, but those speakers, at the very least, if we could hear them before lunch, would be great.
Okay, item 7, you have one speaker, are you here? Your name is, let me just pull out, if a lot of paper in front of me. Item 7, what's the speaker's name? Are you here?
Callum Houston.
He's not online? Okay. Well, then the item Councillor Carroll, do you want to move the staff report then?
Since the speaker's not here, should we not ask after lunch?
Okay, I will ask after lunch. I will hold that.
Yeah.
Item 8.
Yeah.
Operating variance report for a year end December 31st. Yeah, the QP 79 is here.
Yeah.
Madam President.
Thanks for squeezing us in before lunch.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you, Mayor Chow and the Executive Committee members for having us at this deputation today. I'm Nazia Abdullahi, President of QP Local 79. We represent 30,000 frontline workers in the City of Toronto, Toronto Community Housing, Toronto Seniors Housing, and Bridgepoint Hospital. I'm deputing today about the operating variance report for the 2024 fiscal year. I would like to specifically focus and address the Parks and Recreation variance report, formerly known as Parks, Forestry and Recreation. We've noted that the division has an unfavorable variance of $23 million. At the end of 2023, it was an unfavorable variance of $2 million. In December of last year, this committee reviewed the operating variance report for the first 9 months of 2024. In those 9 months, the variance for the division was just over $19 million. In both variance reports, the city lists two primary causes for the division's poor performance. Too many staffing costs, some of which were unplanned, and the lack of revenue generation from fees and permits. Bear with me, and I will promise to connect the dots here. I want to speak very quickly on the staffing dollars. We have nearly 13,000 recreation workers, all or most of whom which are part-time and are seasonal. So they're not taking up your staffing dollars on a full-time basis. And even though we were successful in eliminating minimum wage, their wage is still considerably low, and they don't get they get very minimal benefits to none and access to pension. So all of this to say that the staffing dollars should not be accounted for where your part-time staff are concerned. Most of the workforce in recreation are part-time, as I mentioned. So it's hard to imagine that the $5 million that was set aside would have really anything significant to do with half of our workforce. As per the report then, we understand that the additional staffing costs in PF&R come from requirements by Transport Canada, likely related to the ferries. Still, we have questions about $5 million for staffing seems like a lot of money that would go towards ferries or hiring folks for ferries. When it comes to rec workers, we're continuing to hear that staff hours are being cut. Camp programs, as early as last week, were cut. And this is because of low enrollment, which in turn means that shifts are being taken away from workers. We also know that in 2024, the division received an additional $2 million in funds for youth-centered programming, including hiring frontline workers. We have yet to see frontline workers being hired, even though the hiring process began, people were cleared for interviews, and then the process ceased. Is it possible that these funds have been used against the variance? Because when we've asked about the $2 million and the hiring, we have received no response from city staff. And while I appreciate that the division must balance its budget, doing this potentially at the expense of low-paid workers is bad both for morale and operational needs. We understand that a significant portion of the variance for 2024 is associated to permits. when I started working in recreation, as a community, as a member of any community, you would walk into a community center, you would ask for a permit, you would confirm availability on site, you would often give the person on site a check if the space was available, and you would book it on the spot. Now, while we can appreciate having modern online systems can make things more accessible for some folks in our city, it's clear that our permit system is the opposite of that. And we have said the same thing about centralized hiring. I know that in 2025, this division has had a significant change in your senior management, and we welcome that as an opportunity to shift the direction of the work to make it more community responsive.
Too late.
We're asking that this division work with its frontline workers, work with its unions to go back to a recreation model that is community-centered and meets the needs of our communities, which in turn could maybe solve some of these permit issues that we're having because people just can't access it the way that they need to.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions to the staff, to the deputants? No? Thank you for your time. Councillor Carroll, did you want to?
I do, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the deputation very much. I've taken an unconventional step. I don't usually read deputations, but there's a different way I'm hoping that people will look at the year-end variance from 24, and I think we have to do it. We have to take a look at that year because it was the year in which we asked a lot of our residents. That was our highest budget ask ever of the community. But I think we have to look back, not just look at the variance report, look at the fact that that was a very big year about getting back on track. Very much about getting back on track. So as you look at the year-end variance, I think you also have to measure them against results. For instance, on the front line, shelter and support services in that year, nearly 25,000 encampment and outreach engagements took place, where there was help for more than 1,000 individuals to transition into the shelter system and over 300 into permanent housing. Extreme weather events led to warming centers being open for 131 nights, and 50,000 warm bed nights were served during that year. Through the Housing Secretary, we expanded access to tenant legal supports and helped 600 additional renters navigate challenges and stay housed against eviction. Early years and childcare led the way in delivering on the national program. Starting in 24, we got to where 930 licensed centers, 87% of the system, were enrolled in QUELC and are now making life more affordable for families. Parks and Recreation is a big source of discussion, and operationally, absolutely, we have challenges on that. The city manager and the mayor are acting on that, as many know. And so that recent discussion is very important. But I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that there was progress made in 24. Most of this is capital, but it still bears looking at. A full refresh of 7 community recreation centers, upgrades to 123 community centers, enhancements to park amenities all over the city, including my own area, benches, shade structures, pickleball courts that councillors were asking for many moons, tree planting everywhere. These are capital investments, but they deserve a shout out. Tests, we have lots of discussion about the new delivery model of tests, but in that year, of this year-end variance, they worked over 150,000 Ontario Works cases and served more than 230,000 individuals. MLS response times during that period, through the investment of our residents, improved by 2 full days, even though the increase in calls coming into MLS for service requests went up 12%, rent-safe inspections rose by 3%, building audits, we're committed to that program. We kicked it off, and they went up by 575% in that year. Transportation service adjusted traffic signal timing at more than 1,700 locations and deployed the traffic agents that are still successful today. King and Spadina alone, we cut streetcar delays from 65 minutes to 21 minutes. Our public libraries continue to expand hours. Police Service began their hiring plan. So despite a higher volume of priority 1 calls, the response time went down by 5 minutes during that investment, and the onboarding of 300 new officers, and that has continued. In 2025, the response times are going down every month, month over month. And so that's what these investments have brought. They're not just statistics, these are actual outcomes from the year end that you're looking at. And they reflect a very deliberate move to make people-centered investments. And because that momentum is continuing, I want people to then turn around, pat yourselves on the back for it. Yes, we do ask people to pay more. We ask people to pay more than they ever had before in '24, but they got outcomes. They didn't get nothing in return. They got all of these things, and I just cherry-picked. I could go on and do all 30 divisions. They got outcomes for what they paid. That's the real truth of what happened, and I want people to know that today, given the media goings-on outside. But we do have to turn our minds to 2026. And so have a look at the year end and how healthy we are, but we do still have the challenges. As Naz said, some of these divisions, and she highlighted the superstar, do end still short. And there are other divisions who bring in the funds that carry them so that we end up with the overall year end result. But in 2026, we're going to have to balance our priorities with the need to control the amount that we need to ask our residents to invest. We got to balance investment goals with the affordability that our residents are going to need in 2026 more than they ever have before in the face of economic uncertainty, largely due to the White House. But I ask people to read what that investment brought us and then balance it with what we need to do in 2026. Because the staff members you talk to every day have been told what they need to do in their divisions. Just recently, the mayor has instructed them with help from city manager and the CFO on what we got to do in 2026. They need your help to strike that balance. And so I felt that the year-end variance from the year in which we made the biggest investment was the best time to remind people, you made that investment. Now it's going to be all about balance. Thank you for indulging me, Madam Speaker, Madam Mayor.
Well said. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out.
People will say, you wrote that speech. No, I wrote that speech.
No, you wrote that speech. I did not. I got up to the mountaintop and cheer. Okay, that's important to do. Yes, good work being done, and thank you for that. So, finally, here we are. So all those in favor of the recommendations in front of you, opposed, carry, thank you. That's item 8, which is the operating variance report. I am back to item 4, RapidTO. We have our first speaker, finally. Sorry to keep you waiting. We dealt with most of the items. We have Philip, you are back in. Are you still here? Thank you. You can speak a bit slower because you were fast, and we will read your document, your submission anyway, okay? You have 3 minutes. Go for it.
Got it. Hello, members of the committee. My name is Philip, in Ward 25, Scarborough Ridge Park. I regularly use the bus lanes on Eglinton East from Kennedy to UTSC, approximately the route. I'm here to ask that commissioners commit to the original design of a full 7-kilometer stretch of lanes north of Bloor for both the Bathurst and Dufferin routes, up to Eglinton Avenue and Wilson Station, respectively. Accelerate and provide clear timelines for the remaining long overdue RapidTO corridors, so namely Finch Avenue East, Lawrence Avenue East, Jane Street, and Steeles Avenue West, and to offer clear guidance to transportation services on necessary measures such as turn restrictions, loading zones, parking solutions, and traffic impact mitigation. I'm elated to see that in the letter submitted by the mayor's office to this item recently, that some of these items, namely the full extension of the original extent of the routes, are being endorsed. That said, I want to start with a story of one of the people I met at Dufferin Mall while canvassing in support of these lanes for the past few months. This woman, I'll refer to her as Julia, is a healthcare worker. She does in-home visits for her patients along the Dufferin corridor and as well as other parts of the city. Julia commutes weekly by transit from north of Wilson and exclusively gets around to her patients without a car. This transit rider told me how she's often booked back-to-back all day, and delays getting in the way of one of her patients can throw off her whole schedule. This means delays for all of her patients. Julie's experience is not unique. It's a very typical experience for the suburban transit riders of Toronto, as she comes from north of Wilson, including many of the over 40,000 people who use the Dufferin route on an average weekday. One that I all know too well, being a suburban commuter myself. In 2024, about 60% of Toronto's transit riders use surface transit, with about 50% accounted for by bus routes. The decision to limit the transit priority lanes to just the section south of Bloor, less than half of each initially proposed route, would also serve to exclude the sections of Dufferin and Bathurst that experience the most congestion during rush hour. These concerns extend to transit riders all over the city. Accelerating the RapidTO lanes on Bathurst and Dufferin sets a precedent to expedite the citywide project on the other busiest routes: 39 Finch, 54 Lawrence, 35 Jane, 53 Steeles. I want to emphasize that an inter-ward approach to RapidTO, after all, its aim is to literally improve surface transit connection across the city. Another transit rider I spoke to, I'll call her Pamela, signed her petition enthusiastically as soon as I mentioned that I was a Scarborough native, saying she was glad to see riders from across the city coming to try and improve a corridor far removed from my own immediate routes as a commuter. Pamela herself was using the 929 to commute back to her own home in Etobicoke. As for concerns over loss of parking leading to the closure of street-side business, about a day ago, the literal Toronto Region Board of Trade has literally endorsed these lanes as crucial to addressing gridlock, which affects businesses more than a lack of parking could. After all, transit and cyclists shop too, and as the transit priority additions on St. Clair and the bike lanes on Bloor show us. Volunteers for TTC riders have been canvassing for about 2 months now, talking to everyday transit riders, getting off overcrowded buses, running in crowded rush hour traffic. In terms of numbers of responses we get from riders, we know that this is a popular policy, so I reiterate, I'm calling for committing and expediting the dedicated lanes on Bathurst to Eglinton and Dufferin to Wilson as originally proposed, advance the planning for RapidTO on Jane, Finch East, Steeles West, and Lawrence East, and to direct transportation services to implement necessary additions along the routes to manage traffic and loading zones. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Question to the deputant?
Councillor Ainsley?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Ainsley.
Yep, through the deputant. So you said you're very happy with the RapidTO lanes from Kennedy to UTSC, I believe is what you said?
Yes.
And you finding they're increasing your travel time?
No, they've decreased it when you compare.
Sorry, decreasing. You're making your trips quicker.
Yes.
Okay, and I think your sentiments would be expressed by many or most of the students attending UTSC about the benefits of the RapidTO lanes in Scarborough.
Yeah, especially for the 905 route. Again, I was a student a while ago, but I still use the same routes to connect to the subway. 905 especially it uses the lanes very effectively to connect to the university and the terminal station.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the speaker? All right. Thank you. Next, we have John Hu. Thank you for joining us, John. Whenever you're ready, I'll start your time and you have 3 minutes.
Hello. Dear Executive Committee, as a resident of Toronto, I'm here in support of putting moving people first on our roads. The current proposal before the committee for dedicated lanes of public transit south of Bloor Street is a good start, but ultimately, I believe the original design for priority north of Bloor should be restored. A watered-down version is contrary to evidence-based urban design and diminishes the potential of network effects of rapid transit, especially should Line 5 Eglinton open. The watered-down approach fits a long-standing tradition of the city government, choosing the cheapest and least controversial infrastructure approach in the short term, cutting corners at the expense of long-term social and environmental benefits. Even critics of RapidTO acknowledge the role of transit in supporting the environment and moving people efficiently in a dense urban core. By choosing the path of least resistance now, Toronto risks falling further behind. Montreal, for instance, has 350 kilometers of reserved transit lanes. Toronto only has 104. Surely the committee knows that we can only solve the congestion crisis in the city by prioritizing alternative transportation modes over private vehicles. So notwithstanding the public consultation result being supportive, the city staff report raises the prospect of undue influence of a few well-connected business people torpedoing public policies for self-interest. I understand change can be inconvenient, even scary, but to accept doomsday claims that transit lanes threaten livelihoods and concede would be to ignore lessons from King Street and the annexed bike lanes, where foot traffic improved, small business thrived, and public realm was strengthened. With enough political will to solve problems, a lot of the concerns raised can be mitigated. But saying change must upset no one and shelving progress until endless consultations is tantamount to saying we cannot have this building in this neighborhood right here, right now. And look where that leaves us with a housing crisis today. The city report, if allowed to stand, represents a stark departure from the mayor's promise to improve transit and the objective to consult the general public. The common good must outweigh the interests of people who are privileged by the status quo. Everyone agrees congestion is a problem, yet we continue to let not in my backyard dictate progress. Politicians say Toronto is a world-class city, yet residents ask, why can't we have nice things? And I think this is why. So today I implore you, act boldly. Vote for transit priority both north and south of Bloor. And thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Any questions to the deputant? No, thank you for that. We have Chandra Kumalaru. And then after Chandra is Vincent Pukaka.
Hello.
Hello, Chandra. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Chandra Gumuluru, and I live in York South-Weston. During my master's program, I wrote a paper about optimizing transit within large cities and wanted to present my findings at a conference. But to get there, I needed to take a train from Union Station. Normally, I'd bike, but with luggage, that really didn't seem feasible, and driving downtown didn't seem like a wise idea. So I took the better way, the TTC, except it wasn't. Because just as I got on, I learned that trains were turning back at Dufferin. No warning, and shuttle buses were on the way, but even when they did come, they were so packed that I couldn't even get on. Desperate, I opted for the Dufferin bus, hoping to catch the GO train from Exhibition. But that bus was moving so slowly, I could have sworn that I thought it was scared of disturbing the air. I eventually gave up and just jumped in a taxi, but it was too late. I missed my train. I missed my conference that day. And this is the unfortunate reality. The streets in Toronto just aren't working. They aren't working for those of us who bike but are afraid of being hit by a car. They aren't working for those of us who take the bus or streetcar but have to wait longer than it would take to just walk. And in perhaps the greatest irony of all, they aren't even working for drivers who are getting trapped in the ever-increasing congestion caused by the very policies aimed to reduce it. Toronto is a great city, but a world-class city doesn't make its people choose between getting to a deputation on time or in one piece. So when this council put forth a motion to prioritize transit, I was on board. But not just me. Over 70%, according to the city's own reports, of the city was on board. We had finally acknowledged what cities around the world already knew, that the only way to move this many people quickly, reliably, and safely is to provide real alternatives to driving. So why are we going against why are we watering down these plans? Going against not just the evidence, but against what the people want? Is saving a few parking spots really worth the possibility of turning this entire city into one? because congestion will get worse. This plan is a solution, but not if we keep watering it down, making compromises, and chipping away at it. Toronto isn't short on good ideas. We have a lot of them. What we need is conviction. We can either be the city that hesitated or the one that led the way. So today, I urge this council, please vote yes and implement RapidTO on Dufferin all the way up to Wilson and on Bathurst all the way up to Eglinton without delay and without compromise. Thank you.
Well said, thank you. No questions? Next speaker, Adam Rogers. It's by, oh, sorry, Vincent. Vincent Pukaka, there you are.
Okay, hopefully this is working. There we go, perfect. So, good afternoon, councillors. It is afternoon at this point. Thank you for another opportunity to speak. So I have to say, I have mixed feelings about the revised plans for transit priority lanes on Bathurst and Dufferin. On one hand, even these portions in the revised plans south of Bloor are desperately needed. I ride the 511 Bathurst streetcar a fair amount, and I need to be honest, it's become pretty much useless for most of the day. Your own numbers show that the average speed in rush hour is around 9 kilometers an hour. So when I use this streetcar, I'm most often heading to a medical appointment in the Bathurst and King area, or to visit my partner's sister, who we're very close with, and she lives in City Place. In these southern portions of the route, my experience is that the streetcar travels way slower than 9 kilometers an hour, basically not moving at points. In one comically bad case, this past Halloween night when I was trying to get to City Place, there was so much traffic it was faster to just get out and walk. When the weather is nice, they often give up on transit entirely and just bike or take the 504 King streetcar over to Bathurst and walk south. What makes the 504 King better? Well, obviously, transit priority measures. The King Street Priority Corridor is a case where the city ignored the, I'm sorry to say, unhinged ranting from the usual suspects, and now the 504 is maybe the most useful streetcar in the system, perhaps up there with St. Clair. I can speak less personally about Dufferin, but even the lanes planned south of Bloor will make a difference for those suffering Dufferin riders. On the other hand, I'm pretty disappointed with the plan that's being presented. Both corridors are terribly congested north of Bloor, and giving out on bus lanes might fatally doom the experiment, especially on Dufferin, where buses are more jammed around DuPont and Davenport. Ironically, not including bus lanes from the northern sections will make it worse to drive as well. I'm an infrequent driver, but in my experience, cars moving in and out of the right-hand lane to move around parked cars cause a lot of near misses. And that parking also really hurts visibility. I'm thinking in particular of the Dufferin and Rogers Road intersection, where I've almost been clipped by someone turning left off of Rogers. You can't see, it's a hill going up. Aside from these practical concerns, the whole transit lane debate is really about the future of our city. In my lifetime, people are feeling more and more disconnected from all levels of government, public services are deteriorating, and nobody seems to be looking out for ordinary working people in Toronto. After the most recent election, there was so much optimism in this city, and don't get me wrong, some really good things have come out of this council. TTC Riders is very happy to see money for maintenance and the Line 2 subway trains, for example. But none of these are things that people can feel immediately, and the sense of slow decay in Toronto continues. Putting transit lanes on these two major streets would change that completely. Zipping along in a TTC vehicle, bypassing all the cars and the darn Ubers, would make people feel deep in their bones that this is a council that cares about them. You would change Toronto drastically for the better with just this one vote. So, at minimum, you should approve the plan before you with no more carve-outs. If you really want to change the direction of the city, you'll work to add and improve on the northern sections with all possible speed, as per the mayor's motion today. We'd like to see at TTC Riders and myself lanes on Bathurst up to Eglinton and on Dufferin as far as Wilson. That's the entire 29 Dufferin route. This would be extremely popular. And let's be honest, propaganda videos made with AI slop should not outweigh thousands of transit riders and local residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to the applicants? No, thank you for your time. sorry, keep everyone waiting. Adam Rogers, Rogers, yeah, the video conference. Are you there, Rogers? If not, we'll come back to you. No? Okay. Yes? Okay, let's hear you. No, on my screen.
Hi, sorry, I'm here. They were a little late to unmute me.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, I can start?
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, so I thought the best way to argue in favor of both of these RapidTO lanes is to use a current councillor's wording in favor of this. So first I'll start from June 2020. Next week, I'm asking the TTC board to support providing safer, more reliable, and improved bus services to communities across Toronto. I have submitted a motion to our June 17th board meeting asking the TTC CEO to accelerate implementation of 5 bus priority transit corridors identified in our approved 5-year service plan. While there hasn't been a specific timeline in the original plan, I'm asking the board to accelerate the plan in time for September to relieve pressure on our transit system. So that was June 2020. November 2020, the same councillor. I think what we've seen is surface transit is often overlooked when we think of the Toronto Transit Commission. When we think about the big moves, we always think about building new LRTs, building new subways, and it's easy to forget just what a heavy lifting our surface transit system does and how important they are in addressing mobility and equality across our city. They also added in a question from another councillor. I would say and go on the record that it is extremely important from a customer service perspective that we are talking to the transit riders using our TTC system. This same councillor in 2022 also signed the RapidTO pledge. Will you move quickly to implement 10 bus and streetcar priority corridors in the next term of council as per RapidTO plan? And their answer was yes. Then on February 2024, the same councillor said, I think it's fair to say that getting around here in Toronto has never been more difficult, which is why initiatives like this, RapidTO service transit priority, are so important. Now, it is a little bit strange because the same councillor July of this year said this on Instagram. Met with small business owners to hear about RapidTO could impact local businesses, parking, and daily life along Bathurst. Decisions about our neighborhoods are being made by bureaucrats who don't live in Toronto and by ideological council that's out of touch with reality. We should be listening to residents who actually know their communities best. If we want to tackle congestion and keep our neighborhoods vibrant and accessible, we need real-world solutions shaped by local voices. Now, in fairness to this councillor, I know they were born in Hamilton, but I really wouldn't call them, don't live in Toronto, because I'm pretty sure they've lived in Toronto for quite a few years. And I think you probably know who this councillor is, but if you want to know, this particular councillor is Councillor Brad Bradford. Now, last thing I would add, let's be 2020 Brad Bradford. Let's support these lanes and not 2025 Brad Bradford. Thank you very much, Councillor Brad Bradford. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you. There's probably no question to the deputant. Next person, Michael Hoffman. Online.
Hello, Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go for it.
Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor, I'm Michael Hoffman, a resident of Ward 11. I live about halfway between Dufferin and Bathurst and I'm very familiar with these routes. I was extremely disappointed that city staff overrode the recommendations of the TTC board to have priority bus lanes between the Waterfront and Eglinton Avenue. In June 2020, as was just pointed out, 5 years ago, the TTC board set Dufferin Street up to Wilson Avenue as a transit priority corridor with targeted installation for September 2020. 1 year ago, in June 2024, City Council requested accelerated design for transit priority on Dufferin and Bathurst up to Eglinton. Today, we see a watered down design that only goes up to Bloor. The city doesn't stop at Bloor. This week, I was glad to see the Toronto Region Board of Trade pointed out that the real problem for the economy and businesses in Toronto is not a few lost parking spaces, but it is gridlock. Gridlock we have because of inadequate transit facilities. I was glad to see that the Toronto Region Board of Trade, looking out for the whole city and region and not just a few isolated areas, put its support behind full implementation of these corridors. And Madam Mayor, I was really heartened to see your letter today asking for implementation plans, but your letter, the recommendation in your letter does not have any dates. So I'm a little concerned that this kicks the can down the road when the main plan is for evaluation for up to 2 years after installation. I don't know when that's going to happen. It's going to be a long time. Madam Mayor, we have been waiting for the lanes on Dufferin for more than 5 years. We've been talking about accelerated implementation for Bathurst for a year, and I think we've been waiting long enough. So while there's a lot I'd like to say, I have one request for you, Madam Mayor. Can you please amend your motion, ask for a specific date for the implementation plans for the full quarter? I would suggest maybe in 3 months. Come back to executive committee with implementation plans for the whole quarter. We have been waiting for 5 years. People have been suffering on the Dufferin bus. That is enough. So please make this amendment, Madam Mayor. We need a real timeline and we need it now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very precise. Any questions? Nope. Next speaker.
Albert Cole.
There you are. Great book. Different topic, but.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Albert Cole. I'm a coordinator with Community Bikeways. Our group's mission includes advocating for the reallocation of road space to build a clean, affordable, efficient transportation. So we're here to call for full implementation of the RapidTO lanes on Bathurst and Dufferin, all the way to Eglinton. This is a prudent, inexpensive investment to connect the waterfront to the new, soon-to-be completed, multi-billion-dollar Eglinton LRT. So I live on a few blocks from Bathurst, north of Bloor. My wife and I visit Bathurst shops about 4 times a week. My hockey rink is close to Bathurst. My faith community is on Bathurst. I've worked at a legal aid clinic on Bathurst, and I've been on the Annex Residents Association for a number of years, was on that and was the vice chair of the Annex Residents Association, which borders on Bathurst. So we know from careful research that people make businesses successful on local streets, and that parking spaces are wildly exaggerated in terms of their value to businesses. And yet every time a city building ambition comes before this committee, we ask, what about the cars? What about parking? It's unfortunate that some of the local business organizers haven't read the research, including from Bloor Street, just around the corner, where we know that the 90% of business comes from people on foot, on bikes, and transit. And I'm not sure why they haven't spoken to that BIA, the Bloor Annex BIA, which is now one of the biggest champions of the bike lane, which removed many parking spaces. So I do also worry about the credibility of the process, that the public got engaged in this process in good faith, filled out the surveys, went to public consultation meetings, and now we seem to have moved away from what the broad majority of the public supported. So none of you here, I'm sure, sought public office because your rallying cry was, let's protect the status quo. But that's what you're being asked to do, specifically that, despite so many people needing improved transit services. So unfortunately, the opponents say, well, there's no access to Bloor without parking. And they talk about seniors, people with kids, people with disabilities, people with groceries. Those are the people on the buses, and those are the people that are asking for a better service. So when you deliberate today, you're obviously going to think about the affordability crisis, about public health, about improving the efficiency of our system, But think also, and when we're sitting in this room with jackets on, there are people out there waiting for a bus in 40 degrees Celsius weather and contending with wildfire smoke. So they're doing their part. Let's do our part in this chamber today. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you for your time. Our next speaker is Paul Machusi and Protect Bathurst.
Good afternoon, Mayor Chow, members of the committee. My name's Paul McCusey. I'm a Bathurst Street resident and business owner in Ward 11. Claim number 1, 35,000 people on average weekday use Bathurst. For this to be true in a 20-hour service time, that would mean 875 people need to be moved hourly in each way. Based on the 4 types of transit vehicles averaging 83 people on capacity on Bathurst, that would equate to 11 vehicles in each way, each direction at each hour on time for the entirety of a 20-hour service. This number clearly indicates boarding and not unique users. Claim number 2, public outreach was a success. 10,530 people completed the survey for Bathurst, which makes up 1.9% of the people in the affected wards. This survey cannot determine if the postal codes are true, nor can it determine how many times a single user filled out that survey. The in-person and virtual meetings were attended by 531 people, the only time to make considerable changes to this plan, representing 0.15% of the population in the affected wards. This in part to the 72,646 notices that were distributed, making up 20% of the population. Claim number 3, 24/7 lanes are required. TTC ridership data clearly states that peak times are for the rush hour periods, which already do not have vehicles permitted on the street. We've suggested on multiple occasions now to extend rush hour periods and introduce HOV lanes to encourage carpooling and to make more room for transit. Claim number 4, the TTC anticipates a 23% increase in ridership. Again, there's been no data, no study, or evidence provided to show that this claim is true. Are we making things up now? Claim number 6, removing more than 500 parking spots will relieve congestion. Congestion will most definitely increase, especially on side streets, given the changes, especially with turning restrictions, which forces residents to detour 5 to 20 minutes to get home. This will also remove more than $400,000 worth of revenue, and there is no plan to replace this money. Given that the city has a $1.2 billion budget shortfall, it's clearly unacceptable. Claim number 7, Bathurst needs improvement. These streets, Bathurst has access to transit vehicles such as buses and streetcars, subways, a new station at the bottom, and a new LRT. Bathurst scored 16 in terms of priority based on equitable measures and was only reevaluated based on FIFA. There's still city streets and neighborhoods with limited access to transit, and yet we're focusing on a street that has all of this. Clearly then, these few claims indicate a poorly planned, rushed project that does not support the communities it affects. This in the name of a temporary event, 6 games in 3 weeks. The priority should be met with the citizens who live and work in these areas, especially given that these are permanent changes being proposed. Red dedicated lanes will not fix TTC delays, bunching and gapping, reliability, on-time service, or the many systematic issues that continually face TTC internally.
Thank you for your deputation. Any questions to deputants? If not, our next speaker is...
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry. Okay, Councillor Holiday, there you are.
Just so you know, Madam Mayor, there's a little delay between the WebEx and
okay.
that I have to use.
Go ahead.
Internet,
Go ahead.
Thank you for that. Mr. McHugh, thank you. From your deputation, it sounds like you did a lot of analysis. And one of the things that I've been trying to understand better, even though I'm familiar with the Bathurst corridor, is what you think the proposed changes would do to produce tangible results. You know, that street tire moves along and it stops, lets people on and off. It gets delayed by left turning vehicles. It gets all sorts of delays along the way. What do you think this proposal would actually turn into from a user's experience? Never mind the mathematics of the report.
Well, the proposal removes access to the curb. So south of Bloor, north of Bloor, regardless, there's people that live and work on this street that are not being considered. So removing access to the curb means people can't access their front doors, businesses can't welcome customers from outside the neighborhood, and essentially there is no access to the curb lane whatsoever. Not to mention that for cyclists south of Bloor, the red lanes in the middle for the streetcars mean that they can't share that lane. They're forced to share the curb lane with regular vehicles. And with that being said, Bathurst isn't wide enough for the Ontario Highway Act to be followed, which is forcing vehicles to pass cyclists 1 meter or else being fined $85. So in general, it's a flawed plan on a street that's not required to be, or not, that doesn't need exactly the reduction of lanes.
Based on your experience, where is the delay? Is it the delay of the streetcar moving between stops, or is it the stops along the way? And does this plan change those stops, all the required time that the vehicle has to freeze at a light and let people on and let people off?
Well, turning restrictions definitely need to be implemented to help making the streetcar move faster north and south. That's definitely something that needs to be done. But 24/7 is radical. Why need that at 1 o'clock in the morning? Why can't you prioritize peak times to move people efficiently and then make the street back to normal use from there?
So I don't get to use, or I don't have to use that streetcar at 3 in the morning, and I don't have that local experience. But what can you tell us about when the worst times are versus times when what value would these lanes provide?
South on Bathurst, the worst time is 7 to 9 as people enter the city. North on Bathurst, the worst times are 3 to 6 as people leave the city. That's where our recommendation to increase rush hour periods, excuse me, and introduce HOV lanes to give transit more space while also trying to promote carpooling to reduce vehicles on the road would be essential for everybody, and it makes a plan that allows people to still use still access the curb.
Okay.
Outside of those pinch times.
Sorry, Councillor. We're past at 12:30 because the clerks are saying I need to.
Thank you.
Need to extend. Are you okay, Councillor Holiday?
I'm okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. We're taking a quick break, and we will be back at 1:30, okay? Thank you so much.
Okay. Folks, we have quorum. I'm calling the meeting to order. We have some staff requests that we deal with items that are, that has only one speaker. There's only one left. Two left. The capital variance report, 12-month ended December 31st. I believe, if you can get my machine back up. I have on item 7, we said we would check back with you. Callum Houston, are you here? He's online? Ah, okay. I can't see you, but I will. Callum, you have 3 minutes. Can you open up your mic? You dropped off, okay. On that item, Councillor Carroll. Item 7, this is the capital variance. We did the operating. We were waiting for the speakers. The speaker was not around at 11 o'clock when I asked for him, and I asked for him again right now. He's not around.
Oh, okay.
So I'm moving on.
Let's move the recommendations. There
Okay.
are some financial recommendations.
All right, thank you. All those in favor of the capital variance report, the recommendation in that?
124.
Opposed? Carry,
Wave it
thank
goodbye.
you. That deals with 7. There is one speaker for the Disability Inclusion Action Plan, item 16. Miguel, are you here? Are you online? Miguel, are you online?
No, he's not online.
Okay, I have not seen you all morning. Seeing no speaker on this item, item number 16, Disability Inclusion Act. Anyone want to ask questions? Anyone want to move the motion? Okay.
I'll move it, Madam Mayor.
Deputy Mayor Malik moving the item 16, the recommendations in front of us. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. We're done with 16. Okay, so.
Deal with your new business as well, Mayor?
I'm sorry?
Would you like to deal with your new business as well,
Nope.
Mayor?
So let's come back to the RapidTO. The speaker list is the next on the agenda is Rosanna
She's online.
Pekova. You are online. And may I ask our staff to turn my
Yeah, I've
Okay.
contacted IT.
Okay.
Get that?
Rosanna, are you online? We are ready to hear from you.
Yeah, hi.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, hi, thank you everyone. I'm a bit of a transit nerd, and something that I'll say to people both here and Toronto and people I meet from literally anywhere is that Toronto literally has the bones of a world-class bus system. Like, we could have a world-class bus system. And I've been many places, both across North America, but also in places that we often think of as like having the best transit, places in Europe. And even after going there, I still come back to Toronto and I'm like, what we have is impressive. During the day, most Torontonians are a short walk from a surface route and only a 15 to 20 minute walk from a bus that should run every 10 minutes or better. This is a promise that is made on every single TTC map across the city. And what's impressive about this promise is it's not just the urban core, but it is also into the far-reaching suburbs, Scarborough, Etobicoke, North York, places that in other cities, these would be transit deserts, right? It's an amazing promise, but we don't always deliver on that promise. And what gets in the way of our being able to deliver that promise is that we have failed to adopt policies that allow us to realize our potential. And I could go on and on. But the one at discussion, and one of them is the implementation of bus lanes. This is a relatively cheap intervention when we compare to building out maybe new LRT infrastructure or building new subways. It's relatively cheap, and still we lag here. And as a result, buses on roads like, in this case, Bathurst and Dufferin, end up stuck in traffic. Now, with the World Cup coming, for better or worse, this is actually propelling us to act. We have an opportunity to rectify this on two of the most used bus routes in the city. Yet again, we are stepping in the way and letting our bus system shine as a world-class example that it could be. It is disappointing to see this project get reduced in scope, siloed to just south of Bloor, all to appease the loud voices of a few business owners who frankly are just scared of losing their own personal parking spaces. 400 odd parking spaces, I think that's the number that would be eliminated as a result of this change, should not outweigh the needs of thousands of daily riders and should not get in the way of us finally realizing the promise of a service that we make to our fellow citizens on every single TTC map across the city, and that is a bus is going to come every 10 minutes or better. We have the bones of a world-class bus system. We really, really do here in Toronto, and it's time that we realize it. I'm calling on this committee to not just pass this motion, but to accept Mayor Chow's motion so that we can see these bus lanes come as originally proposed. We need to bring these nip lanes north of Bloor. We need to build the world-class bus system that we already have the bones of here in Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Pulsifer from the TEC Riders. 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. The mayor, deputy mayors, councillors, thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak, and thank you for bringing up this motion. My name is Andrew Pulsifer. I'm the executive director of TTC Riders, a membership-based transit advocacy organization. We've been actively speaking with hundreds of transit riders about RapidTO in the lead up to this vote. Thousands of people ride the Dufferin and Bathurst bus and streetcar every single day, and we're asking for you to make their lives a little easier by implementing long-promised dedicated lanes that prioritize transit users. I want to share a few of their voices. Julia works at Dufferin Mall. Her shift work depends on her being on time, but the Dufferin bus makes that hard. She told us she can be anywhere from 5 minutes to 45 minutes late, and it's not her fault. She's stuck in traffic, stressed out, worried about losing her job for something she can't control. She supports bus lanes because she relies on the TTC and needs it to work. On Bathurst, we spoke with Claire and her son Thomas. He told us that the Bathurst bus is so slow that he's starting to walk to school or trying to get rides with friends, anything to avoid the bus. His mom didn't know this, and she does not like this, especially in the winter when it snows or rains. Their family uses the Bathurst bus to transfer from Finch, and the bus is so often slow or delayed that she misses her connection. She told us she wished that she had more options, but this is the only route for her and her family. She lives, works, and takes her kids to school along Bathurst and Finch, and the bus is their only way to get around. Lastly, there's Gabriella. We met her after she left the hospital. She had just come out of a tough time, leaving an abusive relationship, losing her home and her job. She's now staying in a shelter near college in Dufferin, and she relies on the Dufferin bus because it's the most affordable way to get to appointments and to the shelter. If the bus is delayed, she misses medical visits, housing appointments, meals, or her intake window for the night. For her, a late bus doesn't just mean an inconvenience, it means instability. These stories are just 3 examples that we've heard. We've heard similar ones, we've heard hundreds of similar ones, and there's 75,000 different stories like this per day on these lines. And listen, I don't envy you in politics. Every time you say yes to one group, you are saying no to another. And while we celebrate the steps forward that this council has taken for transit users, including more money for state of good repair backlog and 2 back-to-back fare freezes, transit users do feel like they're being told no a lot these days. No, you'll have to live with slow zones. No, overcrowding is just a fact of life. No, we can't afford to run buses more often. Transit riders are asking you to say yes to them for something that each one of you promised at one point and have been waiting 6 years for. Vote for dedicated lanes, support Mayor Chow's amendment, not just south of Bloor, of course, but all the way to Eglinton and Wilson. Commit to clear timelines for when these will be implemented, then commit to the other dedicated lanes that we have been promised, like Jane Street, Finch East, Steeles, and Lawrence. Do this for Julie and Claire and Thomas and Gabriella. Do this for transit users in Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to the deputant? No, thank you for your time. Mandy Sarasi. You're online.
Hello, am I here?
Go ahead.
I'm here. Hi. Ignore the background, that's a long story. I'll go ahead and start. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Maddie Shirazi. I currently live in Councillor Moisey's ward of Toronto Centre, but used to reside in Councillor Coley's ward of Eglinton Lawrence. So please note that I'm speaking from the experience of someone who had to find somewhere else to live that meets my household's needs. I'm asking the committee to repeal alterations to this item and fully install transit designated lanes on Bathurst from Eglinton West going southbound, as opposed to streetcar-only lanes starting at Bloor. I'll share why. My partner and I both require the usage of the Bathurst bus to get to work. I work at Bay and Bloor, and my partner used to work on Spadina by Dundas. One morning in January, on my commute to work, a car had cut in front of our bus at 6 a.m. and ended up in a minor collision, which took this packed articulating bus out of service. I counted what would have been at least 70 riders waiting on the cold on the corner of Bathurst and Lonsdale for another 15 minutes until another packed bus had come in by then. If transit designated lanes were implemented, then we wouldn't have been in the cold for so long. Or better yet, there would have been no collision in the first place. I remember when my partner had days in the summer where her walk from Spadina and Dundas directly to Bathurst and Bloor were faster than the streetcar service on Bathurst going northbound. Or when I'd stay on the phone with her while she was waiting at Bathurst Station for over an hour to take the bus home at 7 in the evening or even later. This is why we left our previous ward. These commutes were genuinely exhausting us outside of work, and we could not continue living there. But this is the reality for tens of thousands of riders who rely on Bathurst buses and streetcars all the way from Steeles down to BMO Field. The majority of the opposition of this change has come from a very vocal minority that has actively utilized disinformation according to numerous articles and fact checkers. In fact, 2 representatives from the very vocal Protect Bathurst groups, you already met one earlier today, admitted to utilizing AI to create fake criticism of these changes, all in the name of saving their businesses at the cost of transit riders and potential customers for their businesses. I've been to many stores, restaurants, cafes along Bathurst and Bloor that I miss so much sometimes, and I would actively go out of my way to visit again if it was more accessible. But that's not just me. Numerous studies indicate this as well from experts in the field of transit-oriented developments from around the world, and I've referenced these studies and provided my list of citations, as well as this speech to the city clerk via email, and I hope you will take the time to read the abstract of at least one of these. Lastly, the reason these changes were recommended was to ease congestion, considering that we will be one of the cities hosting the FIFA World Cup in North America, which is expected to bring at least more than 300,000 visitors alone for the matches hosted here. It is reasonable to assume that if we fail to provide a meaningful and faster alternative than driving to BMO Field, the majority of the congestion we'll see next year will be Ubers and private cars of people going to spectate these matches. To summarize, the city is in sore need of change in how we approach transit accessibility, as we are at a breaking point. I hope that some part of this has resonated with you and that you will hopefully repeal these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Jackson Khan. Jason Khan or Jackson Khan? Are you online? Alan, I see you're here. Come on back. Next one is Damien Baranowski. Okay, Damien is here. Can we help you again this time? No, we're good?
Before I start, Madam Chair, I believe the sign on the glass door might be AODA non-compliant. The signage says it's for staff and councillors only, but it's the only accessible entrance to this room. That signage right there on the way in.
Yeah.
The signage on the glass door says it's for staff and councillors only, but it's the only accessible entrance.
No, that that door is also
Not a wheelchair accessible door. That's the only wheelchair accessible door.
Oh, okay. Anyway, let's start.
Thank you. This agenda item is dealing with RapidTO lanes on both Dufferin and Bathurst. On May 14th, the TTC board recommended that RapidTO lanes go as far north as Eglinton Avenue. After all, this would give us better, faster connectivity to not just Line 2, but Line 5 as well. I'm disappointed to see that this committee is now considering shortening both of these routes to end at Bloor. Not surprised, but disappointed. Since I only have 5 minutes, I'm going to focus on the Dufferin Street and its 29 series of buses. After all, it's called the Dufferin for a reason. It appears that we are shortening these lines as a result of some rather vocal NIMBYism. I lived in the St. Clair corridor during that project, and I must say the NIMBYism on that project got quite ridiculous. From what I understand, the NIMBYism on this project seems to be focused on the loss of parking, on-street parking. So that's why we're cutting this to Bloor. Removing parking would result in a revenue loss of $92,000 per year. The operational savings for the TTC is 10 times that, at over $1 million a year. Remember that most of the operational funding for the TTC does come from the City of Toronto. I fully understand that next year for most of you is an election campaign. I get it. So let the on-street parking problem leave that fight for the next City Council. If you've ever taken the Dufferin bus, you know it's busy, very busy, from when it leaves Wilson Station all the way down to King Street. On-street parking isn't an issue along Dufferin from Eglinton to Wilson. With the money saved from only doing part of these transit priority lanes on Bathurst and Dufferin, let's extend the transit priority lanes on Dufferin from Eglinton to Wilson Station as well. This would give us 2 RapidTO lines on Dufferin for the 2026 FIFA games. After all, people still need to get to work during FIFA. Wilson Avenue would also get curbside lanes from Dufferin to Transit Road. Using a proper transit priority signal now allows left turns from the curb lane at Dufferin and Transit Road into Wilson Station. I say proper transit priority signals because this is what we are currently using. This just leads to all sorts of confusion. So in time for the World Cup, we'd have 2 Dufferin RapidTO lanes, one from lines 1 to 5 and one from line 2 to the exhibition grounds. By 2027, we'll have the ridership numbers as well as the time savings along these 2 segments. If these numbers look good, we can look at connecting these 2 segments. This would give us a north-south RapidTO connectivity to line 1, line 5, line 2, and the new line 3. Thank you.
Any questions to Deputy Allen Yu? No, thank you so much again. Damien Baranowski, there you are.
Do I just hit the, oh, it's already on.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Damien Baranowski, transit enthusiast and rider, and today I'm here with TTC riders. I'd like to start with a little fact about myself. I don't go fishing, but I know some of the terms, like bait and switch, which seems to come up a lot lately when speaking about public transit in Toronto. It seems whenever we're promised better transit for the city, we always seem to cut back from the original plan. A recent example of this is a project that had massive public support and would have benefited many, and that is the bus lanes on Bathurst and Dufferin as part of the RapidTO program. The original plan was to have bus lanes on Dufferin from King Street to Eglinton and on Bathurst from Bloor to Eglinton. The plan on Dufferin has now been cut down to south of Bloor, barely a fraction of the original plan, and Bathurst now just only has streetcar lanes. As a transit user, this angers me. I have ridden both Dufferin and Bathurst buses many times and know how packed it can be inside and outside of the bus. Without these lanes, it's going to cause more harm for riders, drivers, and even future transit projects. With buses being stuck in traffic, it will create delays and discourage people from taking public transit and force them to take cars. With line 5 around the corner, we also rob transit users of a speedy connection between line 2 and 5 that would be helpful should there be an issue on lines 1, 2, or 5, and riders need a quick alternative to get around. Again, we have now forced them to ride the shuttle bus. How would this look when we host the FIFA World Cup next year? We essentially created a bottleneck at both Line 2 stations rather than enticing visitors to take the bus lanes up to the new Line 5 stations and present that to the world. As someone who reads transit history near daily, this makes me so annoyed that we have not moved past the old ways of baiting and switching transit projects. What message are we trying to tell the public who is already pessimistic about the state of transit in Toronto when we cut down on these projects? Don't get me wrong, it's nice to have something done and it's better than nothing. And for that, I thank you. But we still need to do better in all honesty. We need to break out of this cycle and advance on projects like RapidTO so that this can inspire other transit projects to grow as well. Of course, there'll be opposition. Change is hard to accept, but over time, riders and non-riders will come to see the benefit of having buses on their own lanes, and it could even bring out more bus-only lanes on streets all across the city, like on Finch East, Steeles, Lawrence, and Jane. Scarborough has them, and last I checked, the businesses there are still doing fine. Enough of the suffering, and get us the full bus lanes on Dufferin and Bathurst. We also should look into the timelines for the implementation of future bus lanes as well. Thank you for listening to my deputation, and I do hope you think about what I said and keep the transit users of Dufferin, Bathurst, and other overcrowded routes in your thoughts when you make your decision today. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Questions? No? Thank you very much. Daniel Tate. Are you here? Mr. Tate, Daniel Tate? Not online. No, are you online? No? Okay. Jessica Sherman. She's online. You're online? We can hear you.
She just has to unmute herself.
Jessica Sherman?
She's there.
Yep, there you go.
Yes, I'm here.
Yep.
Hi. Ooh, I get a camera too. How exciting. Hi, thank you so much for letting me speak today. I don't have a proper speech prepared, I'm afraid, but I wanted to speak as regards to this. I am a bit torn. I don't, in principle, in any way, want there to be less public transit along Bathurst, anywhere in the city. I'm a big fan of public transportation, and I want it to be the better way. My problem with this particular proposal, I can speak to as the primary caregiver of a woman with disability, my sister, who is unable. Somebody said earlier that disabled people and people with kids can take the TTC. She cannot take the standard TTC. She can take Wheel-Trans, and if you give me 20 minutes, I can wax lyrical about why Wheel-Trans does not work for her on many occasions, and I am therefore her primary chauffeur to and from everything. And what has upset me about this plan is that it has not, it seems to me, properly thought through the effect upon people with disabilities or the people who will just not comply with this. Where this plan, first of all, when they say that they're keeping all the accessible parking spots, what I think they fail to realize or fail to mention is that every paid parking spot at the moment is an accessible parking spot if you have the sticker, the disabled badge. So with my sister, if I'm taking her somewhere, we can park anywhere that the city owns on the street. And so they're not keeping all of those. So I wish they'd stop saying that, because it's actually not true. They will be limiting her and I with her to some very specific and not always very useful accessible parking spots. And if I need to drop her off, she cannot walk a whole city block. Physically, she's incapable of doing that. So if I need to drop her off anywhere along this route, in order to stop and let her out of the car, get into my trunk, take out her walker, get her safely onto the sidewalk into a place where I then can continue to drive to find a parking spot somewhere in the vicinity, that whole situation on a vast majority of this, I am blocking the entire the entire single lane of cars. And that makes her feel like garbage because she's holding up traffic. It makes everybody else furious. And she's the scapegoat for this whole system. So while I want there to be a system that works, I want bus lanes that work, it seems to me that if you don't take even the minority, I know she's a minority in this city, but if you don't take her needs into account, people like her and people like me who are supporting her will ruin this whole plan for everybody, unintentionally, unwantingly. But she has places that she has to go, and she can't get there without my help and without being able to stop somewhere on Bathurst Street for 5 to 10 minutes. And if I'm doing that and blocking the entire road, it's just not been well enough thought through from that perspective. And to put in a plan, I want the whole plan. Hear me correctly. I want the whole plan to go through, but it has to go through in a way that it will work. Otherwise, it's one more thing that everybody points to with TTC and says, oh, we threw all this money at this, and it still hasn't made anything better. And I don't want that. I want a plan that will succeed for this city to get people off the roads, for the love of all things holy.
Jason.
Thank you very much for hearing me.
Sorry, I ran out of time. Ms. Sherman, how do you think we can make it work for your client?
My sister? It's a good question. I don't know. I think making more laneways accessible, or having people with accessible permits have access to the priority lanes in the same way that the buses do might be something. There's a lot of things that don't work. Having more money towards Wheel-Trans so that it's a more useful system for her. Right now, essentially, unless she has 6 hours to spare, she can't rely on Wheel-Trans to get her, for instance, if she wants to get a vaccine at a pharmacist, it's a 10-minute appointment. She has to leave a 4-hour window for Wheel-Trans on either side of that. It's ridiculous. So if there was a system that was better for her that didn't require me to drive her, I wouldn't have a car if I didn't need to drive her around.
So if there is an alternative to Wheel-Trans, let's say if it's disabled taxi that are on contract with
well, we
with
have
TTC
that
and
already.
Wheel-Trans, and therefore they would be able to pick her up because these lanes would be available for people that are using Wheel-Trans. Wheel-Trans can absolutely use these lanes.
Yeah. I mean, Wheel-Trans does have arrangements with taxi companies already. It's
So
still
how
not,
would that-
I mean,
And they are all allowed on the bus lane?
right, but the Wheel-Trans system is still such that she has 5 minutes grace period. Wheel-Trans has a 4-hour grace period of when to pick her up or drop her off. They won't pick her up and drop her off within a 1-hour window. So if she's going to a 20-minute appointment, Wheel-Trans is not accessible to her in those instances. So I am still the one driving her around.
But disabled taxis are...
When I have her parking badge, if that would make me able to use that, that's one thing, perhaps.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Marco Santangilda, you're online. Yes? Are you online? I will come back to you. Nope, Marco's here. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Please start.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the Executive Committee. My name is Marco Santaguida. My businesses are on Bathurst Street, and I live in the riding of St. Paul's near Bathurst and Eglinton. This pocket is home to the famed and long-awaited LRT connection to Line 1, the LRT. Still waiting on the LRT. In St. Paul's by Eglinton West Station, LRT-related changes to lane configuration, lighting systems, and general poor decision-making has caused traffic chaos. Councillor Matlow knows these problems very well. Should any element of RapidTO, including dedicated transit lanes, turning restrictions, and any amendments come to fruition, we should all be worried. My concern is that residents anywhere on Bathurst Street and anywhere in the surrounding neighborhoods will suffer the same, if not worse, wrath of vehicles escaping even more gridlock caused by dedicated transit lanes. This is unsafe for kids, seniors, and everyone. My businesses are both on the stretch of Bathurst between Bloor and DuPont. On my corner, there are 5 restaurants. Our establishments and countless other businesses on Bathurst rely on regular deliveries of goods at various times of the day in order to operate. Deliveries happen in fair weather and in rain, snow, and sleet on Bathurst Street. These are not parcels or envelopes, but skids full of goods. delivered at any time of day from commercial trucks. If businesses cannot load or unload without obvious obstacles, we simply cannot operate. And by the way, we are not NIMBY entitled whatevers that we've been labeled to be. We are risk takers, and we have gone all in to start and maintain our businesses that employ thousands of people. And you cannot argue that. A quote from those opposing common sense: all you want is to keep parking. This is bigger than that. Expropriating the entire southbound and northbound lanes of Bathurst in an already tight, largely residential, I repeat, largely residential roadway is wrong. People's homes are on Bathurst. This is about striking a balance between all road users. We need to work together. What if a moving truck needs to park in front of a residence to move a household? What if a resident rents a van to move a couch and a lamp? What if I need to take my 84-year-old mother who uses a wheelchair to the dentist? No parking and no standing make these scenarios impossible, and you cannot argue that. Councillors, take a moment. Think about what you're doing. Think about your constituents and the constituents who live in neighborhoods that will have their lanes expropriated. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? No? Thank you so much. Elton Campbell. Elton Campbell? Ah, there you are. You have a Dufferin t-shirt on. Hey.
Good afternoon, Mayor Cho and City Councillors. My name is Elton Campbell, a TTC Riders volunteer. If an unreliable TTC bus or streetcar service caused each of these meetings to be held at a random Tim Hortons cafe instead of Toronto City Hall, would there be a delay in putting the Rapid in RapidTO? For almost a decade, the Dufferin bus has caused me to arrive late at various important appointments. Due to the worsening Dufferin bus crisis, as of January 2025, my therapist and I started having my therapy sessions in a public cafe, away from the private and comfortable office located along the Dufferin corridor. When will the red taping end and the red painting begin to put the Rapid in RapidTO on Dufferin and Bathurst streets? While the red taping continues, I have witnessed the rehabilitation of sections of Dufferin Street and condo buildings rising rapidly to the sky along the Dufferin corridor. Meanwhile, public transit continues to lag behind. Long gone are the days when it was possible to hop on and off the Dufferin bus at various stops to attend appointments, engage with community, and to support local businesses. Riding the Dufferin bus feels like I am crossing the country. Riding the Dufferin bus feels like I am crossing the country. Dufferin Street is our young street of Western Toronto. 5 years ago, I resided in the community north of Bloor Street, the Fairbank Village, north. Just like thousands of public transit users, the Dufferin bus is our alternative to the TTC subway line. Imagine shutting down all of the young subway line north of Bloor Street for 5 years. I assume that we all used an elevator or the stairs to access the second floor we are now on. What if we had to scale the walls to get to the other floors for 5 years? Let us spread the progressive red paint throughout and beyond Dufferin and Bathurst streets. The only red tape the over 40,000 public transit users need are the ones we cut at the inauguration of RapidTO to end the suffering on Dufferin. Put the rapid in RapidTO. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Not? Our next deputant, August Perana. We heard you previously on Jane Street, as I recall, or maybe it was Dufferin. I think it was Jane.
Yeah, that's correct. You heard me about Jane Street, and I'm going to speak a bit more about Jane Street today, too. But yeah, hello, Mayor Chow and City Councilors. My name is August Pernaut from Ward 15. I'm a daily transit user, and I work on Bathurst, so I'm familiar with the 7. I'm also a member of TTC Riders, a grassroots nonprofit fighting for better transit in this city. First of all, thank you all for your efforts to advance more reliable and fast transit on 2 of the city's busiest and slowest transit routes. I urge you to fulfill the original RapidTO plan for Dufferin and Bathurst north of Bloor, and I'm happy to see the mayor's recommendation to do so. TTC Riders volunteers have reached out to hundreds of people over the past few months, and I'll share one short story from one person near Dufferin and St. Clair, a mother, Katie, who drives, but her kids depend on the 29th to get to school and other places. It's how they get their independence. She doesn't have time to drive them around. She has a job. She supports bus lanes to improve their own lives and make the streets in her area safer. This reminded me of my own childhood. As you already know, I grew up taking the Jane bus. I've been taking it since I was a little kid. It took me to Yorkgate Mall on the weekends to see my friends. It took me to school. It took me to the doctor, which I hated going to. And the Jane bus, it really was the lifeline of the community that I lived in. All my friends use it, and I use it, and we didn't love it, but we also didn't really hate it because it was all we had. It was unreliable and slow. We'd often wait 15 minutes and see 3 of them coming at once. And Jane Street itself was just not great. It was either a traffic-clogged road at times when I had to get to school on time, or it was a high-speed 4-lane highway on the street that was just dangerous to cross. Every now and then, we'd hear about a classmate getting hit by a car. They would always get blamed by the teacher rather than the driver. They'd say, be careful, always look out. Fast forward a decade, and it's still a dangerous street with overcrowded and unreliable buses. But nonetheless, this working-class community pushes on around this infrastructure that was never designed for them in the first place. Bus lanes were promised, and they never came on Jane Street. Transit lanes are a proven solution for more reliable and fast transit. It also makes streets safer. When bus lanes were added to a road in San Francisco, speeding was reduced by 81%. Bathurst and Dufferin, just like the Jane that I grew up on, is a dangerous 4-lane highway, dividing communities right now. I've seen the maps showing where people have been hit by cars, and it's not great. So let's not embrace the status quo. Let's get people moving and make our streets safer. City's own consultation showed that 77% of people support prioritizing transit on Dufferin, and a majority on Bathurst as well, up to Eglinton. This is why we and many other riders are disappointed to learn that transit lanes north of Bloor were being stalled. And we don't even know the timelines yet, so we want to really know those clear timelines. Will this end up being like Jane Street, where we waited a really long time? So I have some asks on behalf of TTC Riders to wrap up. Approve and accelerate the full implementation of dedicated lanes on Bathurst up to Eglinton and Dufferin up to Wilson as originally proposed, and commit to timelines for implementation. Advance the planning and timelines for the other corridors on Jane, Lawrence, Steeles, and Lawrence East. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions? Thank you so much. Nicholas Crystal. And then after that is Jeanette Lapin.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Councilors. My name is Nicholas Christou. I'm a resident of York Center. Thank you for allowing me to speak today on this item. I'm going to begin with a story about Anna. Anna is an elderly resident of a Toronto community housing building at Bathurst and Eglinton. She relies on the Bathurst bus to get to appointments, to see her doctor, and to visit her family. She told me about many of her terrible experiences with the Bathurst bus, something I and many others relate to and empathize with. She has missed many appointments due to long waits for the bus or from sitting in traffic. And also, at her age, standing and waiting for more than 20 or 30 minutes can be detrimental to her health, which is unfortunately a common reality. Standing and waiting more than 20 or 30 minutes can be detrimental, which is unfortunately a common reality for Bathurst bus users, especially during adverse weather. She told me about how last winter she had many bad experiences waiting in the cold for the bus and how it affects her health. When I told her about the city's proposal to install bus lanes on Bathurst, and after explaining how she would benefit from them, she lit up and was very excited to hear about RapidTO. Unfortunately, she lives north of Bloor, and with the new revised plan, she would not benefit from RapidTO. City staff need to consider that these lanes would be life-changing for so many people, like Anna. I also live on Bathurst Street and north of Bloor in North York, and I rely on transit on Bathurst to get to all facets of my life. As such, I'm very supportive of the city's efforts to improve the lives of transit riders and drivers by investing in dedicated transit and bus lanes. Bus lanes have proven to be highly effective and low-cost transit solutions found in cities all over the world. Mexico City, New York, Bogota, and Guangzhou are a few of the many examples where bus lanes carry tens of thousands of people every day. Toronto has an incredibly robust network of buses, which could become world-class with priority. Please stop listening to a few people who would benefit from keeping the broken status quo and listen to the majority of people who support RapidTO. In fact, according to the Dufferin and Bathurst RapidTO public consultation report, there is overwhelming support for transit lanes among the almost 10,000 respondents. I brought them here today, I printed them out, and you can see all that green is support. For Dufferin, there's more than 75% support for each category, and Bathurst, the support is 65 to 75% support. It's right here, people want this. This isn't a radical idea, and it's not a discussion about ideology. There should be no debate about this common sense solution. It is simple math, and the math shows that people want these lanes, and that the lanes will move thousands more people per hour than both moving and parked cars. Thank you, Mayor Chow, for considering the needs of transit riders and for committing to accelerating transit priority in your letter and motion this morning. Please install these lanes with clear timelines and transparency, and with the original plan to Eglinton Avenue and beyond. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Questions? No. Thank you for your deputation. Jeanette, I believe Jeanette LaPalme is online. We could hear you. Yes? Turn on your mic. Go ahead. You're unmuted. Say a few things. Oh, there you are. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jeanette LaPalme. I am an artist as well as a small business owner. I live and work in Ward 11. I reside in Chinatown, and my studio / shop Titan Gallery is situated in Seton Village at 908 Bathurst Street. It's a unique space. I cater to a lot of artists, young artists, as well as to a lot of people with disabilities. I myself have cystic fibrosis, so I still require masking at my store. I have partnered up with Mask Block Toronto, and together we put together packages of free masks as well as COVID tests that are requested by our community, and then they can come to my shop to a space that is a bit safer, where they can pick these things up. Due to that, I think I have heard from a lot of people who live with disabilities, either immune compromised or issues with mobility. And in general, what I've heard was a lot of kind of disappointment and disheartedness that issues of disability were being used as a way to squash this project for RapidTO. I really do appreciate one of the recent speakers that spoke on behalf of her sister who is disabled. I wanted to underline that she was not requesting for RapidTO's cancellation, but only to be considered in terms of like, you know, more funding for Wheel-Trans and just more accessibility, and perhaps considering parking permits for accessibility within that system that would be able to help more people. One of the issues as a small business owner that I want to push back on that the Protect Bathurst Coalition has really underlined in a strange way to me is the importance of parking spaces. Personally, this is not the biggest threat to my business. One of the bigger issues for small businesses is the issue of rent and how commercial spaces have no protection when it comes to landlords, you know, deciding to perhaps raise the rent by 50, 100, 150%. So this is a much bigger concern for me in regards to the health of my small business. And I really wish that the Protect Bathurst Coalition would, you know, maybe try to push that forward instead of, you know, trying to claim that parking spots will make or break the neighborhood. And a thing that I find very frustrating about the pushback against RapidTO is that, you know, eventually once this is implemented, all the businesses that have decided to argue against it, they will indeed benefit, because there will be more pedestrians, there will be more commuters in the neighborhood, and otherwise this is actually a pretty quiet stretch for pedestrian traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. William Pound, you're online also?
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, my name is William Pham, and I'm actually a proud resident of Ward 18 Willowdale. And to be frank, I've taken the Dufferin 29, the 7 Bathurst, and other bus routes in the area a handful of times in my life. However, unlike the city, I understand the bigger picture and the grave importance these transit priority measures and the impacts it will have on not just those who take buses and streetcars in Dufferin and Bathurst, but the city as a whole. In 2020, Torontonians were promised red carpet lanes on Jane, Steeles, Eglinton, Lawrence, Finch, and most importantly, Dufferin, from Dufferin Gate to Wilson Avenue. 5 years ago, I made a deputation calling on the city to rapidly implement RapidTO, but noted that in 5 years, I'd likely have to come back and make another deputation to speed it up. Because of the vicious cycle of transit compromise in this city, the cycle of delaying incremental upgrades to our transit system, denying that these delays exist, and eventually deposing of these plans to install bus lanes on our city's most congested routes. I live far, far away from Bathurst and Dufferin, but I recognize the harmful precedent the city is setting by watering down RapidTO. Willowdale is slated to be home to 2 red carpet lanes in the next, I'd say, century on Finch and Steeles, but by shortening lanes on Dufferin and Bathurst, we're legitimizing fear-mongering NIMBYs who quite literally use AI-generated videos to scare residents. We're empowering others to continue to delay these stopgap measures that would greatly improve service for thousands of riders on the TTC. And what we're telling transit riders is that this city cares more about vehicles and prioritizes vehicles over people. And let's be clear here, Toronto isn't reinventing the wheel by adding red paint and turn restrictions, but somehow this council acts like we are. The city operates as if we're a little suburb, but we're not. We're Canada's main economic driver, and we're hosting FIFA next year. RapidTO was a stopgap, cheap solution intended to provide relief to our existing network, but somehow shovels are still not in the ground. If we were a real city, we would have been discussing how we're expanding these lanes right now, not selling lies to transit riders. In 2023, I had the opportunity to vote for mayor for the first time. And I voted for you, Mayor Olivia Chow, because I thought we could create a Toronto that's bold, that's ambitious, and as you said, that cares. I thought I cast a vote for ambition seen in cities like Montreal, Paris. I thought that I had voted for a mayor who would finally create a city that prioritizes people over vehicles. Almost every single city councillor here prioritized and said that they would get these lanes built ASAP. But instead, transit riders, who are also seniors and children, are being treated as if we don't even live here, we don't pay taxes to the city, and somehow it's okay for us to be stuck in these like tiny and crowded vehicles while 3 cars with a fraction of occupants speed past us.
You do
I'm
have
making
to
the same
wrap up.
call as everyone else here. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up.
Yeah.
I'm making the same call as everyone else here. Be ambitious, accelerate RapidTO. It's called RapidTO for a reason. And please, don't vote for the status quo. We want it in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Devin Marr. Ah, okay, good. We will make that work. You will make it work. You know exactly how to make it work. I'm amazed. Go ahead. Maybe, oh, okay, well, they're cute. Ah. Okay, we're ready.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, and the committee. My name is Devin Marr, and for the first 7 years of living in Toronto, I lived at Bathurst and Queens Quay. About 2 years ago, I moved to Leslieville in Councillor Fletcher's ward. My experiences were pretty much the same as everyone else who's been here. My primary modes of transportation were TTC and biking. They continue to be. Today, I'm asking that you prioritize the original plan of the full extension for Dufferin and Bathurst. And today, I'm gonna give you two main reasons, you've heard a bunch of other reasons, why this is important to everyone here. The first is it will bring the city millions of dollars in operational revenue based on your own figures. And maybe more importantly, your constituents elected you to deliver progress, and they don't want to suffer compromise. Talking about money, in May, the City of Toronto staff pointed out that the Dufferin lines alone would generate about $3 million in increased revenue because of lower delays and increased ridership. In contrast, all the parking spots that would be lost were about $300,000. Millions of dollars would be earned. And I want to point out that investing in transit and people is always going to have a better return on investment than private passenger vehicles. And I'm just going to remind you about those today. First off, the King Street pilot, which is a transit corridor, immediately increase in spending in services, increase in spending in retail, transit went up, cycling went up. The Bloor Street lanes, cycling volume doubled, consumer volume and purchasing went up, and the BIA that was against it now wholeheartedly supports it because they realize people buy things, not passenger vehicles. The Danforth bike lanes, cycling volume grew, bike share grew. And it's not all about bikes. CafeTO is a brilliant and beautiful example of what happens when you prioritize people and their activities. For all the parking spots that were removed grew economic activity by hundreds of millions of dollars. This is what happens when you prioritize transit. This is what happens when you prioritize people. And that's what the people want. They want progress. They vote for progress. All 5 of these wards had above average turnout in the last mayoral by-election. The dip in Ward 12 is probably Councillor Matlow's fault. But overall, this is what they want. This is what they want you to deliver. And failing to deliver that is a losing strategy, and Toronto is unkind to those who are against transit priority. MPP Hogarth lost her seat because she prioritized Bill 212. Fury and Saunders both took anti-bike lane approaches, lost the mayoral election, and then Fury lost again in the by-election. Toronto is asking you to prioritize people and to prioritize transit, and that's all I'm asking for today is to go back to the original plan for Bathurst and Dufferin.
Thank you, thank you. Questions to the deputant? No? Thank you for that. Owen Nolan. Owen, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. You have
Afternoon,
3
Mayor
minutes.
Chow.
Yeah.
Of the Executive Committee. I was born and raised and continue to live in the Bathurst and St. Clair area in Ward 12, St. Paul's. In my more than 30 years of using the number 7 Bathurst bus and the number 511 streetcar, this is the first time I can remember that there has been a concrete proposal to meaningfully improve transit speed and reliability along this route. This may very well be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make this kind of change. Many others have sent in submissions and are speaking about the need to improve transit, and I agree with them wholeheartedly, and I will not take up additional time repeating their points. But I would like to take this time to tell you that I am also a driver and a cyclist, and I currently avoid Bathurst Street in its current configuration as much as possible, no matter the method of transportation I'm using. Bathurst Street currently is very unpleasant to travel on. This is something that materially impacts businesses along the entire street because people such as myself do not want to suffer through congestion and gridlock to shop along Bathurst Street. I know that there have been remarks about the lack of parking or taking away parking space to myself, and I'm sure other people in the city. I know very well that I may be able to find parking on Bathurst currently, and that is simply not worth it. I will go and shop in an area where it is easier to travel to and travel from. So you've heard from businesses, and I feel that you should also hear from their potential customers. If you go forward with the original recommendations for this plan, north of Bloor Street, which will separate bicycles, cars, and TTC vehicles, the street will be more pleasant to use and shop for everyone. So I urge you to listen to the vast majority of those who have been surveyed and of business groups like the Toronto Region Board of Trade, who are asking you to please show leadership on this issue and do something to improve Bathurst and Dufferin streets north of Bloor by approving the original evidence-based recommendations of city staff. Thank you for your time.
Questions? Nope. Thank you so much. All right. Stephen Farber, you're online. Stephen, turn on your mic. We're ready for you.
Okay, sorry. I was trying to figure out how to turn it on, but if I keep my finger on the space bar, I think you can hear me, yes?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. I'm Steve Farber, professor at the University of Toronto, where I direct the Mobility Network. And I'm also a project director of an initiative called Mobilizing Justice, a national research partnership focused on transportation equity across Canada. I'm here today to speak in strong support of the RapidTO corridors and to recommend that Council move forward with the full implementation of dedicated bus lanes on Bathurst and Dufferin from the Waterfront to Eglinton. Toronto's surface transit network, our buses and streetcars, carries more than half of all TTC riders. More than half of all TTC riders, and buses alone account for nearly 40% of boardings. These routes reach every corner of the city, serving residents where subways don't, and where mobility needs are often the highest. But we haven't treated this network like a priority. Buses and streetcars remain stuck in the same congestion as everyone else, delayed by traffic, curbside parking, and signal timing designed for car movement rather than people movement. And we know this erodes reliability and adds hours to the lives of transit riders. We need to do better. RapidTO is a smart, low-cost way to deliver faster, more reliable service using the infrastructure we already have. The Eglinton East Corridor has already shown what's possible. Improvements in travel time, consistency in rider satisfaction, especially in equity-deserving neighborhoods. I know there are concerns about removing on-street parking, especially for small businesses, but this is where our data is actually the clearest. On Bloor Street, where parking was removed for bike lanes, we tracked retail activity before and after, and what we found was an increase in customer spending and an increase in visit frequency, not a decline. On King Street, overall retail activity has held steady or increased, while transit ridership rose dramatically. The corridor became a more vibrant, accessible destination, not less. These findings are not unique to Toronto. In New York, London, Minneapolis, we see up to double-digit returns in retail sales were experienced in transit priority corridors following bus lanes and complete street redesigns. Studies consistently show that on-street parking serves a small number of drivers, while bus lanes serve thousands of people per hour. If we value economic vitality, environmental sustainability, and equitable access to opportunity, the right choice is clear. RapidTO is not just a transportation upgrade. It's a reallocation of public space in service of the public good. So let's not hesitate, delay, or water this down. Please approve the full implementation of RapidTO bus priority corridors on Bathurst and Dufferin all the way to Eglinton. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none, we'll now go to Marcel Jansen, who I think is online. All right, Marcel, please begin whenever you're ready. You have 3 minutes, and we'll let you know when you're getting to time.
Hello, my name is Marcel Jansen. I live in Ward 13. I live in Cabbagetown, in a lovely little streetcar suburb. Because of the access I have to bike lanes, streetcars, and the subway, I have no need to own a car. That's the only reason I can afford to live where I do. I am spared thousands of dollars of costs every year in gas, insurance, interest, and maintenance. Far too many Torontonians do not have access to the quote-unquote luxury of not being required to own a car. Even for those of us that do live close enough to transit, it's often far too slow or inconsistent to truly replace a car. Building the RapidTO lanes and keeping them at the full length that was originally planned would offer thousands of people in Toronto the option to forgo a car if they choose to. I have family in the Netherlands, and whenever we visit them in any city, it feels like a weight lifts. Moving through those cities feels so much smoother than Toronto. The biggest contributors to that are bike lanes and efficient tram systems. Their trams do not run in mixed traffic. They have dedicated lanes and active transit signal priority that allows 200 people in a tram to have priority over 20 people in cars. It's why the Netherlands is one of the best countries in the world to drive. Dutch planners prioritize people, not cars, not businesses, not parking spaces, people. And as a result, businesses and drivers thrive. We've seen a small collection of companies and wealthy individuals throw their weight around to push back against RapidTO out of a short-sighted anger that they are not being prioritized or not being consulted. This is nonsense. Cars and parking lots have been prioritized for decades, and we now have some of the worst traffic of any city in North America. The city engaged in plenty of consultation, and the overwhelming majority of Torontonians spoke out in favor of these transit lanes. These people often cite common sense solutions to problems, so let's have the common sense to learn from cities who have successfully solved these problems decades before we have. Finally, I would like to remind Council that we are a little over a year from the next City Council election. Your voters need to be able to get to the ballot box in order to vote. The easier it is for people to get around the city, and the easier that you make it for those voters to move, the more votes you will receive. The more of these lanes that are implemented and the more area they cover, the more of those 75,000 voters you get to tell that you sped up their morning commute. This is fantastic advertising for all councillors that push for improved transit infrastructure. And for those of you that push against it, it's a great opportunity for your opponents to sway favor their way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcel. Next we have, any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, next we have Kathleen Clark. Kathleen Clark, is she online? Okay. We'll move on to Jillian Cranius. Jillian? Not online, okay. Next on the list is Daryl Lee. All right, Daryl, you're up. And you have 3 minutes. Please begin whenever you're ready, and we'll let you know when you're getting to time.
including the Eglinton to Bloor section. I feel frustration on behalf of the city planners and
Sorry,
engineers. who already
Daryl, we
went through
missed the
process.
start of your remarks. If you want to begin again, we'll reset your time.
Yep. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much again. Again, my name is Daryl Lee, professional mining engineer and resident of North York, Ward 18. I'm here for my first deputation voicing my support for the full scope of the Dufferin and Bathurst RapidTO plan, including Eglinton to Bloor section. I feel the frustration on behalf of the city planners and engineers who already went through the process, spent time getting feedback from stakeholders and making a great plan, just for the plan to be watered down to appease a small minority. The opposition is centered around the loss of 75 Dufferin and 128 parking spots. Yes, I understand loss can feel scary, especially for those who have access to easy street parking, but this is at the cost of valuable public space. As an example, if myself, or let's say Councillor Sachs, were to park a car on the Gardner Expressway, it would be towed almost immediately, as it should. If, let's say, Mayor Chow or Councillor Matt Lowe had a parking spot on the DVP, I believe they'd willingly give it up for the greater good. Why? Because our highways move roughly 100,000 cars a day. And even without dedicated bus lanes, Dufferin and Bathurst's current bus ridership is not far behind, with a combined 75,000 daily riders moving almost as many people as our highways. These are not side street, but critical arteries to our city and need to be treated as such. Frankly, it is embarrassing that the needs of tens of thousands of people are being overlooked for a couple of business owners who believe that losing a couple parking spots will damage their business. Every study shows the contrary. And for those controlling the screen, if you're able to pull up the picture that I've included as a reference for my slide, that'd be appreciated. To put things into perspective, based on your own report, each street parking spot generates just $2.41 a day in city revenue, less than a single cost of a TDC fare. This is not just about a dedicated bus lane as well. By removing the street parking, we also gain a dedicated car lane. Public space should serve public movement efficiently and not be used for private storage. I am urging the executive committee to support and reaffirm the decision that was already made a year ago and that the mayor has just reaffirmed support for. Let us not treat our public roads like a private driveway and give everyone a better option. Please build the full scope of the RapidTO, including Eglinton to Bloor section, to serve the people who rely on both these streets for their everyday lives. Thank you for your time. And as a side note to the business owners worried about their material delivery, there are mines in the Arctic who has to organize their entire years of material delivered in the 3 short summer months when the ports aren't iced over. Please, you should be able to schedule your deliveries on off-peak hours. You can do it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next speaker, Arushi Nath.
Arushi? Yeah, oh, there you are.
Perfect. Being a school student is not easy. Every day, you have to wake up early, finish all of your assignments, prepare for exams and extracurriculars, while sitting in a very hot classroom, which unlike this room, is not climate controlled. Last month, I opened my grade 10 report card, and I was really happy to see it was all A's and A+. But do you know what wasn't an A+? My school attendance for the first period, which was full of late arrivals. Why? Because I take the Bathurst streetcar to school every day. My name's Arushi, and I'm a high school student from Spadina Fort York Ward, and back-to-back winner of Canada's Top Young Scientist Award. My school, Bloor Collegiate Institute, was temporarily located at Harvard and Bathurst Street for the past 4 years. In winters, I remember standing in the cold, often for 15 to 20 minutes, waiting for the 5:11 streetcar as it was delayed. And when it finally came, it crawled along Bathurst, stuck behind single occupancy cars, turning cars, double parked cars, and non-prioritized traffic signals. In summer months, it was much worse because of traffic delays and construction. I even had to stand at streetcar stops where there was no shade because apparently TTC no longer seems to be building structures. Some days, taking the 45-minute walk to school wearing a heavy backpack was faster than the TTC. Next year, my school is moving back to its original location at Dufferin and Bloor Street. The new school will be smaller. The swimming pool, auditorium, and playground has all been taken away to make room for condos. I do not know how me or my friends will be commuting to school anymore. Taking the 29 Dufferin bus is even going to be even worse than now. It's one of the slowest routes in the entire city, and its delays and traffic situation is really similar to Bathurst. I was planning to start bicycling all the way, but because of unsafe roads, news of vandalized traffic cameras, and broken car signals, and the constant threat to take away Bloor bike lanes, it did not make it an appealing idea. By the way, shout out to Cycle Toronto for trying to push back against the provincial's outreach on the issue of bike lanes, something this council should also be doing. So I'm here to say, too many discussions, but too little progress and too little bold decisions on bus lanes. The mayor and most of the councillors that got elected had priority public transit and RapidTO as their campaign promise. I cannot vote, but I knocked over 4,000 doors campaigning for many of them in the past mayoral and councillor elections. We did our job of getting you here, but now it's time for you to do your job. Put dedicated lanes all the way to Eglinton on Bathurst and Dufferin, connecting the crosstown and serving the full length of the corridor. You know it well. Bus lanes reduce congestion, save times for hundreds of thousands of commuters, save time for those that even have no option but to use a car. And bus lanes can turn my attendance records of me and my friends back to A+. So I'll be watching my next report card really closely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Questions? Not. Gideon Foreman, and then I'm going to come back to get Jillian Quenus, who is back. Can you give Gideon Foreman first? I just called. Well, whichever. You two decide.
You go.
How kind. Gideon Foreman first, then. But Jillian, I think we call you Jillian, and yeah, okay. And you were outside. Yep. We'll come right next to you.
In my remarks, brief, Mayor Chow, so there'll be some extra time for Jillian. Thank you, Mayor Chow, members of Executive, for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Gideon Foreman. I'm a former transportation policy analyst and businessman. I'm here to offer strong support, not surprisingly, for transit priority lanes on Dufferin and Bathurst, and my only disappointment is that the lanes, as the current staff recommendation says, are not going to go to Eglinton as originally proposed. I'd certainly like to see them go to Eglinton and beyond. First, let me mention that giving transit vehicles priority over other vehicles is not simply a luxury or a nice to have. It's actually enshrined in the city's official plan. As you know, Chapter 2, Section 2.4. And that section says, and I quote, "The city will develop the transportation system in a manner which prioritizes walking, cycling, and transit over other passenger transportation modes," unquote. So giving our buses and streetcars priority is nothing more than following the city's own policy. And this is a smart policy, I might add, because it's precisely by making transit fast and convenient that we allow folks to leave the car at home and tackle the roots of congestion. Let me also mention that I live in the Bathurst-DuPont area, and frankly, I'm disappointed with some of the things that I'm hearing from our local businesses, ones that I've happily patronized myself. You know, they've put the posters in the windows predicting negative consequences if RapidTO goes ahead. This, members of executive, is pure scaremongering in my view, and I've seen it before. I'm old enough to remember, I'm now in my 60s, I'm old enough to remember many good initiatives the city undertook which met with backlash. For example, I recall Toronto's effort to ban smoking in restaurants. That common sense initiative provoked a torrent of pushback from businesses, as you well know, with the sector claiming it would collapse if patrons weren't allowed to light up during meals. Well, the predicted catastrophe never materialized. Restaurant owners realized they could still be profitable in smoke-free facilities, and some recognized the business potential of marketing family-friendly dining. Similarly, the lawn care industry said the sky would fall if Toronto passed bylaw phasing out poisonous lawn chemicals. Exactly, Mayor Chow. Well, the city wisely phased out these poisons, protected the health of our children, our pets, and again, the industry was just fine. Smart money immediately saw the market for organic lawn products, and the sector continued to flourish, and good on them. So please don't fall for the dire predictions. As we move to make transit faster and more convenient, local businesses will adapt to the new conditions and they will thrive. They'll recognize that a sizable number of their customers walk, cycle, or take transit, so it only makes sense to prioritize these modes of transportation. Let me conclude by saying that I am sympathetic to local businesses. I was in business myself, as I mentioned. I actually worked for a Profit 100 company for a number of years, strategic communications. So I think I have the right to say that our businesses are smart, they're innovative, they're entrepreneurial. I know that as we transition to a more rational distribution of road space with less air pollution and reduced congestion, our local merchants will continue to serve our community and make good money. Thank you, Mayor Chow and committee members.
Thank you. You forgot about the bike lane on Bloor, too. Anyway,
and another good example, Mayor Chow. Thank you.
Okay, no other questions? Jillian Krennis, there you are.
Thank you, and sorry about that, missing my initial call. So good to go after Gideon, actually, because I was thinking a lot about businesses, because I think they were in the news a lot. Yes, Mayor Chow and councillors, it's a pleasure to be here. Councillor Matlow, I'm in your riding. Love living there, love the work you do. I want to thank TTC riders. They really move people. They move me to be here, and they move evidence, and it's great to hear everything that's been shared so far in support of the bus lanes and longer bus lanes. So I grew up at St. Clair Mount Pleasant, and my mom shopped at Summerhill Market. The original Summerhill Market, I believe. She taught me to support local family-owned businesses, and she also fed me good food. So she later moved to the Annex, and I got to know the Bathurst corridor because of that, especially as a teenager, going to different businesses, definitely frequenting a lot of restaurants and bars and whatnot. Annapurna, Coase, Grapefruit Moon, which isn't there anymore, but it's a lovely strip. There's great retail. And I now live up the hill, and I've lived up the hill since 2002, always fairly close to Bathurst. We raised our kids mostly on Claxton, and we had a car at times during that period, sometimes not. Definitely had lots of frustrations with the number 7 Bathurst bus, because we were very close to Bathurst. It was unreliable, it was not fast. And today, we live a little further west, closer to Oakwood, but very much on Vaughan Road. And there's a Vaughan Road bus that goes down to Bathurst, which would be a convenient way to get downtown, except that, you know, we end up driving to the vet because you can't take a cat on transit if you don't know when the bus is coming. I put off going to Starkman's to get things that are on my list, and I keep putting it off because I kind of avoid the bus. I use alternate routes to get to the hospital down on Bathurst, and I don't frequent those businesses like I did when I lived down in the Annex. So, you know, healthcare and small businesses and access to them matters, and as many people have said, a lot of us access that by transit. We want to access it by transit and by buses that are reliable and fast. And I was thinking about it, transit is also a business, right? It's a public business, and that business sense matters. And I want my tax dollars subsidizing a future-facing business. Like, the business of the future is bus lanes, and also it will be those future-facing businesses that, as we just heard, will benefit from us having bus lanes on Bathurst. And Dufferin. I don't go on Dufferin so often, so I didn't speak to that. But just to say, because of the 2-hour transfer that TTC has had for several years now, I patronize dozens of businesses along St. Clair, all the way from Keele, all the way to Yonge. They get a lot more of my business since we've had that TTC transfer and the lane. So I'd like to see the same on Bathurst and Dufferin and other streets in the city so that we could continue to thrive and have healthier air and whatnot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? No? Gregory Karastaragus, you're online, I believe. Would you like to?
Yes.
Yep, go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Just a minute, I need to set up. Okay. Okay, so you guys can hear me? And
Yes,
see
we
me?
can, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the Toronto Executive Committee. My name is Gregory Karastergius, and I am a resident of the Milliken area, a business student at Seneca Polytechnic, and a regular user of public transit. Today, I would like to express my full support for building the full length of the RapidTO bus lanes on Bathurst and Dufferin, including north of Bloor Street West. Toronto's growth as a city has been massive, yet our investment in public transit has not kept up. The routes on Bathurst and Dufferin in particular are some of the most congested in the entire city, with ridership exceeding car traffic on those routes. However, little has been done to improve the current state of crush-loaded buses which get stuck in traffic, making it a massive dice roll on if one will get to where they need to be on time. And that's not how a transit system in a world-class city like Toronto should be. And this is an experience which I myself have gone through several times during my commutes on routes such as Finch West to the Seneca Newnham campus. And it is frustrating, but what is more frustrating, however, is that congested routes like Bathurst, Dufferin, Finch East, which is what I take, Steeles, Lawrence, and Jane have gone so long with no action taken to improve reliability. The proposed RapidTO lanes will greatly increase the speed and reliability of the bus routes, and it's the most timely and cost-effective method of doing so. And the impact on car traffic will also be very minimal, at only around 1 to 2 minutes, and is heavily outweighed by the drastic improvements to bus reliability, which are upwards of 10 to 15 minutes. And this is research done by the TTC, and we should take it into account because they've spent 5 years studying routes like this. Also, I'd like to remind this committee that the buses on routes like Bathurst and Dufferin and the other ones mentioned before, they regularly hold 50 or more people in a length shorter than a few cars. And we're not trying to put a total ban on cars on Toronto streets, but rather we just want to prioritize the heavily congested routes which are operating at substandard levels of service. So this should be a priority for the city. We need to prioritize crucial infrastructure people rely on. And speaking on behalf of the commuters who live and work in the Bathurst and Dufferin areas and other transit users in Toronto, that we are real, hardworking citizens who come from all walks of life and contribute heavily to this city. We take transit as our commute because it reduces congestion, and some of us may use a car for other things. But like anyone, we want an efficient and reliable commute, less time spent in transit and more free time to ourselves. Less time, stuck in gridlock or whatever. We are tired of the substandard investment in these heavily congested routes, and we should not be treated like second-class citizens when it comes to the infrastructure that we depend on for our livelihoods. If this committee undermines the RapidTO plan by delaying it or reducing the length of the bus lanes, then the congestion of these routes will only get worse, and we, the transit users who voted for councillors to build bus lanes, we will only get more frustrated in general. The data has shown that the RapidTO lanes that have been proposed are the best option with the best cost effectiveness and lowest trade-offs. And with this level of cost to benefit ratio, the choice should be obvious. And we've been waiting a very long time, so
I think you have to wrap up, sir.
Okay, so
sorry, you're way over.
Therefore, this committee should approve the RapidTO lanes in their full length.
Thank you so much.
Clear timeline as to and please do not undermine the critical infrastructure that we depend on.
Okay, thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Next speaker. Marika Robillard, online. Please start.
Hello, my name is Marika Robillard,
and I live in Spadina, Fort York, near Queen and Bathurst. I'm here today in support of the original plans for the transit-only lanes that were proposed for Dufferin and Bathurst streets, including North Bloor. I used to have a car. I used to drive every day to Mississauga for work, and often within Toronto to go to appointments, shopping, or to events. I've been very fortunate to find a job in Toronto now, so instead of driving to work, I can take the TTC, which led to me selling my car. I either take the 505 Dundas streetcar, or I take the 511 Bathurst streetcar, then the Line 2 subway. My commute to work now is almost 3 times longer than when I had a car, when there's not a major delay, at least, in which case, even longer. When taking the 511 Bathurst streetcar, I often have to wait 15 or 20 minutes for it to arrive, and then I'm stuck in traffic behind left-turning cars, usually carrying a single person. On more than one occasion, the wait was scheduled to be more than 30 minutes, so I had to take an Uber to get to work or to my appointments on time. This would not have happened with a transit-only lane. So you could hear this and think, you shouldn't have sold your car then, or just because you choose to take transit instead of drive doesn't mean drivers should have to pay the price. These arguments miss a few key things. Firstly, and most importantly, we have to think about what was the root cause of these negative transit experiences. What was the primary reason the streetcar was so delayed and so slow moving? The cars, usually carrying one person. That one person used to be me when I still had my car. Me having a car and having more convenience was directly at the expense of all of those who ride the TTC. We can't forget that these roads are a shared public space that is paid for by all of us, not only drivers. Finally, many people don't have the privilege of having a car like I did, whether due to financial reasons, a disability, or other life circumstances. I know not everyone's in my situation, and not everyone can fully switch away from cars to transit, and that's not the point of this deputation. I also know how stressful it can be when you do have a car and you use residential on-street parking, which I did for years. I don't want to minimize the concerns people have about accessing their home or business, but we need to be realistic and honest. Those of us who have had cars and on-street parking, that is a privilege, not a right. It's a privilege that comes at the expense of our fellow residents, especially those who don't have the same opportunities that we do. Transit-only lanes are an attempt to level the playing field. This proposal is not banning cars from using the road or removing all the parking that's available near homes or businesses. It's simply aiming to redistribute the space that for so long has been monopolized by those of us with cars and trying to share it more equitably. We need transit-only lanes. Please vote yes to approve transit-only lanes on Dufferin and Bathurst. Please implement the Mayor's recommendations for these lanes to extend to Wilson and Eglinton and provide timelines for this. Please vote for a city that's made for people and not cars. Thank you.
Okay. Oh. You good? Thank you so much. Okay. Vikas Nash. Vikas? No? Rachel Chen. There you are. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm a resident of Willowdale, and I'm speaking today to express my sincere disappointment in City Council for even considering cutting RapidTO on Dufferin and Bathurst north of Bloor, especially given Mayor Chow's province to implement RapidTO in full, which is why I voted for you in part. As such, I call on Council to approve and accelerate the full implementation of the original proposal, including priority lanes north of Bloor, and not only that, but to also include explicit timelines for getting this done. Delays and compromises, like omitting north of Bloor, show that the city is A, not serious about its climate commitments, and B, the city continues to treat citizens like myself, north of Bloor, as second-class citizens, especially if they're not on the Young Line. We also use these routes. I don't like hearing affected wards. We're all affected. To further my point, we are seeing more extreme weather conditions. Yesterday's smoke, for example, and it will become a norm at this rate, not an anomaly. To illustrate my point, earlier this year, a friend and I were on our way to a small business on Dufferin and waited as 2 Dufferin buses did not show as scheduled. However, because the wildfire smoke that day was so bad, we ended up calling a car so we didn't have to inhale it while we waited for a bus. In a city that has better transit than most, waiting for a bus during a heat wave, a snowstorm, wildfire smoke, or heavy rainpour is unpleasant at best and a threat to health and safety at worst. In other words, having a car is going to become this luxury that allows you to get out of the elements And so if you want to have a healthier life, for example, you might end up having to get a car while everyone else who comes to Toronto because they live in a city with transit suffers. I grew up in a place that had no transit. I grew up in Texas. I grew up in Dallas. It is wonderful to have transit here, but if transit continues to be bad and you're always waiting for a bus to come, then you're gonna wanna get a car. And we shouldn't have to make that choice in Toronto. And this causes a deadly feedback loop. What's the cause of these climate conditions? Carbon emissions, and surprise, surprise, in high-income countries like Canada, personal transport is our highest carbon emission. In fact, around only 10% of the global population accounts for 80% of motorized passenger kilometers. We need to be driving less, and having bus lanes prioritized would let us do that. But if we don't prioritize transit and make it easier to use, then more people will get cars. And so, all to say, we need fewer cars on a road, and RapidTO would do that. Everyone knows one bus takes something like 50 people off the road, at least, and the longer we debate this and water down proposals, the longer it takes to get cars off the road, and the further we increase emissions. Did you know that even if we stopped emitting emissions today, we'd still have billions of tons of carbon from the atmosphere to remove in order just to maintain livable temperatures? We can't afford to waffle on this. So to City Council, as you make your votes for Executive Committee and next week on the actual City Council, as people with the power to make a difference while most of us working regular jobs feel hopeless and helpless about the climate crisis, I beg you, please set a timeline to make this implementation that treats the climate crisis like the emergency it is and not just keep delaying with consultations that cost us a lot of taxpayer money, et cetera, et cetera. If you're thinking of voting against a watered-down version of this, I hope you're comfortable with the fact that this will be your climate legacy. Councillors who voted to increase carbon emissions. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions? Next speaker, Lubaba Gamma. Are you here? Are you online? Maybe I didn't pronounce your name properly. Lubaha? Gamma? No? Okay. Rebecca Subada? Rebecca, you are here. Oh, you have maps and charts and things to show. Do you need someone to help you? No? We good? You good? Okay. Maybe someone can help you out? Your friends? Great. Thank you.
Can I open this space?
You can, yep.
And I'm going to get a marker. Thank you, Nancy. Okay. Is it on?
Yes, it is. We can hear you.
Hi, everyone. My name is not Rebecca, respectfully. It is Rabina. Common mistake. It's okay. I do live in the Humber River Black Creek area. I am here with TTC riders. But before I get into my arts and craft, I literally want to shout out everyone who has unpacked their stories for all of you. This is serious work that they did. So anyways, I sit here as a TTC rider myself, and as you've heard, and you'll hear more, the commutes for anyone using the buses is at its worst right now. Commutes taking 30 minutes longer, taking an hour longer, taking more than an hour. But are you listening? Maybe it will help for you to see. So as I have a moment of your time, let me physically place you into my shoes and bring you along my commute that I do every single day. And you ask yourself, would you keep taking the TTC if you were me? All right. I think I'll take it from you. Thank you, though. Okay, so this is where I live, close to Jane Finch. I take the Wilson bus out of the neighborhood to connect to any other transit route in the city. My closest Line 1 station, if we go down, we go over here, is Wilson Station, Shepherd West Station. To get to these stations, it's either a 45-minute bus ride on the Wilson bus, or I take a transfer from Shepherd West, and that'll be 35 minutes. I've stopped relying on Line 1 because of the slow zones and transitioned into using surface transit more. But even if I take Line 1, I still have to take a streetcar. So maybe if I connect to a station at Line 2, Royal York, Jane, Keele, Dufferin, and Bathurst, maybe it'll be faster. However, Royal York, to get down here, requires a 20-minute transfer time to wait for the bus. to get down to Jane Station, it would be great if there were RapidTO lines. What's happening with that since Peruzza came in and basically stepped on the city staff's work at Gosford? Now, if we go to, what's right here, Kiel, express buses this way would be great, but express buses, what happens after when I have to commute after 10 a.m.? Express buses stop at 10 a.m. So now, as you can see, we're near Dufferin and Bathurst. Lots of dots there because I do love downtown. Dufferin and Bathurst puts me closest to where I need to go. These are major transit arteries that get me exactly into where the hub needs to be. But they're slow. I get stuck, everyone gets stuck. And it can't keep like this. I've been using these routes for more than 20 years. They've always been slow. And you know, I commend you. You are given a mess, but you can be the backbone to clean it up. So clean it up today for us. And so just to wrap up, at the beginning of this, I asked you to reflect. When you're given all these transit options, would you keep taking the TTC if you were me? I don't get to make that choice. I don't get to make that reflection.
Right. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Can I go now?
No questions? Okay, thank you for your deputation. Amadeus Narbat, you're online. We can hear you. Can you turn your mic on? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, committee members and staff. My name is Amadeus, and I'm a proud resident of Ward 9. I'm here to speak in strong support of the Mayor's recommendations on RapidTO, bus-only lanes on Dufferin to Wilson Station and on Bathurst. These lanes are about more than just bus infrastructure. As we all know, Toronto will host FIFA World Cup games, which will attract hundreds of thousands of tourists from around the world. We have the chance to show we're a world-class city that can get people moving. The decisions you make today act as our welcome mat for all of those visitors. You're not just voting as councillors, you're acting as ambassadors for our city. I love this city, and I want people from around the world to see what makes it so great. I don't want people to leave Toronto after FIFA with an image of Toronto as being full of slow buses, traffic, and street parking. We have so much more to offer if we follow through on the vision of the original RapidTO plan and the Mayor's recommendations. I want to thank Council and staff for recent transit wins, like the Scarborough RT replacement lanes, the upcoming Eglinton LRT launch, fingers crossed, investments in subway maintenance, funding for new Line 2 trains, and the TTC fare freezes. It's clear this council is prioritizing transit again, and that's worth celebrating. But then I have to ask, why kneecap a system that already moves more Torontonians than any other transit mode, the bus network? A city of half measures and watered down plans is not a harmonious city of compromise. It's a city built to underperform and underdeliver. So let's get this right the first time, rather than fixing it a few years from now. And here's why this matters to me personally. I live near Dufferin Mall. My daily commute to the office in Etobicoke means taking the Dufferin bus south to Queen and then heading west on a streetcar. And the Dufferin bus is always packed at rush hour. And city data backs that up. It's one of the most overcrowded bus routes in Toronto. But beyond the crowding, what really kills it is inconsistency. I've lost count of how many times I've seen 2 or 3 buses bunched together, zip past Dufferin Mall while I'm still halfway through waddling across an icy pathway through Dufferin Grove Park. And then I wait 10 more minutes for the next bunch of buses, sometimes miss my streetcar connection at Queen, and what should have been a 30-minute trip to work becomes an hour-long slog in the cold or the blazing heat. What does that failure of service feel like for the elderly, or those with chronic health conditions or accessibility needs who just want to ride efficient transit in peace? These bus lanes aren't just about speed, they're about reliability. They're about making buses come so regularly, you don't have to run across an icy park to catch one. They're about making sure 80 people on a bus don't get stuck behind one parked car or a truck making a left turn north of Bloor. If we want these routes to run efficiently and reliably, we have to clear the bottlenecks off the entirety of the route, not just half of it. I urge you to support the Mayor's recommendation to install Dufferin bus lanes to Wilson Station and Bathurst bus lanes up to Eglinton with clear implementation timelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Callum Houston, next speaker. Are you online? Go ahead. Callum?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you for having me, Mayor Chow, and the executive committee. My name's Callum Houston. I'm from Don Mills, and I'm supportive of the recommendations made and the motions made by Mayor Chow to extend the streetcar up to Wilson. And it's a service that 75,000 people rely on every day, and results in it would generate more money than the street parking that exists right now, as it's been mentioned by other deputants earlier. It's an example of putting people over a small voice, a minor voice that is also a common voice that is against the same, against bike lanes and shelters. And so I think this is a good example of, if the city votes in favor of expanding this streetcar lane, it's an example that they actually are prioritizing Torontonians over corporate profits. And so that's, again, I support the full implementation of dedicated transit lanes on Bathurst up to Eglinton and Dufferin up to Wilson, as originally proposed. I support advanced planning and timelines for RapidTO corridors on Jane Street, on Finch Avenue East, on Steeles Avenue West, and on Lawrence Avenue East. And I support the TTC's recommendation of providing clear direction to transportation services to implement supporting measures, including turn restrictions, loading zones, parking solutions, and traffic impact mitigation. I'd also like more investment. I know this is about the streetcars, dedicated streetcar lanes, but I would like to see more investment in Wheel-Trans as well. As that deputant earlier in the day mentioned, many people with disabilities will be impacted by less ability to park their cars to make appointments. And Wheel-Trans would be a great way of ensuring that they're able to live their lives with dignity. And that concludes my deputation. Thank you for
thank you
taking the time to listen. Bye-bye.
Sarah Buchanan.
Hi, I'm Sarah Buchanan from Toronto Environmental Alliance. I found out this week, actually, that my family has been taking transit on Dufferin for 100 years, which is actually how long we've been in this meeting also. So they started taking it when it was a streetcar, on again, off again, and it was brought in to take people to and from the exhibition grounds. In 1924, William and Sarah Buchanan, who is my namesake, moved into a tiny little house on Millicent Street, just north of Dufferin. You may know it, Councillor Bravo. And William was a carpenter who worked for Eaton's, and they had 7 kids, and they never owned a car. And William loved to tell stories about how he could game the system on transit. So he, for example, would take all 7 kids onto the streetcar or bus or whatever they were getting on, and they would shove a handful of tickets into the box and just run. And in the ensuing chaos of 7 children getting onto a transit vehicle, no one cared how many tickets were in that box. And he also had a trick for getting to the Eaton Centre downtown, where he would employ a series of 90-degree turns on transit. So he could get from his house on Millicent Street and all the way downtown and back on one fare, because it was all 90-degree turns, so you didn't have to pay again. And so, you know, my grandfather, John, was one of those 7 kids, and he grew up in that house. It's still there on Millicent Street, and he worked at the little grocer that was on the corner of Dufferin and Millicent. And John fell in love with my grandmother, Connie, who lived down at King and Dufferin. And so John and Connie, I imagine from the research that I've done, I don't know this for sure, would have had to walk a lot back and forth between about DuPont and King Street. because the trolley service was so intermittent. The bus on Dufferin wasn't really introduced until I think it was the 50s or 60s. And so with that on again, off again transit, they probably had to walk quite a ways to see each other. And, you know, this, having a RapidTO lane, it really struck me that having this lane, having even a bus at that point would have really helped their love story flourish even earlier in their life. So I really just want to ask you to think about all of those love stories that, you know, you could be starting with a lane that goes just a little bit farther, or maybe a lot farther. Maybe there's somebody who lives up at Wilson. And thank you, Councillor and Mayor Chow, for, you know, that motion that looks at lanes potentially all the way up to Wilson, and is going to get people together to talk about that, because there could be some lonely person up at Dufferin and Wilson who wants to date someone down at King and Dufferin, and they're going to have a bus to connect them very, very quickly. So it's also, you know, it was a good story when I looked into this about people fighting for transit on Dufferin. For over 100 years, people have been speaking up. These public consultations, as you know, showed very strong support for this. So people really do want it for a lot of reasons. And if my grandfather, grandmother, 6 other great aunts and uncles, and all the folks who lived in the house at my great-grandmother's house down at King, or at my grandmother's house down at King and Dufferin, all those dozens of family members, if you asked all the Buchanans what they would say up here right now, they would say, please don't stop at Bloor. And the Buchanans have been waiting a long time for this. Thanks.
So should we rename the Dufferin bus the Love Bus?
Yeah.
Thank you. Wiki Whale. Okay. Right. Hello.
Hi. Hello, Mayor Chow. Hello, Deputy Mayor and other councillors. My name is Wilkie Whale, and I live in Ward 11, University of Rosedale. I'm completely in support of full dedicated transit lanes on Bathurst and Dufferin streets. Through my canvassing with the TTC Riders Advocacy Group, I have had to use transit on those streets on several occasions, and my experiences have been awful. Things need to change on Bathurst and Dufferin now. My worst experience has to be when I was heading to the subway from the Dufferin Mall and I decided to take the bus. I should have walked. After waiting at a crowded bus stop in the summer heat for around 10 minutes, a bus finally arrived, but was so crowded that most people at the stop, including myself, could not board. Another bus arrived shortly thereafter that was also very full, but I managed to board, thankfully. This bus was shoulder to shoulder packed, but naively, I thought this wouldn't be an issue because the subway was less than 600 meters away. However, our bus creeped through traffic for nearly 10 minutes before it finally arrived at the subway. At my calculation, 600 meters in 10 minutes is a completely unacceptable average speed of 3.6 kilometers an hour. I could barely last the 10 minutes on that bus, and I couldn't even imagine having to take it every single day like many of my fellow passengers undoubtedly had to. Nobody should have to suffer through this, especially not on one of Toronto's busiest bus routes. I've personally seen similar situations happen on Bathurst, with bumper-to-bumper rush hour traffic slowing buses down. One time, I was running late to an event canvassing for these very transit lanes when a late Bathurst bus stuck in traffic meant that I had to jog the roughly 2 kilometers from St. Clair down to Bloor. This is an unreasonable thing to ask a potential transit rider to do in order to be on time for an event. Bus lanes on Bathurst north of Bloor would have helped me and so many other people by preventing undue delay in our travels. Finally, aside from the obvious benefits of transit riders, these lanes will also have an effect on Toronto's reputation as a host city during the 2026 FIFA Games. To my understanding, Toronto is one of only 2 Canadian host cities for the Games, meaning that we will represent Canada to the fans of one of the world's most popular sports. This is an obvious opportunity to impress them in the broader international community, considering that many of these fans will be traveling to and from the venues using these routes. If the proposed transit lanes are watered down in scope, then these FIFA fans will be hung out to dry, stuck in traffic. We have a golden opportunity to solve this issue right here and right now. If these lanes are implemented fully, then we as a city will impress thousands. Voters like me will remember how good these transit lanes make our city look, and we will carry this with us into the 2026 municipal election. Briefly, as an aside, I've been counting how many of the deputies have been in favor of the lanes all the way to Eglinton, and we are currently at something like 33-4 to 2 against. There is a clear, most popular choice here. It's imperative that we approve the lanes all the way to Eglinton and beyond. I urge you all to approve the transit lanes in this full extent so that me and my fellow Torontonians can continue to have a city we are proud of. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you for counting. Okay, thanks so much. Jason Clark. Are you here, Jason Clark? Are you online? Counting 1 to 5. Not online. Okay. Mike Gorex. Are you online? Are you here? No. Sam Peterich. Are you online? Yes, you are. Go ahead. Sam, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go for it.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. I think someone has to allow me.
I'm sure it can be done. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let's see. Now, can you see my slideshow?
Yep. Elephant in the room.
Fantastic. Okay. Pardon me?
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, okay, great, fantastic. So I'm not going to talk about this, which is my bait and switch for today. I sent a letter concerning my concern about the sudden rise of Bathurst to #1 after sitting number 16th until last year. The south of Bathurst was actually, I think, 29th in order of priority for RapidTO, wasn't even in the top 20. I'm not going to talk about this because I feel like I need to address some more pressing things within the structure of this meeting. I'm also not going to address the elephant in the room, second elephant in the room, that we're talking about. I think the previous speaker said 32 people in favor extending from Bloor to Eglinton. I would think that these organizations who are equity focused and became organizations in and of themselves in order to champion and advocate for fair equity and distribution of transit. As you can see, we have sidelined Lawrence East for Bathurst that serves 0 NIAs, but has a high number of collisions. Again, not going to talk about it. I hear also in this conversation that people say, oh my God, everyone is so against, so for RapidTO. No one has any concerns. I don't know where people are getting their data. I'm not really sure. I think everyone has access to the results of the survey from Bathurst. Again, I have issue with how statistically relevant a lot of the numbers are, but if I were just to take it directionally, it does seem like people who have concern outweigh the people who don't have concern. So let's look outside of the people in the room who are speaking. I do also want to point out that the people you're hearing speak today, for everybody in the room, for everyone listening and watching online, they're funded by the city, by the province, and federally. They are not independent speakers who have not been professionally trained. They definitely have. And they are being paid either directly or indirectly by a government body. You can see in their financial report last year, 58% of their revenue came from the government. I will go over the members at the moment. The people you're hearing from today, Cycle Toronto doesn't seem to have come up, but maybe there's some cyclists in there who are part of Cycle Toronto, not sure. And then the speaker was talking about the Love Bus, great story, is part of the T.
May I trouble you to wrap up, please?
Okay, yep, TTC riders as well, funded, government. Andrew Pulsifer, you heard from him. He talks about this King Street pilot.
Can you please do wrap up? You're over 3 minutes.
But I had trouble connecting. And so TAF provided money to TTC riders in order to pay for this
Okay,
pilot.
I'm going to, you're over at way over 3 minutes, but thank you for, sorry, I wasn't looking. Our next speaker,
Question.
Adam Roy. Councillor Holiday wants to find out something about what was happening. Councillor Holiday?
Is the speaker still connected, Madam Mayor? I'd love to ask a question.
Good question. We don't know. I don't think so. Are we? Is she? We'll come back to you, Councillor. How about if I call the
Thank
next
you, ma'am.
speaker and then we'll see if we can locate her. Adam Roy, video conference, are you online? If you are, please start your mic.
Hi. I basically want to say I'm for the route, and I'm really disappointed in how, after all these years of planning, it's come down to the last 2 months of what I call a Canadian compromise. And when I say Canadian compromise, I mean there are stuff at the city and board members of the TTC and people and councillors that have just decided that there's a few complaints, and so they're not going to make the tough choices because they want to be nice and soft. When it comes to implementing transit, we even watered down King Street from what we originally needed and what the experts said was actually needed. And we've come to a compromise that, yes, it does work, but it doesn't come as strong. And all we're going to do, if we water down both Bathurst and Dufferin to stop at Bloor Street, all we're doing is watering it down, and then we're just gonna have more hand-wringing to complain about congestion and more congestion if we don't actually make things that are successful for transit to actually run in the city. Then people are gonna decide to use their cars to come downtown and come every other place. So if we are gonna really make a city that works with transit, we gotta stop making these silly Canadian compromises and actually really make the tough calls. It takes a little bit of time, but people actually start to enjoy the changes. People in the annex are loving the bluer bike lanes now. They don't want them to be ripped out. That's what we need to do. We need to stop with these compromises that actually makes things worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, are we able to get Sam? No, we haven't. We are? She stand by? Okay. Councillor Holliday, you have a question.
Thank you, and thank you to Ms. Petheridge to reconnect. I wanted to follow up with a question. Ms. Petheridge, you went through a few things on your presentation. One of the things that you pointed out was the identification of active advocacy groups.
Yes.
I wanted to know what you, and I'm assuming you're local in this area, what do you think the local residents feel about this? Namely, have they identified a problem that needs to be solved on these streets? And do they see the trade, because that's what this is, right? A trade of a lane to a dedicated lane as something that meets that problem? And is it something worthwhile? Because there's a loss, right, when you give up a lane, and that has complications. Could you comment on that?
Yeah, I am a resident. I don't own a business. I have already, chewed Ms. Sachs's ear off, Dr. Sachs's ear off with all of my data. But, I think the going back to a speaker said, what's the source of this? And she said, well, it's traffic, it's cars. And you know what? I agree with her. It is traffic and cars, but they're not coming into the city from the city. They're coming in from the GTHA. So the solution that we're talking about when you're talking about congestion being solved in these corridors, when they're going to the Gardiner, they're going to the Allen, that congestion is just going to increase because those cars aren't going away. If you look at the Hillcrest TTC parking lot, it's full of cars. The TTC people don't even want to take transit to their jobs. They take their cars to their jobs. And they contribute to a lot of the backlog of traffic that we see there. When that happens, to answer your, it's a domino effect, which I think everyone kind of talks about this in like a binary sense. So when you have more congestion, people are going to go into the side streets. There is no safety plan with RapidTO Bathurst, right? It's just red lanes, that's it, leave it and set it. Global studies say that if you have a curbside bus lane, that reduces bus crashes. Fantastic. It increases car, pedestrian, cyclist traffic accidents. There's no protected safety crossing for those people. We live in a neighborhood of a high number of seniors. 2,500 kids go to school crossing Bathurst every day. There's no plan to communicate how to even use these lanes. So you're going to see increased traffic into the corridors. You're going to see, again, as research has said, pedestrian fatalities happen when cars go into corridors and they aren't familiar and they hit kids. That's just a reality. But no studies have been done to make sure that that doesn't happen. No safety is in place. No congestion study has been done to figure out where people are coming from, the road usage appropriately. It all just seems like a weird decision to make it a red lane that will increase congestion. And we're going back again to everyone's environmental issue. Increase congestion, idling will continue to rise, more gas into the world. And this is not better transit. It just isn't. If it was better transit, I think more of us would be on board. But we know that this is all in the TTC, right? They've reduced headways between 13% and 25% from 2020. And they release their buses late, which they're allowed to do. They can leave up to 5 minutes late, and they're not called late. They're called late on the end when they arrive, but they're not called late by leaving. And that's what causes the bunching and gapping. Again, not addressed. Again, a fact that, these paid actors who come before you, who have the same script of tell a personal story, tell me about how I take the TTC and tell me about how it impacts me. What a privilege that these people have to talk about this privileged corridor. What about Lawrence East? What about the 10% of the city and outside of the city who don't have access to transit under a 5-minute walk? What about those people? Where are the ethos of these groups who are coming to say, give Bathurst another bus? What's happening here? It's just wild. Anyway, did that answer your question?
Somewhat, but just to round it out, just to make sure I'm clear, because we heard from a lot of people from all over the city today. How would you describe the temperament of the local
Councillor
residents
Holiday,
on this?
this will be the last question. 5 minutes is almost up.
Understood. Thank you, Mayor.
Sam, question?
Yeah. Oh, the temperament. Yes. I mean, I breezed over a slide, Councillor Holiday. I'm not sure if you saw it, but the surveys have come back for Bathurst. Again, I would call it directional because it's not a huge percentage of people. It's not representative or can't be applied generally to the population. But directionally, it says most people have concerns about the implementation of RapidTO. That's what it says.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Casa Hin. Casa Hin, you are online. Please start.
Oh, okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Good afternoon, members of the Executive Committee. My name is Kasir Heen, and I'm a resident of University Rosedale and a regular transit rider. I volunteer with TTC Riders, and I also represent a group called Technologists for Democracy. I'm a local resident, and I'm not paid for either of these volunteer positions. I'm speaking today to affirm my full support for transit priority measures on Dufferin and Bathurst. To many people, democracy is synonymous with slow decision-making and mediocre compromises. This does not have to be the case. I believe city councillors, and by extension, the City of Toronto, should take a firm stance on what we know is a better decision according to countless studies from within Toronto and from around the world. We need transit priority. We need bus lanes. Lanes south of Bloor are a good first step, but let's not stop there. Let's make a date to implement more bus lanes. I just wanted to remind our councillors that we elected you to make positive changes in this city for Toronto residents. Bus lanes will be a win for transit riders and even drivers and business owners in the long term. I know change is hard, but we can't afford to maintain the status quo at the expense of thousands of residents, wasting thousands of hours collectively stuck in traffic. I'll end with a quote from Toronto's official centennial book by Jesse Middleton, published in 1934. Under the stimulus of the first public transportation service, the inhabited area of the city extended and developed so rapidly that only 1 year later, the service had to be more than doubled by the addition of 4 10-passenger omnibuses. Can you believe it? The experience of those early years has been repeated over and over again during the 100 years of Toronto's expansion and development. Public transportation has been the greatest single factor in promoting the progress of Toronto during its first 100 years and will continue to be indispensable in the promotion of the city's future progress. Transit has been and is still an essential part of the city of Toronto, and we should treat it as such. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Sure you're not paid, huh? Okay. Kirk Moss. Kirk Moss, are you online? We just heard from Cashier Hin and now Kirk Moss, are you there? No? Okay. Sarah Brielle? Online? Can you turn on your mic?
Yes, hi there, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks, guys. I had something prepared to say, but I find myself a bit emotional to even read what I have. I live on Dufferin Street. I live south of College and north of Dundas. It is all residential. Everyone keeps talking about coming in from the suburbs and all of that. Dufferin is not businesses. Mostly it's residential. So I have a 12-year-old, my husband and I there. My neighbors have 2 12-year-olds across the street. They have a family of 3. It's all families that are around our neighborhood. So I just really want to paint that picture because what we're talking about really affects us as the residents. We know that this has been talked about since 2019, but the first public meeting was only this spring. So there's been very little time for actual residents to have any input on this plan. So we've all, there's a bunch of us on my block just alone that have attended the meetings, and we were able to secure a meeting with Bravo, a counselor, and discuss some things, but none of our questions have been answered. And surprisingly, all of us support transit. All of us would like to see better transit in the city. We all chose to live downtown. My husband doesn't drive. We walk everywhere. My son and I walk everywhere. We all support transit, but we would really appreciate a common sense approach that doesn't gut the neighborhood that we call home. I can't afford to move off Dufferin. I love my house and I'd love to stay there. I've talked to several realtors who've told me the value of my home, as soon as that red paint is hit the ground, decreases significantly. For me as a freelance worker, that is my retirement. All my money has gone into that home. So that's a very stressful thing for me. I've suggested to the counselors that in other cities and municipalities, instead of painting a bright clown red paint, that they do the diamond, the white diamond, and they do the red paint only at the stops. That was something that all of us residents have suggested to make it more bearable. The second thing I want to say is safety. My son and I walk the dog multiple times a day. He walks to school, he goes to Brock School, and the buses rip down Dufferin Street. You have evidence of that from all the speed radars, that all the TTC tickets that they get. All of us residents have complained to the TTC. Giving them their own lane to rip even faster very much scares me. So when this moves ahead, please consider putting in billiards or something to help protect the pedestrians along the sidewalk, because someone will get hit. Since I've lived on Dufferin Street for 15 years, please, I'd love your attention while I have you. I only have a few seconds left. Mayor Chow, I'd love the full attention for the small amount of time because we've been desperate to get attention.
I heard very much what you said about where you
ma'am.
live. I can even
And if
picture
we're
it.
able to do timed lanes and permit people to still park overnight, it would protect us from all the street racers that go up and down
your
our street
time's
as
up,
well.
though.
I understand. I appreciate that anyone who opposes it has a time of 3 minutes where anyone else has been able to go up to 4. I'm very frustrated. All of us support it. We're just offering solutions that help us make it livable in our city. And if you guys could say, we hear that, we could implement some of these, it makes it work for our residents that also voted for you, that really love our neighborhood, Mayor Chow. I really am worried about my safety of my son.
I hear you. Thank you so much. Next speaker, Susanna. Councillor Holiday has a question to you, Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Ma'am, I'm sure you've been listening to the deliberations. I've heard some comments like, change is hard, be bold, those sorts of things. How does that make you feel?
I just feel very ignored, sir. There's literally been one public hearing in which our Councillor Bravo told us this is going ahead. So we've been working with RapidTO. All of us know we live on a busy quarter. They're building tons of condos. We are very aware that things will change. We live downtown. It's a living city. But we all just want our input so that it doesn't destroy our homes. It immediately, picture your house and a red strip going in front and being told you can't ever stop in front. There just has to be some common sense compromise so it doesn't gut the neighborhood, but it keeps us moving. I've also sent many videos showing in rush hours in our section, there isn't actually a problem if the TTC just put more buses on. So it's very specialized for each neighborhood, and it's a very big area to cover with one solution.
Okay, so you have the lens of a very, very local resident because
Yes,
it's
sir.
literally in front of your home.
Yes,
Could
sir.
you tell the committee what you perceive to be the problem that needs to be solved, and what's your best advice, at least from the perspective that you can see the problem, on how to fix it?
Thank you so much for asking. I really appreciate being heard. A few things. The timed bus lanes, all of us agree, but everyone would appreciate at 3 a.m. There's not buses going through, that the overnight parking should be something that should be able to stay for a lot of the people who live on the Dufferin area, including tenants and homeowners. That's something we all understand. We all understand that there should be extended timed lanes so that during the rush hours that could extend, but leave it timed lanes so that there's also a possibility of being able to pull up into your house during off-peak hours. I really very much need some safeties put in place at the curb lane for these buses that I have seen flying by the streets. That would make me feel a lot more secure knowing that there's the park, there's our house, there's a school south of Dundas. It really is a safety issue for a lot of us that live on the street. The buses rip by. They definitely do not appreciate the 40 kilometer an hour. And then the last point that a lot of us on Dufferin Street feel strongly about is it's the red paint that seems to be the thing that really lowers our home value. If they could just do it what other municipalities do with the white diamond, and having it as a HOV lane and not have the full strip of red that promotes aggressive driving, and that also leaves an empty lane overnight for cars and motorcycles to race up and down. So those are very easy solutions for a community that's willing to embrace change. Again, I'm a full TTC rider. I'm not worried about overnight parking. I have a garage. It's really, for me, it's about keeping my home equity, keeping my son safe, because really, if you walk up and down my block, I invite all of you to please do it. You'll see how fast they rip up and down. And, bikers often will use the sidewalk because of the rate of the buses. So those few things would make a huge difference on our street. And again, I apologize. I'm emotional about this, and it's been a long day, and I appreciate that you guys are still listening.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that. Susanna Bekova, are you online?
How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Susanna. I'm a midwife working in Toronto. I live on Dufferin. I work on Dufferin Street. In fact, I travel up and down Dufferin frequently. So I also consider myself very local. And I can assure everybody here that I am not being paid to be here today, nor have I been trained. In fact, I'm actually changing my speech that I was planning right now. I'm doing this on the fly, so I hope I'm not too incoherent, but I feel like I need to respond to a few things. In fact, I would like to say if there's any way that I could be paid for the day that I've spent here waiting to speak, I'd love to know how that happens. In brief, I want to say that I am 100% in support of extending the bus lane as far as it can go, both on Dufferin and Bathurst, although again, I am a Dufferin resident, so that is the street I care about. I also would love to see these bus lanes extended to other parts of the city. Public transit is just very poor and woefully behind the development of the city. I think we can all agree on that. And I voted for my councillor and my mayor to be bold and to take action on this. We cannot be slow. We cannot be scared. I want to speak to the business side of this. I am a local shopper. I prefer to purchase everything from local businesses, and I will do that if I can walk or bike there. If I am in my car on Dufferin Street stuck in traffic, I can assure you I am not going to try and find a parking spot and get out of that traffic and then go to a local shop. That is very difficult when you're frustrated and stuck in traffic. It is not something you want to do. If I could get onto a bus that I know is leaving every 10 minutes and I can get back on that bus because they're reliable, I am much more likely to support local business on Dufferin Street than if I am going to be stuck in traffic. I would also like to say that as a Dufferin resident, I do care about safety. I care about my safety every day when I cross the street, and there are massive construction trucks racing through, private trucks, cars racing. It is very dangerous. It is a highway. And I don't think that bus lanes would decrease the precariousness of the street. I think they would actually increase safety because hopefully there would be less traffic because more people would be getting into buses. However, I do hope that the city, no matter what plan they take forward, does continue to work towards increasing public safety through Vision Zero, in whatever form that it takes, and that there is good communication on what this bus lane looks like going forward so that everyone understands what they're getting themselves into. I will conclude. I hope that the 75,000 people who rely on buses on Dufferin and Bathurst get to go where they need, and that we need these bus lanes to thrive as a city. Please prioritize public transit over cars. Please prioritize public transit over parking spaces. Please be bold. Please be brave. That is it. Bye.
Are there any questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none, our next speaker is Adam Schultz. All right, thanks so much, Adam. Please begin when you're ready, and you have 3 minutes, and we'll let you know when you're getting to time.
Thank you very much. I'm a bit disappointed that we've lost our mayor, but thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak today. I, much like the speaker before the last speaker, live on Dufferin, in between College and Bloor. I have a very busy job and don't have an awful lot of time to dedicate to finding out what's going on in my neighborhood, unfortunately. A bit of background, my wife's family came to Canada in the early 60s and lived with their brothers and sisters in a house on Brock Street, just north of College. My wife was born in the house we live in now. Her parents were able to afford a house on Dufferin Street. In our neighborhood, people don't choose to live on Dufferin Street. If you could afford to live on some of the side streets behind, you would probably prefer to do that. But unfortunately, my in-laws could only afford the house that we ultimately inherited. I've raised two lovely boys, one to adulthood, one to his mid-teens, and I've lived there for over 20 years. It is an emotional situation for me and my family. We have a lot of neighbors who are elderly where English isn't their first language. They're gonna wake up one morning and have a big red lane parked in front of their house, and they're not gonna know why that is. I was lucky that my neighbors told me about the last of the consultations that happened, but the reality is I firmly believe that not enough research has been put into this. As the two speakers ago indicated, I've also spoken to real estate agents, and it's estimated from the discussions I've had that my property value is going to drop between 20 and 30%. Now, if you count, which I know no one has, the number of residences between King and Bloor, where you plan on painting the streets red, there are roughly 300 homes there. A low estimated value of those homes is about $1 million. 20 to 30% of $1 million is $200,000 to $300,000 times 300 people. So using the lower number of $200,000 loss, you're looking at about $60 million that this class of people will be harmed by what you plan to do. So I know I have no faith at all that what is happening here is going to change, and I'm come to terms with the inevitability of this. However, there are some things you can do to mitigate our losses. One, you can offer any of the affected people.
That's your.
It's not my time, I'm sorry. If I could just very briefly give you how you can mitigate our losses. One, you can offer free residential parking permits to those houses that are affected. Two, property tax abatement. You can give a percentage of our, reduce our taxes by a certain percentage. Three, you can offer us parking pads on our properties, which would increase the value of our property and also help solve the parking problem. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Councillor Holiday, go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, so as a local resident, I would love to ask you this question: is there a consensus among the neighbors, the community, of what the problem is that needs to be solved? And if there is there a view on how best to solve it?
I would echo the two speakers before me. If this was a time of day thing, I personally park on Dufferin. I don't have parking on my property. But if it's a time of day prohibition on driving or stopping in the bus lane, that is one solution that will have a limited effect on our property values, but will still allow during the rush hour buses to flow more freely. Last night I was standing outside at 7:30 and there were empty buses going by and there was a few cars going by, but the traffic wasn't that bad. One problem that I know is going to happen because we experienced it over the past few months, there was construction north of Bloor on Dufferin that ate up both right-hand lanes each direction, and the traffic was ridiculous. I could not come home from work down Dufferin. It just couldn't happen. I don't know what the solution is, but I'm a bit disappointed in the lack of research that's been done in order to see the harm that this is going to cause to some of the residents that are going to be affected. So you introduced the point I wanted to make and question you about was, this is a trade, right? It's two lanes being traded now to one for vehicular traffic and one dedicated for the bus. Presumably that will make it harder to access your neighborhood through that street. So that's a downside. But on the other side of the equation, people may see that the transit flows faster. And I've got some technical questions about that, but do you think that people in the neighborhood accept that balance, or is it tilted one way or the other differently in your view? In my view, it's interesting because at one of the consultation meetings, we asked about the time of use instead of a 24/7 solution, and we were told by the workers that they're worried about compliance. If there isn't compliance, these bus lanes aren't going to make the buses go any faster. And quite frankly, in our neighborhood, I can't see there being much compliance. The last question I'll ask is, what is it that you think that causes the most significant delay to the movement of the buses down the street today?
Is it waiting for cars to make a right turn, a left turn, illegally stopped vehicles? Is it just a matter of, hey, it's rush hour and there's tons of volume? I'd just love to hear your opinion on that aspect.
A bit of everything you just suggested. That one of the big problems is construction. That causes a lot of bus delay. And another cause of bus delay are just a lot of the taxis and Ubers that stop in front of the Dufferin Mall, where on the park side of the street where they really shouldn't be stopping there. That causes a lot of delay as well.
Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Any other questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none, we will go to Jackson Hahn, who's online. Jackson, please begin whenever you're ready, and we'll let you know when you're getting to time.
Hi, are you able to hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much to the mayor and also the members of the executive committee who've been undertaking the proceedings today. Local Bathurst residents simply want to offer my strong endorsement of accelerating the whole street, which is exactly what bus-only lanes will do, or at least priority lanes. This doesn't need to be researched further. Consultations have been more than robust. This is something that cities, world-class cities around the world, do to get people moving. And the people who will be elected or re-elected in Toronto or in many places around Canada will be the ones who build more housing and get people moving. That happens through more transit. That happens by prioritizing all road users, which is not the status quo that's happening right now. Right now, 74% of transit users on Bathurst are moving much more slowly than cars. This happened to me very much just yesterday, where I actually chose to drive down Bathurst Street instead of to take the bus because it was less reliable. I would love to drive less, and I'm sure many residents would. I feel very sympathetic to those who may possibly have an adjustment in the equity of their homes. There's a lot of instability right now, but I do think there should be some consideration for the thousands and thousands of transit users or possible transit users who live on the street, not just might not own homes there. So I do think overall this is a very smart proposal that the city should move forward with. I would encourage all councillors, all members to show courage, to build and to get people moving faster. And I thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much, Jackson. Are there any questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none, we'll move to Jason Hildebrand. All right, thank you, Jason. You have 3 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and we'll let you know when you're getting to time.
All right, go for it. Hey, everybody. Thank you for this. This is like a saga. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Chow and Executive Committee. Thank you for your time and service. Yesterday was my 30th wedding anniversary. Woohoo! We had this fantastic day of reflecting on and being grateful for our years of marriage, and we even spent part of it writing this deputation. Nothing says romance like writing a deputation for City Council. We moved to Toronto after we got married in 1995, and for the last 24 years, we raised our 4 kids on Dufferin Street, just north of College. I run a small touring theater and media company out of our house. We have no driveway, we have no laneway access. I also have a genetic bone disorder, which makes me prone to bone fractures. I have broken both femurs, have lovely titanium rods in both of my legs, and numerous metatarsal foot fractures. This has happened for many years, and each time requires weeks and sometimes months of being picked up and dropped off in front of our house. This red lane plan won't allow for this. It will make everything very challenging for me. It will be very challenging for me to age in our house. I also have a disabled mom who comes to visit with her walker. These red lanes won't allow curbside drop-offs, or any of my out-of-town family will. It's very unlikely you're just gonna even come and visit with this being such a hard place to park. Our family uses transit every day. We love the TTC, we use it. And I also use my car to transport sets and equipment for my company. Now I'm gonna have to carry these things down the street and find a loading zone. We absolutely agree that there should be priority bus lanes during peak hours. We absolutely agree. Transit needs to move fast in the city. This makes a whole lot of sense. But there is no data, not any data that was presented to us to say that 24/7 bus lanes are better than peak hour bus lanes. We've asked staff for data on number of homes impacted, peak hour lane impact, number of riders between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m., impact of the new traffic signals without 24/7 bus lanes. Staff all told us that this data was not available. They also told us that this data was not considered. Dufferin residents are very concerned about how to fix our old homes with very narrow sidewalks. It's already hard to get a contractor to come when we only have a couple of hours for them to park in front of our house as it is. I've also spoken to numerous concerned neighbors, Spanish, Mandarin, Portuguese, and Italian-speaking neighbors, primarily elderly neighbors who didn't even know this was happening before I talked to them. And they weren't comfortable to speak in City Hall today. They were very uncomfortable, in fact. As an artist, I also request that you reconsider the solid red lane. Please, just take a softer approach. We understand temporary bus lanes, temporary 24/7 bus lanes for FIFA. This makes sense. But we are asking the city to implement a pilot to measure the positive impact of traffic signal changes and peak hour bus lanes and allow parking at all other times. It's your role to balance the interests of transit users, other road users, and residents living on Dufferin. Find some middle ground. Middle ground is the best way forward for our whole community. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
I actually have a question,
Sure.
if I may. I looked at the TTC report.
Yep.
And they said, this is in what they said in terms of consultation, on Dufferin Street, RapidTO, Bathurst Street study, they outreach via multilingual materials, roadside posters, newspaper ads, digital and social media campaigns, mail notice to reach diverse audience, targeted community engagement, hosting meetings tailored to impacted groups, pop-up events in community centers and high needs areas, local advocacy organizations. This is in page 5 of their 34-page report that went to TDC on May 14th, 2025. So, and they were saying it was in diverse locations, feedbacks, all of that. Had that not taken place in your neighborhood? But because that's what they claim.
I don't know. I just can tell you who I spoke to. In fact, it was last week. There is a couple who live 3 doors down from me who are primarily Spanish speaking. In fact, they had to get their teenage daughter in the backseat of their car to translate. And I said, this was happening. Would you like to come in and express? And they're like, no. We thank you for telling us, and thank you for going to city council, but we don't want to be involved. And that was just kind of the tenure of as I went around and spoke with people. We kind of walked up and down Dufferin and let people know what was going on. And the elderly folks that I chatted with that were English as a second language were saying to us that A, they didn't want to get involved and come to city council, and B, that it was the first that they had heard of it. So I'm not sure, Mayor Chow, about whether or not the posters were there. I'm sure if they said it was, but these folks didn't get the message.
They claim that there was public consultation, feedback incorporated into the design before city staff submitted a final report, which is what we have in front of us. And the consultation was from April to May, and then online survey was from May. So I guess it didn't really sink in as much as it should.
I was at those meetings, that both online and in person. We went and chatted with staff about things, but these folks that I spoke with on Dufferin that were residents of Dufferin Street didn't know that.
In that time, yeah. The other thing that the TDC report claims is to say that if there's more reliable and faster TDC service, then Wheel-Trans register, or people that use it, can actually access the traditional, conventional transit service because some of them, the bus are low floor and it'd be easier.
My next door neighbor is 95, and he actually sent in a thing for me to speak to, but it didn't happen today. But he said that he takes Wheel-Trans and it does pull up in front of his house, but most of his appointments are taken by his children who come and pick him up in front of the house. And he couldn't be here actually because he's not well. So he said, my challenge is that when my children come to pick me up in front of my house, they're not allowed. So I actually have to make my way all the way around to the other side of the block to get picked up there, which is very challenging for him. And so that's one of the big challenges, is just the ability to kind of even just stop in front of our houses, whether folks are elderly or, my age or whatever, to just kind of stop and to do life. And the peak time thing totally makes sense. I think everybody in the room would say we should have designated bus lanes in peak times. That makes absolute sense. But with no data between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. to say that things are different, it just doesn't make sense to us to remove all of the stuff that goes on in the evening when there's no data to back up that stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's data or not, but I'm run out of time, 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Okay, yeah. Oh, Councillor Bravo.
Thank you. And on a point of privilege, first I'd say that I also have knocked on most of the doors on Dufferin, and we dropped a letter to let people know as well. And I have the advantage that I speak Portuguese and Spanish. So, but I wanted to ask about the peak period contribution. So my understanding is that the peak period starts sort of like from 5 a.m. this morning rush hour because of who uses these lanes.
Sure.
And that it's very busy in my own experience. It's past 10. So I am wondering how you think that would work. If the day goes till, if the evening rush is till 10 or 11. I tried to go to a gala on TT's on bus and then up to Wilson, and I was late because it was so busy on a Saturday at 9 p.m. So I'm just wondering what do you mean by that? What kind of hours are you suggesting?
Well, right now peak hours are 7 to, or depending on what side of the street you're on, sometimes it's 6:30 or to 10, and then it's 3 to 7. So in the years that we've been on Dufferin, which is 24, we've found that it's rough in those peak times, but I'll often be up early, and I don't find that at 5 a.m. And like, I'm between College and Bloor, so I don't know if it's different up at your neighborhood closer to St. Clair or what the scoop is, but in our stuff, the rush hour starts 6:37 in my neighborhood, and really is kind of done-ish around 10, and then again picks up from 3 to 7. So that makes sense. I mean, with construction, all this construction going up and down the street, it gets pretty crazy. But funny enough, my wife and I went to a Coldplay concert last Friday. We took the Saga 45 minutes to get to Wilson from the concert. Then we got there and we got to Bloor Station. And when we got to Bloor Station at 12:30 p.m. or a.m., I guess, the buses said they're coming in 14 minutes and 15 minutes. So we said, forget it, we'll walk it. We walked from basically from Bloor to College. We passed 8 cars. There was 8 cars there was no buses, 8 cars, and there was a guy on a dirt bike doing a catwalk all through beside Dufferin Mall. And I thought, well, interesting. There's nobody here. So much so that dirt bikes are driving and doing catwalks on Dufferin. So
I guess my question is, overnight parking hours, what's the window that we're talking about? The challenge here is that we have, and I would say that part of the design of this is that it will be more traffic going north and south to feed Eglinton.
Sure.
It's as an alternative to line 1, which is line 2, sorry. The Bloor line is packed, and we need to have those east-west connections. So I just, I'm asking, you've thought about this a lot, and what you think about those. It's not just for our ward, it's for people.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, I think even if you were to blow out those by an hour on either side, you know, to make it reasonable so that, you know, the overnight parking it can happen, even if it's earlier in the morning, that there's something there for residents, and then also the ability to just stop in front of our homes and not get penalized.
Yeah, and I don't believe that that's before us. I think that what's clear is that the ability to stop and loading zones, so that's all been contemplated and what's been brought forward as a result of listening to the consultations and to the reasonable engagement. If you want to be able to, and can you move, all of that's been resolved now. I want to make, because I've met with both of yourselves, and we've had the conversations about what would be helpful. My final question about parking has to do with, I know that there's a lot of concerns that the original study area was huge for when permit parking would be made available.
Right.
It's, in this area, it's about 37 parking spots.
Okay.
Would you feel differently if we worked to make sure that those parking spots are replaced in the neighboring streets through a range of tools that we can use, including working with the Toronto Parking Authority?
I think we all just want to have spaces to park. I mean, I think that's what it is, that are reasonable and not so excessive that, you know, you have to go 8 streets over to park, kind of thing. So
loading zones, stopping, being able to service with the trades, being able to move, those are all things that are going to be accommodated. And then the question is a reasonable distance for a replacement of permit parking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Elmet El-Shabiti, online, okay?
Yeah, hello. Good afternoon, councillors and Mayor Chow. I shall try to keep this brief, given how so many have come out in support of transit already. My name is Ahmed, and I'm the proud resident of Ward 11. I'm here today as a transit rider. I wish to express my support for the RapidTO priority lanes, but also my strong support for amending the plan to restore the full scope of the project and not the watered-down version that excludes the stretch north of Bloor Street. I take transit every day like so many others in our community, and I know how frustrating it is when buses and streetcars are slow or unreliable. RapidTO is a step in the right direction, but it is a small step. Much more needs to be done, and it can't be done fast enough. Cutting parts of the project weakens its impact. It sends the message that transit is still not our priority. I want to see more transit improvements in Toronto and not fewer. We need bold decisions, not half measures. One that provides the most benefit to the most people and not the privileged few. Please keep the full scope of RapidTO project and consider further expansions to it quickly and with clear timelines. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentation. House and Chong, I think you were here. I saw you, yeah.
Toronto Environmental Alliance. Grew up in Etobicoke in a 2-car household, and then where I currently live close to downtown off of Bathurst Street. I own a car. I do not have space in front of my house to park, and I'm here to state very clearly I very strongly support. Transform TO and its acceleration. Just some very brief math off the top of my head. RateHub.ca says it costs $1,370 a month to own a car. Because I have had the ability to and the privilege to live in areas where there's been transit around, I never had to buy a car until about 3 years ago. Roughly speaking, that's saved me over $240,000. At least over 15 years. It continues to save me money because as a 2-person household, we don't need 2 cars. We only need the one for when we, for example, go see my mother out in Etobicoke in an area that's less transit accessible, or my aunt who just moved from her house into a unit and can no longer drive, and as a result of living in a place that's very difficult to get around transit, she doesn't actually have a lot of options to get out of her particular neighborhood anymore. This is one of the reasons why our transit system is so important, to provide people with these options throughout the various stages of their life. And that's why we need these systems, and we need these transit systems. Over 76% of Toronto households only have one car or less. 28% of households have no car. This is back from 2016 from the Transportation Tomorrow survey. So over 76% of households in the city only have one car or less. And a lot of those households, including my own, relies very deeply on transit in order to ensure that we can get around, and that number could theoretically go lower, providing more space for people in the city, if they need a car, for them to have their car and own it and be able to drive around. Just one example of what recently happened to me was that, like, I was going to go on I need to do an errand that was a 15-minute car ride away, sorry, a 15-minute bike ride away, but it was a very, very busy day. All the streetcars were jammed because all the car traffic was jammed. I didn't feel safe biking because there wasn't a bike lane, so I decided to get into my car, and I sat in by myself in a car that's supposed to sit 5 people and taking up all that road space that could have been used by other folks.
You're at 3 minutes.
Thanks so much. So I really do appreciate this. I hope that that executive moves forward on this and the council moves forward on this as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, William Loma. You have 3 minutes.
Lawrence, and I'm here to talk about my joy that we're talking about transit priority access lanes in Bathurst and Dufferin, but my dismay that this is only going to Bloor and no further. This is a decision about efficient uses of our limited government resources and our limited public right-of-ways. We have the choice to choose between a parked car that has no one in it and is not moving, or a articulated bus that can push over 80 people during the rush hour. Our roads are not growing. We are not adding capacity. We haven't for years, and we won't. What the roads we have now are the roads we will have for the future. The best thing we can do is organize them to prioritize the most efficient modes of transportation. This is also about good governance. Having policies that help thousands of people that rely on these buses versus the businesses that are established and have connections and influence. We shouldn't forget about the people on the buses. What they are doing. There are directions in their desires to go patronize businesses, access healthcare, access education. And this is also going back to the government, efficient use of government resources. I think that most people here, if this doesn't get passed today, they know that in a year from now, 2 years, 3 years from now, we're gonna have the same debate. We're gonna have everyone here talking about the same things again, because this is the only way to efficiently use our public right-of-ways. They're not growing, they're not changing. All we can do is prioritize efficient uses, and those are, and for on Bathurst and Dufferin, those would be red bus lanes. We can't keep hitting the square peg in the round hole. It's not going to work. I rest my time.
Thank you, William. Our next speaker is Alex Bonifant. Alex online? Alex, go ahead. Alex.
So can you guys see and hear me?
We can hear you. Go for it.
All right, perfect. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and councillors. My name is Alex, and I'm here today not just as a transit rider, but as one of 70,000 people who rely on the Dufferin and Bathurst buses. These are some of the slowest and most overcrowded routes in the city. For thousands of us, these buses aren't optional. They're how we get to work, school, and healthcare appointments. And the idea that we would water down a plan that helps all of us just to preserve a few parking spots is deeply disappointing. When the Eglinton Crosstown finally opens, even more riders will depend on the Bathurst and Dufferin buses to connect to it. That's why ending the bus lanes at Bloor, instead of extending them all the way to Eglinton, makes absolutely no sense. We have to plan for the city we need, not just the one we love. I recently spoke to a fellow rider who lives near St. Clair, north of Bloor. He told me his bus is constantly stuck behind single occupancy vehicles. He was late to work so often that his job was on the line. He voted for leaders who promised better transit, and he asked me point blank, if they don't fix this, why would I vote for them again? And honestly, I don't have a good answer, because this shouldn't even be a debate. We don't need further studies. Just look at other cities that already implemented this. Cities across North America and Europe have shown dedicated bus lanes improve travel times, increase reliability, reduce emissions, and boost ridership, all while supporting local businesses by bringing in more foot traffic, not less. Less than 10% of customers arrive by car, according to a study on Bloor Street. The rest arrive by foot, cycling, or transit. Cars don't buy things, people do. These businesses will not shut down as a result of this proposal. We don't need more delays. We don't need more compromise. The people who rely on transit deserve bold action, not watered down half measures. And let's be honest, there's an election next year. Transit riders like myself, all 70,000 of us, including my fellow deputants, will be watching who stood up for us when it mattered. Will we support candidates who made our lives harder so a few drivers can park their private property on a congested street with thousands of transit riders, or will we support the ones who put people first? Your own city-led consultation, as well as 89% of my fellow deputants, showed overwhelming support for the original bus lane plan all the way up to Eglinton. We are now asking you to respect that and move forward with the full plan. Not just for me, not just for that man I spoke to, but for every single person missing crucial appointments and being late to work while traffic crawls by. Transit riders vote, and we're counting on you to make the right decision. I do appreciate you, Mayor Chow, for bringing in that motion to bring the bus lanes all the way up to Eglinton, and I hope it gets implemented before the FIFA World Cup. There's no solution to car traffic except viable alternatives to driving. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? If not, next speaker, Suleiman Kawaja. Hello, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Suleiman. I live right by Dundas West subway station. You could call me an independent contractor. I work for a number of businesses and myself on Bathurst. I take transit to get there, and sometimes I bike if the transit's going to be too slow. I would sign under oath that I'm not a paid actor. I would disclose my bank account. I'll put it before a judge, lawyer, just to put that in the ground real quick. I'm also not here with any organization. I'm here on my own. I think enough has been said in support of this plan and the full restoration by people who I generally align with. I'll actually go a step further, and I'll say that I'm actually going to advocate for a congestion charge, right? In the downtown core especially. And I mean, you can look at the data from New York City, right? And the data from a lot of other predictions and everywhere else in the world that's done studies like this. But what a congestion charge will essentially do is it will enable car users to use the road, saving buttloads of time and efficiency, while raising a ton of money for the city that can then invest that back into wheel-trans and other accessible features in order to alleviate issues there. And that's basically all I have to say.
Thank you so much for expressing your opinion. All success to your contract work. Our next speaker is Anna Lindsay Moshe. You're online. May I trouble you to turn on your mic?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much.
My name's Anna, and I am a University Rosedale resident, and I fully support installing priority transit lanes on both Bathurst and Dufferin, both north and south of Bloor. Like 28% of Toronto residents, I don't own a car, and like around 75,000 daily users, I take transit along Dufferin and Bathurst and find it extremely frustrating to be stuck in traffic behind single occupancy vehicles, which make transit slow and unreliable. For example, I live a 12-minute bike ride and a 10-minute drive away from Exhibition Go. However, if I were to take the nearby 511 streetcar, which goes right to the station, it takes at least 35 minutes, which is comparable to the walking time. This estimate is optimistic as it doesn't take into consideration unexpected traffic delays, such as being trapped behind a driver turning left at every intersection, or wait times that far exceed the promised 10-minute maximum because of traffic-caused bunching. On my last trip to Exhibition Go, I left 50 minutes in advance of the train and still missed it. If I had walked, I would have made the train. When considering the time savings for transit users, it's important to factor in the connections that will no longer be missed, whether they are at Eglinton or Exhibition. Besides my own personal experiences, I support transit lanes because they are a key tool in the fight against climate change. As part of the city's climate goals, 75% of school and work trips under 5 kilometers are to be walked, biked, or taken via transit. Achieving this is impossible without making transit faster and more convenient than taking a car. The urban planning concept of induced demand tells us that when a particular mode of transportation becomes faster or more reliable, people will change their behavior to prioritize it over other forms of transportation. By installing priority transit lanes, the city will lure more riders onto these already busy routes. This means lower greenhouse gas emissions, reduce air pollution, improved congestion, lower maintenance costs for the road itself, amongst others. Prioritizing transit will kickstart a positive feedback loop that will benefit all Torontonians. Because of these reasons and many others, I was extremely disappointed to learn that the city is considering only installing priority transit lanes south of Bloor. This goes against the evidence used to compile the original proposal and is a pro-congestion, pro-pollution measure which prioritizes the theoretical concerns about a few parking spaces near expensive stores in some of the most expensive real estate in the country over nearly 100,000 mostly working-class riders. This proposal is particularly short-sighted given new developments north of Bloor, in particular on Dufferin, which will massively expand transit ridership in the coming years. For these reasons, I urge the Council to approve the priority transit lanes as recommended by Mayor Chout in her statement this morning, extending north to Wilson on Dufferin and north to Eglinton on Bathurst without adding any further delays to this already delayed project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. No questions. Our next speaker is Bryn Kennedy, online. Go ahead. Bryn? Calling once, calling twice. Bryn, are you online? Can you open your mic?
Hi, sorry.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Bryn Kennedy, and I've been living between Dundas and Queen on Dufferin for 17 years. I've been a daily Dufferin bus rider, a cyclist, and an occasional driver, mainly to care for my elderly parents outside the city. I support transit, as do my neighbors, but we're suggesting peak hour bus lanes. The current 24-hour plan is a devastating disruption to residents with the removal of all curbside access and overnight parking. For residents in my area, overnight parking is already scarce with no viable solutions, especially in the wintertime. Most Dufferin homes lack driveways. The street is really our only lifeline for essential access. This plan creates major problems for seniors, residents with disabilities, and families with small children, parents dropping off kids at the Gladstone School. The proposed loading zones are short-term, and we're concerned their proximity will be insufficient. This project feels rushed. Despite repeated questions and consultations, we've received no real answers. I also asked at community consultations about data that was collected to collect, about the traffic on Dufferin, because I was curious about the time of day. So, during those rush hour times, we would be able to understand when those time of day bus lanes could be implemented. Additionally, on Dufferin, the sidewalks are quite narrow and we're very close to the road. This plan puts lives at risk I'm in a community safety zone by Alexander Gladstone School. The lane beside the sidewalk will be shared by buses, school buses, emergency vehicles, Ontario line construction trucks, bicycles, and loading zones. I don't know how this mix could possibly increase the speed of buses. These large vehicles are going to constantly have to enter into the main lane of traffic to pass. This is going to create more congestion and directly undermine the rapid part of transit. The safety implications of this are terrifying. There will be no buffer whatsoever between this heavy, fast-moving traffic and the sidewalk. In some cases, the space between the front door of a house and the curb is only 12.5 feet. Children, elderly neighbors, residents, and anyone passing by are going to be just inches from danger. This is an unacceptable risk in a community safety zone. We support improved transit, but we demand an equitable, evidence-based solution. We support peak hour, time of day bus lanes, also to Wilson. However, with full 24-hour permanent bus lanes, is entirely unnecessary, especially during times of day when Dufferin is clearly not busy. We implore this committee to reconsider 24-hour bus lanes. Instead, test peak hour time of day bus lanes and explore temporary bus lanes for specific events like FIFA. This pragmatic approach will allow data collection without inflicting irreparable harm on our community. Thank you. And if I can, I'm happy to share a photograph of just the narrowness of the sidewalk and the road.
Thank you. Questions, anyone? No? Thank you very much for your deputation. Heather Sloman, Chair of the Seton Village, the Seton Village Residents Association.
Hello, Mayor Chow and councillors. Thank you for hearing my deputation. My name is Heather Sloman. I'm the new chair of the Seton Village Residents Association, or SVRA, which is one of the RAs which directly abut Bathurst Street. Our neighborhood includes a group of business owners who organized to express their opposition to RapidTO. I want to start by emphasizing that I personally am a huge advocate of bus lanes. In fact, I support them over bike lanes as they accommodate many more people and people of varying ages, abilities, and situations. So my own initial reaction to RapidTO was very positive. The SVRA did not take a specific position on RapidTO. We have submitted a letter where we have tried to capture the range of views held by our members. My aims today are twofold. The first is to highlight the process that an RA requires if it is to respond meaningfully to any city initiatives. And the second is to provide some suggestions regarding how best to obtain the support of local residents. An important thing to keep in mind when enlisting the support of an RA is that we are volunteers trying to galvanize residents leading busy lives. This means public consultation times need to be longer. We had approximately 6 weeks to learn about a major initiative affecting our neighborhood and to respond to it meaningfully. Here are a few recommendations to improve the communication process with RAs. 1, provide more time to organize, educate ourselves, and be able to meaningfully contribute to the discussion. 2, ensure we have access to expert city employees. Councillor Sachs's office staff did come through for us in this case, but we also needed to be able to speak with TTC employees, and they were not available by the time we contacted them. 3, ensure information, including website data, is informative, sufficient, and consistent. For example, the RapidTO website did not include changes in ridership over the course of the day. Many residents stated that buses were empty during non-peak hours, and there was no way to refute or verify this. In addition, RapidTO detractors were citing the paucity and inaccuracy of data as evidence of the project's lack of credibility. It was also not clear to me why there was never any mention of transit signaling priority as an integral part of this plan. And finally, anticipate when possible what residents' concerns will be and be prepared to address these concerns. For example, loss of parking or increased cut-through traffic were likely to be identified as problems. Perhaps you could have cited data to show that more public transit decreases car dependency and need for parking, or that, as was the case with bike lanes, better public transit enhances shopping in small businesses along those transit routes. Or should there have been an option to make bus lanes operational during rush hour periods only? Again, incorporating transit signally priority technology might have allowed for more flexibility in this case. While I recognize that you can't make everyone happy all of the time, I hope these recommendations will make consultation with residents and the implementation of new initiatives go more smoothly in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughtful presentation. Anyone have any questions? No? Thank you. I was just looking up at transit signal. I thought they are changing it, but okay, we'll see. George Patricio. He's online. You're online? Okay, maybe not. George, can you turn on your mic, please? We just have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more speakers. I'm just worried about quorum. Let's just keep going.
Hello.
Yep, we are all ears.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead. Okay, if we can't hear you, I'm going to switch to someone else.
I guess I can't hear.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to come back to you in 2 minutes, okay? If you can connect with him and tell him he should just go ahead. Jonah Broker-Newman, are you there? Yes. Ah, okay, please. This is a lot easier. You're here.
Good afternoon, councilors and mayor. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Jonah Brooker-Nolman. I am a resident of Ward 9 Davenport and have lived there for 14 years. Oh. And I'm here to inform all of you why you must vote for the full implementation of 24/7 RapidTO lanes on Dufferin and Bathurst streets, from Lakeshore to Steeles. You must vote for all the other RapidTO lanes proposed over the past few years, but I'd like to focus on those two. Like 75,000 other Torontonians, I've rode the 7 Bathurst and 29 Dufferin buses my entire life, mainly to get to the north of the city and important places like Yorkdale Mall and Lawrence Plaza. As I've seen the high levels of overcrowding and especially traffic congestion on those routes, I have dreamt of bus lanes on them for a very long time, since I was a kid. As for the 511 streetcar, I have especially longed for RapidTO lanes on it, since I avoid that route like the plague due to its horrible traffic and even worse signal priority. Voting for the full implementation of RapidTO on Bathurst and Dufferin would provide massive benefits for everyone, not just people living on or around those corridors, but for everyone in Toronto, going far beyond reducing car traffic. They might make Torontonians much more reliant on transit, which in turn could perpetuate many similar lanes being built across the city, which could improve Toronto as a whole. Not to mention, they'd significantly improve our mobility next year for the FIFA games, giving us a more favorable international reputation. In addition to voting for RapidTO, you should also propose measures on Bathurst and Dufferin, such as full active transit signal priority, improved wayfinding at stops, removing stops that are too close to one another, and for the 511 Bathurst streetcar, level boarding. You cannot water RapidTO down to just going south of Bloor, or worse, not voting for it at all, thanks to the concerns of a minority of businesses and residents. On the contrary, you should assure businesses that RapidTO will increase their revenue drastically. In New York City, for example, the state DOT reported that Fordham Road saw a 71% increase in business revenue after bus lanes were implemented in 2023. And similarly, for concerned residents, if bus lanes decrease property values, how come real estate titan Rob Golfi say that they increase that transit improvements like them increase property values by 20%? Likewise, if concerned residents are saying that bus lanes decrease safety on the road, how come dozens of studies, including from schools like UCLA, say they decrease road speeds by at least 20%, among many other safety improvements? For all these reasons and more, I will say once again that you must keep to your election promise and vote for the full implementation of 24/7 RapidTO bus lanes on Bathurst and Dufferin, as well as all the other bus lanes, RapidTO lanes that have been proposed for the past 5 years or longer. You have a choice. We have an election in a year, so make the good one. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your deputation. And we have, next one is,
George is having problems. He's asked if he can speak last.
okay, Lynn Adamson, are you here? Online, would you like to open your mic, please? Lynn Adamson, please start. We're running out of time. Don't want to lose quorum on this item. After all the speaker, Lynn Adamson, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank
Please
you.
start.
We're
ready.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so I'm speaking today for Climate Fast and also for the seniors group, healthy aging group at the Oakwood Vaughan neighborhood where I live. Okay, these are also in written form, but I'm just going to highlight a few points. I'm a resident of Ward 12 at Oakwood and Vaughan, and I want to start by thanking the mayor for your letter today to find a way to achieve the remaining RapidTO corridors north of Bloor Street West on Bathurst to Eglinton and Dufferin to Wilson, and to find interim transit priority measures that can be implemented and be creative. Much appreciated. I have taken both these buses, Dufferin and Bathurst. They're painfully slow, and frankly, I ride my bike whenever I can because it's faster and more pleasant. I go through side streets. I don't go on those main streets, but we can make the trip on those main streets so much better for the people who are reliant on the bus. And when it's pleasant and fast, many more people will ride the bus and leave their car at home or opt to give up having a personal vehicle and save thousands of dollars a year. We really need people to give up their bikes. Give up their bikes, I'm sorry, get their bikes. And in my case, I have a little battery assist, which makes it possible for me at 73 to get up hills and everything else. So that's good, but the bus lanes are required for older people, for everyone who doesn't rely on a car, okay? I serve on the Climate Advisory Group, which works with staff at TransformTO on implementation of the city's excellent climate action plan. And I heard earlier deputants speak about the climate plan, which is our commitment to do our part for a livable future in our city and around the world. Anyone living in Toronto this week experiencing the world's worst air quality due to forest fires and extreme heat will know that the city needs to take climate change seriously and do our part. So with regard to reducing the number of cars on the road, it's critical to meeting our climate action goals. We need to reduce greenhouse gases emissions to net zero by 2040, and we cannot do it if we make the changes that are needed. We notice TransformTO commitments are not mentioned in the staff report, but they should be. We decided to put a climate lens on every decision, so please put that lens on today. We need 20% reduction by 2030. That will take significant changes, not the status quo. More than 1/3 of emissions are from transportation. The vast majority are from private cars. And we need to get people out of them. So when you have transit, walking, and cycling are advantaged, then people will switch. So we need to, I'm running out of time here, but I really am glad for the mayor's commitment and the pledge that other members of the executive also signed to deliver 10 RapidTO lanes by the end of the council term. We only have one so far. Now's the time to act, and we support all those recommendations that would get us there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adamson. Our next speaker, Anja Hutchins. There you are. Thank you for waiting.
Hello, council members. My name is Anya. I'm a U of T student, and I've lived in Toronto my whole life. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else, but I do recognize that there's a lot of work to be done to help the city reach its potential, including in transit. First of all, I want to thank you for all the work you have done so far towards securing transit lanes on Dufferin and Bathurst, and thank you, Mayor Chow, for your support of the original RapidTO plan. I'm here to ask that the council support the extension of the Dufferin and Bathurst transit lanes to Wilson and Eglinton respectively, as originally planned and with clear timelines. I rely entirely on the TTC and sometimes my skateboard to get around, and although I wish I could rely on only the subway, which doesn't have to compete with cars, like a majority of Torontonians, I rely on buses and streetcars for almost every trip. I have had similar experience to other deputants, those streetcar trips that are faster by foot, and a great example of this issue of buses getting stuck in traffic is the Eglinton bus, which almost doubles in time the trip to the station during rush hour. But I'm lucky because this problem will be solved when the LRT opens and public transit on Eglinton no longer has to compete with cars. This could be true for Bathurst and Dufferin as well. As Toronto finally starts to see progress on multiple major transit projects, the hope is that this will make public transit into a fast and convenient alternative to driving and encourage more people to leave their cars at home, alleviating traffic. Councillor has already mentioned the issue of increased passenger volumes transferring from Line 5. So if large volumes of passengers are transferring from new subways and LRTs onto slow, inefficient buses that are stuck in traffic, this will kneecap the whole system. Let's upgrade our buses to keep up with the increasing demand that the entire system will hopefully have and reduce traffic by taking advantage of the TTC's increasing capacity. So transit lanes on Eglinton, Kingston, and Morningside are already saving Torontonians 11 minutes per day and increasing reliability by 12%. Let's make public transit the faster and more convenient choice on some of the slowest, most congested routes in the city, so that we can move more people more efficiently. This is why I'm here today, to ask that we keep this great momentum and finish implementing the promised transit-only lanes on Dufferin and Bathurst, all the way up to Wilson and Eglinton, respectively. I also ask that the public receive clear timelines, as this is an urgent issue, especially with the EC LRT preparing to open to the public. The TTC has done their due diligence. We don't need 5 more years of research. I also understand that the concerns about accessibility and unloading shipments are valid, and that we may need to look into how to utilize laneways and side streets, but I honestly don't understand how the status quo of parking shipping trucks and unloading shipments on such a busy and already congested corridor needs to be maintained. Yes, thank you for your consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, thank you. David Weiner at the showroom. Thank you. It's online. Okay, we could hear it. Go ahead. Davina, I'm sorry. Davina, please go ahead. Can you unmute? I'm going to give you a few more. There's a week. Okay, I'm going to come back to you, Davina. I cannot hear you. Nancy Liu, are you here? Go ahead.
Hi. Okay. My name is Nancy. I own and operate a physiotherapy clinic on Bathurst Street, just north of Bloor. Unfortunately, I was abruptly forced to shut down at the end of last month for unrelated reasons. If the loss of an on-street parking was truly harmful for business, I would not be reopening my operations around the corner on Bloor, just west of Bathurst. As we know, Bloor has already removed on-street parking for bike lanes years ago. At the time, there was also fear from Bloor businesses that it would negatively impact sales and the street's overall vitality. But now, years later, sales have either increased or stayed the same. It was, in fact, a neighboring Bathurst business owner who came to warn me in a frenzy twice that if we as healthcare business owners don't speak up, then we will be forced to shut down, especially because we need curbside parking for patients with mobility needs. I want to uncover the true realities of her claim. Is it reality or is it just fear? For 3 weeks in May, I conducted a survey. We asked our patients, do you drive and park on Bathurst Street to access our services? The survey showed that only 50% of respondents answered yes. This lines up with city's data, which showed a utilization rate of just 18 to 37% of green P parking spots on Bathurst between DuPont and Bloor. In my physiotherapy practice, I predominantly focus on health promotion and injury prevention over rehab. By the time that someone is injured, it will take significantly more money and time to rehab than if they were stronger and more mobile in the first place. We can use the same approach towards road utilization planning. By the time we are sitting in traffic, it's already too late. The only solution to congestion in Toronto is viable alternatives to driving, and we needed it yesterday. It is not a rushed and unresearched proposal, as certain opposition groups want you to believe. It comes down to letting fear from a few privileged and powerful individuals in the community drive transit decision-making for the greater good of the public. Thank you, Mayor Chow, for your unbiased letter today outlining reasonable recommendations to allow RapidTO to be implemented in its entirety, not just south of Bloor. I appreciate you for not letting the issue sit unresolved, because the public deserves clear timelines on not if, but when the project will be implemented in its entirety. There's no harm in implementing the project now, collecting data, monitor for effectiveness and deficiencies, then continue to make ongoing changes, such as organizing loading zones for businesses. As you said, I'm sure we can come up with creative solutions, but I can't think of a single good reason why keeping on-street parking in Bathurst would outweigh the enormous benefits of its removal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Doing your own survey. Wow, thank you. Davina, you ready? Go ahead. Davina? You're online. Can you speak?
Here, can you hear me?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Terrific. Sorry about that. It's an audio problem. Sorry about all of that.
All good.
Sorry, thank you. My name is Davina Weiner. My grandfather bought a building at Bathurst and Bloor in the 30s. I run a women's clothing store called The Showroom at Bathurst DuPont, so I am very familiar with the neighborhood, both as a business owner and property owner. My family's been in business for over 52 years, so our family of clients are multi-generational, to say the least. Some young at heart, and all with varying mobility abilities. You've heard a lot of people talking this afternoon about all the issues, and they all seem to be transit ineffectiveness issues, so I won't dwell that much on that. This has always been simply advocating for fair accessibility. Some people cannot take transit or walk here. They drive because they need to, and they have not been considered. My concern is just as much, though, is for the vitriol and hate that this has stirred up. Why suddenly people that need to drive are being villainized as if it's only the rich and privileged, I'll never understand. One of the PSWs across from us that works across the street every single day wants me to make sure that you know that her car is being held together with duct tape. So we are not talking about the privileged. We are talking about accessibility for people to be able to earn a living. Business owners do not park here, and no, 90% of our businesses do not get walk-in traffic because they often can't get here. As the past speaker, who was actually for this plan, admitted herself, it's a very quiet pedestrian strip. Every single resident or business owner that I've spoken to, and I've spoken to hundreds, all want better transit systems. Most of us take transit, but frankly, the Torontonians that I've spoken to are tired of being responsible for the TTC not doing their job properly with quote-unquote cluster busing and poor scheduling. 3 double buses at the same time with no service in between is very common, and there's tons of footage to prove it. When we met with the TTC, they admitted that that was due to lack of supervisors that still haven't been replaced since COVID. The current plan is not to add extra service for transit. It's to punish anyone who can't use it under an illusion of better transit. The data used is beyond skewed, as residents and businesses who watch and video it every single day can prove the opposite. The TTC advocate earlier described getting home earlier to their families, but how about the families in cars that have to drive, that are now 24 hours, 7 days a week, designated bus lanes? That will almost double their time. Did they not matter? They don't ever seem to be mentioned. Safety concerns alone haven't been well thought through in any way when bikes, buses, fire trucks, and ambulance will all be traveling in the same lanes. It's not even possible for emergency vehicles to get around double buses when the center lanes are filled solidly, as they are now forced into one lane, especially on the narrower parts of Bathurst Street, let alone for the residents that live on Bathurst Street. There are 3 significant changes: removing every single parking spot, changing left and right turns, and removing bus stops while claiming that you're trying to make the city accessible. That doesn't make any sense, and it sounds like an oxymoron to most of us. With so many changes all at once, how would you even possibly know if anything was actually effective? First, the city PTC must clean up their own backyard before coming to ours.
Wrap up?
One more thing, just one more simple thing. Just an example of the vitriol and the hate is one of your earlier speakers, Alex Bonifant, bullies and harasses each of our businesses going up and down Bathurst Street that opposes the RapidTO.
Yes.
And fake Google reviews every single business. That's bullying, harassing, and devastating to each of our businesses.
Thank you.
All we're trying
Thank
to do
you.
is say, you're very welcome.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, second last, Lara Jansen. You're here. And the last one is Awad Adilin, who is also here. And then we need to get back to George, who wasn't able to open the mic. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, we're almost done. I live near the Dufferin gates, and I'm a teacher that uses the Dufferin bus every day during the school year. And my 9-kilometer commute home from Yonge and St. Clair usually takes me between 60 and 90 minutes, due largely to the bottlenecks waiting for a Dufferin bus. So I'm going to focus on that route. I do commend the city's plan for priority bus lanes on Dufferin, and I was pleased to read the mayor's support for extending them north of Bloor. Not doing so would undermine RapidTO's actual purpose, shortchange current transit users, and not address the current challenges of congestion. Every minute saved on a commute translates to less personal stress. While residents and event goers south of Bloor will benefit from a plan that only goes up to Bloor, those north of Bloor deserve the same improved quality of life that faster, more reliable transit can provide. Cutting the priority bus lane short means that residents north of Bloor will continue to face the same frustrating delays and unreliable service that RapidTO is specifically designed to alleviate. And this also perpetuates the inequitable distribution of transit benefits. Furthermore, a shortened priority route will perpetuate the bottleneck at Bloor. Southbound buses will continue to arrive unpredictably and in packs, while northbound buses will be forced back into mixed traffic precisely at Dufferin Station, where passenger congestion's at its worst. Extending the priority lanes now would ensure a more reliable journey for those of us that use the 29 and 929 buses, truly maximizing the investment of RapidTO. North-south public transit in Toronto is notoriously difficult, it feels, no matter where I go. Priority lanes for the Dufferin buses can be a crucial western link across, connecting Wilson Station, the upcoming Eglinton Crosstown, which I hope is coming someday, right? And the Bloor-Danforth line, and even potentially the Ontario line once it's completed. Keeping priority lanes only south of Bloor leaves a significant gap in our transit network, hindering crucial north-south connectivity. Finally, I want to do my part to slow climate change and have chosen not to drive in Toronto. And the only way I can see to convince other people to do the same is to make public transit more efficient, reliable, and more economical than driving. Priority bus lanes make transit a more viable option for more people, and extending priority bus lanes now can directly reduce car congestion and aligns with our city's climate goals. If we really want to be a world-class city, we need to go beyond half measures. Last year, Move It estimated that Torontonians spend an average of 1 year and 7 months of their lives commuting. I implore you to please be brave, invest in our city's future, take a concrete step now towards creating a more efficient, equitable, and sustainable Toronto. Extending the priority bus lanes now is a way that promotes the safety of pedestrians and cyclists is a simple and economical way to make a transformative impact for tens of thousands of us here in Toronto.
Thank you very, very much. I'm going to ask George to see whether he is online or not. He was not able to turn it up. George Patricio.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
You can hear?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear?
Oh boy.
Hi, my name is George Patricio. I live in
Yes, we
Village
can.
For 50 years. You can hear?
Keep going.
Hello? My reason for speaking is the negative impact of 24-hour dedicated bus lanes would have on Bathurst Street. Let me be clear. I'm not opposed to improving transit or enhancing bike access in the city. Bathurst Street is a vibrant and essential artery for our communities. It's home to businesses, places of worship, parks, communities, centers, essential shopping, hospitals, residents, homes, and schools. Removing the entire lane of traffic will lead to several problems. Loss of essential parking will eliminate crucial on-street parking and force it onto neighborhoods, and will also eliminate curb access for people who need it. increase traffic gridlock. Bathurst Street is already a major artery used to access the Allen Expressway and in reverse. Reducing its capacity will worsen traffic. Many people need their cars to go to work. Residential rat running. I have personally witnessed how mapping applications already direct drivers down quiet streets like Parton used to be, just to save 5 minutes. It will drastically increase cut-through traffic, forcing it onto our streets where people live, cycle, children play, cross the street, and go to school. Our neighborhoods should not be forced to bear the burden of diverting arterial traffic. FIFA World Cup. I question whether if someone who is willing to pay thousands of dollars for a single ticket will generally rely on the TTC. Practical solutions from my experience. FIFA World Cup implements express services from Bathurst Street Station, utilizing temporary lane closures during game times. Normal use, we should avoid permanent lane removals. Enhance traffic management during rush hours. Increase parking restrictions at rush hours. Increase parking enforcement like tow trucks. Implement left turn signals north and south at major intersections all day. Implement left and right turn restrictions into residential streets, Bathurst especially, during peak hours. Address mapping issues. As a city, we must collectively petition mapping applications to stop directing cut-through traffic onto residential streets. This is a safety and a quality of life issue that requires immediate attention. Strategic bike lane expansion. Our area has excellent north and south bike lane networks through neighborhoods, but we desperately need more east and west connections. Investing in bike lanes on residential streets like Barton Avenue, Lowther, Bernard, and Wells.
Oh, you're 30 seconds over.
Way to expand cycling networks and
need
neighborhoods.
you to finish.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Did you get all of that?
We got all that. Last speaker, Awad Adelan.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Awad Abdeen, and I'm a Scarborough resident, a volunteer for TTC riders, and someone that takes the TTC regularly, especially the 54 Lawrence bus. And I would like to share my opinions on the bus lanes that should be added to Dufferin and Bathurst. Despite not living in those areas, I can understand what other people go through every day while riding the TTC, especially the 54. Some examples include traffic, waiting a long time for the bus to arrive, and many more. Many regions in the city have this issue. I became very aware of this issue when I started canvassing at Bathurst subway station. The reason why these bus lanes should be added is because more buses would arrive to these stations. These bus lanes would be very beneficial for the upcoming World Cup, and these bus lanes would reduce traffic. The first reason I think these bus lanes should be added is because the bus lanes will have more buses arriving to the stations. And the reason why is because the city has promised us that on weekdays, 29 to 929 buses will come to the street and carry about 40,000 people, according to an article from Toronto Now. The second reason why I think the bus lane should be added is because next year the FIFA World Cup is happening, and it is the biggest sporting event on Earth. And there's going to be lots of tourists around the world that's going to be coming to Toronto to watch the World Cup. And by adding these bus lanes, it'll be easier for those fans to get to the arena. And it'll also make it easier for people who are trying to get to work. And overall, it'll make the city less crowded. The third reason why I think these bus lanes should be added is because it'll just reduce traffic. And the reason why is because the bus lanes will only have buses in them, and everyone will get into their destination quicker, especially for people who drive cars. This is why I think bus lanes should be added, and it'll make public transformation more reliable, avoiding traffic, and it'll make commuting easier, and it'll make the city a better place for everyone. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you for your time. Before I think that's the end of the deputants. I'm just going, oh, wow, thank you. Yeah. I'm just going to get 3 items with no speaker, just so that the staff don't have to stay, because we're going to be discussing. 25.6, the Economic Action Plan. It basically is expanding the industrial property tax deferrals. I see no question. Oh, you had something that you wanted to move? Okay, go for it.
Yes, just a quick motion on this, because there's a letter asking us to take a bunch of actions that bring the climate lens to this from the Toronto Atmospheric Fund, and I'm just suggesting through this motion that the ED Environment Climate review that letter. He already has, because I dealt with this offline, and consider developing those actions as part of the electrification advantage report that is coming in the near future.
Okay.
It's a better home for those things.
All right, all those in favor? Opposed, carry, thank you. Oh, brother. Item as amended, approved, carry. Speaking of electrification and all that, furnace replacement program is the letter that I have in front of you, is item 31. It helps, there's a group of young people that have been hired to help homeowners who the furnaces needs to be replaced, that we introduce them to a hydro program that would show them where they could find heat pumps for cooling and heating, and help them find contractors that are certified, and then we'll lead them to the various grants that are available to them. The provincial grant, for example, with very good connection with the province of Ontario, where they provide a rebate grant, which we can help them apply, and also the city can provide low-cost financing for them. So this is basically helping homeowners to deal with their homes, that when so they don't replace the furnace, but environmentally a lot sounder for them to use a heat pump. So those are recommendations in front of you. If that's all right, we can talk more at council if you choose to, okay? All those in favor of the recommendations, opposed, carry. The last one is my report where I came back from Ireland and London, promoting film, understanding how they deal with congestion and housing, and looking at their trade, how focused and centralized they are in helping business export and import, especially in Ireland. So report received for information. All those in favor, Councillor Matlow, thank you so much. Opposed, carry. Back to this item. I just didn't want the staff to have to wait. This is the last item. I will start by moving the, question to staff first before I move anything. Question to staff. Okay, Councillor Carroll and Deputy Mayor Malik.
Yes, because, in light of the deputations we've had all day, I wonder if staff want the opportunity to just speak a little bit to what they know to be the economic impact on the businesses along this. Did they do any kind of a review of that so that we would know both commercially and residentially property values and business impacts?
Okay. Impact on homeowners and businesses in the area. Who would like to tackle that one? Economic development or down over at transportation?
Yeah, I can start. Mayor, we did not do a specific economic impact study related to this project. We have done, often in partnership with the University of Toronto, on some of our bike lane studies, and I believe on King Street we might have done some work as well to look more broadly at the impacts versus the benefits. And so I know a lot of the deputants have talked about. have some of that.
They're
Yeah.
based on very similar principles, I would assume.
Correct, yeah, there's not a lot that's new here in terms of the concept.
Okay, thank you. And on residential property values, is this one of those, I looked it up, the first thing that comes up, of course, is AI. Is this one of those instances where AI is wrong when it says that generally this increases property values?
Through the mayor, again, we didn't assess property values as part of this project. We do know that from other studies that has been found to be the case, that property values can increase with improved transit and mobility. However, what we did do is a feasibility study and design review to do traffic analysis to understand the impacts and benefits to multimodal users on the corridor. So that was our focus of our work.
Right, and to assess it scientifically is tricky because there are so many factors to property values, so many. But I think, is that why when we go looking for this, what we find is, we find a lot of you know, people in the sector telling us about this. The real estate sector will tell you about this, real estate boards, et cetera. But to actually do a scientific study is tricky because of the many other factors engaged in it, or you know, impacting property values. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, I'd say yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Malik?
I'm sorry,
Deputy
can I
Mayor
just get
Malik?
my
Yeah,
time?
go ahead.
Thank you. So I have a few questions. Again, thank you for the report. Just starting with the consultations. Can you describe some of what you heard in consultations, including one that I hosted from my office, particular to some of the issues that were raised for downtown residents about boxing in neighborhoods, turn restrictions, and how you've worked to address this in the lead up to this report and in it?
Through the chair, Councillor, I can speak to what we heard during the consultations. In fact, we had survey questions online that asked about how the proposed changes would impact people in terms of segments along the stretch of both Bathurst and Dufferin. And they varied. We saw anywhere between 50 to 80% saying that the proposed changes for turn restrictions would negatively impact them or would improve their trip. But we did hear from residents, especially if they had existing concerns of traffic infiltration, where they were concerned that suddenly with the implementation of bus lanes, we would see more cars diverting into their local neighborhoods and causing speed and traffic volume issues. And I'll let transportation speak to the second half of that.
In terms of how we, in our proposal, we made changes to reflect what we'd heard from the consultation. In your ward in particular, Councillor Malik, Deputy Mayor Malik, we removed proposed turn restrictions on Bathurst at Niagara and at King, and right turn restrictions at Queen, and added turn priority at Front and Wellington to increase the capacity for general traffic at that location. In general, we did aim to assess where we thought there would be some impacts to neighborhood traffic and plan the restrictions accordingly, but the public feedback that we heard through the public consultation process was extremely valuable in refining that.
Thank you. Can you just give us the priority monitoring work that will be done to respond to the implementation of these priority lanes?
Absolutely. Thanks for the question. Similar to other projects that we've undertaken as a pilot, there is a robust monitoring and evaluation approach planned and documented in the staff report as part of this project. We would be monitoring transit, motor vehicle, and safety data at frequencies that are defined in our report, with public dashboards to be produced regularly for council and residents to see. And we are recommending reporting back on the evaluation of the project after a couple of years of execution in order to make any adjustments beyond our own operational authority to do so, and seek council's endorsement of the ultimate configuration of those streets.
Very briefly, can you just share what other vehicles will be able to use these lanes and how it impacts travel times?
Yes, so in addition to TTC vehicles, Wheel-Trans buses as well as school buses would be using the routes, as well as emergency vehicles would be able to have access to the priority bus lanes. In the case of the bus lanes, bicycles would also use them, whereas streetcar lanes, it's not appropriate for bicycles to share. The priority bus lanes are anticipated to provide travel time improvements for all of those users. In particular, that's important for emergency vehicles.
And my final questions for TTC, are they here? Yeah. How will TTC be adjusting service to anticipate more active use lines and to ensure that we're actually maximizing the use of the lanes? Because I heard that as a key concern as well.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, and a few things that we're doing. The first is that we've introduced, with the support of, I see many committee members here also on the board, a bunching and gapping pilot where we're looking at how we can improve the flow of buses both on Dufferin and on Bathurst. And so what that's included is us adding new street supervisors to those routes. So you actually have people on the ground on top of the transit control supervisors to ensure that buses are moving more smoothly and more frequently and adhering to their scheduled headways. On top of that, through our recent budget that was passed at the TTC, we'll be introducing increased streetcar frequency on the Bathurst streetcar portion of the route. And so this fall, we would be introducing additional streetcars so that we'd move from 10-minute service to 6-minute service. And so we expect that too to come and in order to time up with taking advantage of the added prioritization that's on these routes.
Okay. Any other questions to staff? Okay. Oh, sorry, Councillor Holiday did not see you. Pardon me. I apologize. Third time I've done this. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I think the TTC staff, in my experience riding on a vehicle, surface vehicle, buses spend time driving straight down the road. Sometimes they get stuck in a queue. Sometimes they have to wait at stops to unload and load passengers. Sometimes they wait at lights. Sometimes they wait at stops, and lights is a combination. Sometimes they get stuck behind people making turns. And sometimes they get stuck behind construction or something on the side of the road. And those are the ones I can think of. Have you broken down the way that the vehicles move down these particular corridors in each of those buckets of time? Have you gone to that level of analysis?
Through the mayor, we've done extensive analysis on kind of what the causes of delays are, and as I referenced earlier, are doing even more of that now, specifically on Dufferin and Bathurst, just to identify kind of root cause analysis of all those. I don't have the breakdown of that for you today in terms of whether it's boarding and alighting that causes X amount of minutes versus, say, being stopped behind in traffic or behind a light. But certainly what we do know from all the analysis that we've done is that more often than not, our vehicles are stuck in traffic, and with the high volume of traffic on these corridors, that's when typically their performance starts to deteriorate because of that competing road use.
Do we know which of those problems creating dedicated lanes, let's put the turn prohibition changes aside, signal changes aside, which of those dedicated lanes facilities will respond to which of those issues? And do we know what the time saving will be?
Through the mayor, we do know our time savings in aggregate across these corridors, and so those are certainly in the report, and we're happy to kind of update and speak to those. And so those time savings are a result of, I would say, the suite of improvements that priority transit lanes provide. And so we could break it down per, say, traffic blockage, but the time savings right now is laid out in the report, speak to the aggregate savings when all of those benefits are realized.
Sorry, what's the total number in the report?
So it's 29% faster through the mayor, 29% faster on Dufferin, which is about 5 minutes saved, and on Bathurst would be 13% faster, 3 minutes saved.
3 minutes. And do we know what percentage of the passengers ride those entire corridors? And do we know what portion that is of their entire journey? So how impactful is this to an average person?
Through the mayor, we would argue that it would be quite impactful because of the volume of people who take those routes. And so when you look at the daily riders, while sometimes 3 minutes or 5 minutes doesn't sound like a significant amount of time savings, when multiplied across the tens of thousands of people who are using those corridors and on those buses, it's a pretty significant impact on those customers and those riders.
So we can do that math, and we can do that math with all the other people that are delayed, but I'm not going to do that. I wanted to know about the individual person. And we don't know that by the sounds of it. Case study of an individual.
Through the mayor, we do not have a case study on each individual who's on that corridor. But what we do is through a lot of our customer journeys and our customer experience, we do build out customer journeys that have a typical ride. And so we know for many people, while they may not be going from stem to stern of the corridor, that they would realize significant benefits in their individual journey. And for most of those people who are using the corridor twice a day and many times a week, then it becomes quite a significant savings.
If the buses and streetcars are moving relatively as equals with the free-flowing traffic along those corridors, the report also says that the buses and the streetcars take 65 and 82% longer to travel than, I guess it was a private vehicle. Can you explain to me why it takes so long on the TTC compared to a car if they're otherwise following generally the same rules?
Through the mayor, I think it was partly identified in your earlier question, the fact that we are stopping regularly to let people on and off. And obviously this is the customer behavior and timing of people boarding and alighting will impact that travel time.
You're not changing that, are you, under this?
Also, some of the turn restrictions that we would be subjected to, but they're obviously not the same type of travel that someone in an individual vehicle will be making.
Councillor, 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Councillor Bravo, question? What? Councillor Perks, you have a question. Oh, God.
I'm sitting at the front of the class today. How many people take the Dufferin bus peak hour?
We're scrolling through the mayor. So through the mayor, at peak hour, it's about 6,000 customers that would be on the bus in the morning peak.
Morning peak. And how many people, to the general manager of transportation, drive through that corridor in peak hour?
And while the general manager looks for that through the mayor, I can add that that's 40,000 people are on that corridor on the bus.
Yep.
Given day.
I see what you're doing.
Through the mayor, we don't have peak hour numbers right now, but the volume for the entire day on Dufferin is 20,000.
Yeah, and so peak would probably be less than 3 then, right?
I would say so, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So if Councillor Holliday was asking some questions around boarding and alighting. Boarding and alighting is one of the significant time costs. Could we allow all-door loading already on Dufferin? Yeah?
Through the mayor, because of the high volume of Dufferin, especially at some of those key stops like Dufferin and Bloor, that's where we do allow for all-door boarding.
I know, I do it almost every week.
To speed up that boarding and alighting process.
Yeah, so other than speeding up boarding and alighting, increasing service, the number of buses, the only way that you could cut boarding and alighting time would just to drive the route with the doors closed and not let anyone on or off, right?
Through the mayor, that is correct.
Yeah. So making a comparison about, you know, how RapidTO cuts your time versus driving with the doors closed is kind of a stupid comparison.
Through the mayor, I think we recognize that two very different types of travel when one is a kind of a straight trip through and the other has to serve many stops.
General Manager of Transportation, I don't have these numbers for Toronto, but I sort of know them for North America. In North America, something close to 90–95% of adults have driver's licenses if they're able-bodied. That's roughly right?
I mean, outside of Manhattan, I'd say you're right.
And Toronto.
Correct.
And by the way, I'm in the 5%. However, the percentage of people with some kind of mobility limitation who are adults and have driver's licenses is, if memory serves, under 30%.
Through the mayor, that sounds about right.
Okay, so if I'm trying to construct an argument about who benefits from giving priority to transit, one of the groups that benefits is people with mobility limitations compared to able-bodied people.
That would be consistent with the feedback that we heard from the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee and the same type of committee for the TTC.
And it would also fit who is able to drive a car and who is not.
Sorry, can you clarify that question?
And another way to measure that is improving transit priority would also benefit people who are unable to get a driver's license because of a physical limitation.
That's absolutely true.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bravo?
Thank you. So Councillor Perks asked a couple of questions about use that I was going to ask, but I wanted to pivot a bit to safety. A few of the deputants talked about fear because of the bus lanes. Can you comment on the injuries and fatalities that have occurred on Dufferin within a particular period that you might have looked at, and how many involved private vehicles and how many involved buses? And if you need to look that up, I can ask something of TTC in the meantime.
If you could give us a moment while we look that up and ask TTC, that'd be great.
Great. So for one of the concerns that have been raised has to do with, will this actually improve bunching and reliability? Can you confirm that this is a very active discussion of ours in the TTC board about how to ensure that lines are managed so that there isn't any gapping and bunching, and what can be, how much of a priority would this be for operation of these priority transit lanes?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I can certainly attest to the fact that this board of the TTC, many of those board members sitting here today, have made this, if not the top priority, right near there. And to that end, we have the bunching and gapping pilot on 11 routes. We're doubling our efforts and kind of increasing all elements of our approach on Bathurst and St. Clair specifically. A bit of an update at the board meeting tomorrow on that, and certainly something that is of great focus to the organization, and can certainly confirm the board's interest and emphasis on this.
I have a question about evaluation, because this, can you confirm that the original proposal was for this bus lane to go to Wilson Station?
Yeah.
Yeah, through the mayor, the original study looked at that entire corridor.
The entire corridor. So if we're going to do an assessment and evaluation about how much time is saved, it really will have to be, we have to anticipate that it won't be initially tremendous, although a few minutes is a big deal. But that we would have to really evaluate the effectiveness of the implementation of the bus lanes once it's installed in the entire corridor. Would that be correct?
Through the mayor, that would be correct. Obviously, with a shift in kind of the focus of where the priority lanes might be and what the treatment on the road would be, we have to also shift our evaluation criteria, and we'll continue to do that. And obviously, the plan in partnership with the city is for us to continue to monitor performance by all measures and to make sure that that's being reported back through council and through the board.
On the question of delays, 3 minutes may sound like not a lot to someone who isn't depending on making a transfer, but is 3 minutes the difference between missing a connection that then compounds to extra minutes down the road? So a 3-minute delay can actually amount to 15-minute delay, and you won't get to work or school on time.
Through the mayor, we certainly hear that loud and clear from our customers that any amount of delay is significant and can have that ripple effect as you connect to other parts of the network or other modes of transportation in order to get to your final destination.
Thanks. As transportation services, I don't know if you're ready to answer the question about injuries and fatalities, but I have more. One of them has to do with implementation pieces. There was never an idea that there wouldn't be a full implementation of this plan. However, listening to and understanding the questions about the kind of block-to-block measures that have to be looked at to ensure that the sidewalk and roadway elements of this plan are considered, and so that the implementation produces positive outcomes all around?
Through the mayor, to answer your earlier question, Councillor, for Dufferin Street, over the last 10 years, there were 53 people killed or seriously injured in collisions on the corridor, and for Bathurst Street, that number is 66. One safety benefit of having bus lanes adjacent to the sidewalk where pedestrians are walking is that we do know that PTC operators are clearly trained drivers who are used to operating in that space, and there would be less frequency of vehicles adjacent and less speed adjacent to the sidewalk. We have also looked at a number of intersection changes to improve where there tend to be more conflicts. Again, your question about block-by-block consideration, we have looked at block-by-block considerations for parking and loading issues, and the engagement that we did with community helped to refine that. The proposal for the implementation from Bloor Street South is both to address the fact that there are a lot of conflicts and issues that we need further time to resolve for north of Bloor, but also because, as directed by council earlier, as part of the acceleration of this project, the section between Bloor South is most important to supporting the FIFA delivery going forward, and we would take lessons from that work to inform work further north of Bloor.
Thanks, and I'll follow up offline about how many of those injuries and fatalities involve TTC vehicles versus private vehicles. Thank you.
Any other questions to staff? No? Let me put my recommendations on the screen. Staff, may I trouble you to do that? I want to start by thanking the over 60 deputants that took the time. It's all day. Thank you for doing research, survey, preparing your slide deck, getting photos, talking about your experience, your parents, your grandparents' experience, and also the impact that this bus lane may have in your local residential neighborhood, your business, and through parking, and I detect their worry because fear of not being able to get drop off, etc. Excuse me. Oh, I just returned from London, England, and I looked up, there were excuse me. There were bus lanes everywhere. I looked up, there were 304 kilometers. You know what? I think I will speak after. Councillor Barfoot, you want to start first?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion. It's quite long, but I'll describe what it contains as it's being displayed. First, this requests transportation services to identify replacement parking and ensure parking availability for people living on Dufferin Street on nearby streets. It requests transportation services to report back with quick actions to address anticipated local traffic infiltration. It asks the Toronto Parking Authority Board to look at introducing overnight parking for on-street parking holders in nearby TPA lots. Adds additional streets to the long-term local road and collector monitoring program. It asks for a street furniture and audit to be conducted on Dufferin Street. It asks for the area around Dufferin Street to be prioritized for a parking supply management plan under the new Toronto Strategic Parking Framework. And it asks Metrolinx to explore mitigations to their planned truck haul routes and how their vehicles will be identified on the street. This is really about how we make RapidTO work on Dufferin, because we need priority bus lanes all over the city, and we need that network. We need it desperately, and we've heard that today. And it's especially a generational question. You see how many young people are here? And this is about building the city that we need, not for us, not for me, but for people that are going to be using the city 30 years from now, using these lanes. That's why I've been, working to try to find solutions in a block-to-block way, and to make sure that when the bus lanes come in, that they work with the community, particularly around safety. You heard from TTC that the new CEO is going to make a priority, and that the board has made a priority to ensure that line management is good, and that's something that I experience as a transit rider, many times a day transit rider all over the city. I've taken this bus all the way to Steeles more times than I can count, and I live on St. Clair and regularly take all the way south, and I know exactly the pain that people are describing in terms of the delays and the time it takes, and how we're in there like sardines. I think ultimately this isn't about if we do this, and nor even about when, but how we do it well. We have to make sure that the implementation works so that we can make the case that this has to happen all over the city. It's not just about Dufferin or Bathurst. The other planned projects have to proceed. Our climate goals, our local economic development goals matter. Even the Toronto Regional Board of Trade has said that it's important because it's a key part of congestion management, and it's a really important safety question. Constantly, we know that people are speeding, like private vehicles are speeding, there are accidents, cyclists have been killed, pedestrians have been killed. And so in some parts of this corridor, so there are people that are very passionately in support of it, just because even they don't ride TTC because of the safety questions. I've knocked on about 80% of the doors on Dufferin. I will finish that. The heat emergency and the smoke, the wildfire smoke interrupted me, but I'll keep going. And I've talked to people, and my approach to them was, as the residents here have noted, this is going to happen. This is a commitment that we made 6 years ago, 5 years ago, last year, over and over again, and this council supported it because it is studied, it is understood, it is needed, it's urgent, and it's overdue. But I did have meaningful and real conversations with people about what is it that would make things less disruptive for you, because that is an important part of our jobs as councillors. I can say that 99% of people that I talk to agree that it's a priority to move this bus faster. Nobody thinks that it's working. What I know that it's hard for people to hear. Yes, change is hard for a lot of people, but this is the kind of change that we need to make in this city. I'm very pleased to see the mayor's motion. I'm very pleased to see the recommitment to go all the way to Wilson and to make all of Bathurst a priority lane. We have to figure out how to solve these huge challenges, move people. You're talking about at peak period, 3,000 people in cars are using a transit line like Dufferin, where 40,000 transit riders are in a very small space. And one thing I want to remind everyone of, this Dufferin and Bathurst are used as feeders into highways. So that means that people are coming from all over the region and using these streets, and we need to change that mode, and we need to make sure that people can use transit because it's reliable and it's on time, and that's a bottom line thing for a city government to do. Thanks.
First, I have a question. First I have a question for the mover. You're moving a motion for me as well.
more time because I forgot my second motion, which I will, the motion that I'm moving for Councillor Sachs. Oh, it's displayed. I would like to, I apologize, Councillor Sachs. Do you want to ask me a question and then I'll answer the question?
You're also going to move a motion for me, right?
Correct. Councillor Sachs also has a motion that is very similar to mine, which tries to accomplish the same things, and I'm moving on her behalf.
Okay.
Councillor Sachs, and then Councillor Holiday. Pardon?
I also want to speak on the item.
Yes, of course. Did you have any more questions to Councillor Bravo? Oh, you're not taking questions. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, all right. Councillor, so.
Apologize I have violated the order, and I regret that.
Oh,
It's
good.
been a
It's
very
my
long
fault.
day.
I called you first.
Can I speak to the item now?
Councillor Sachs, why don't you speak, and then Councillor Holiday is going to speak.
Great, thank you very much. So first of all, I do want to thank staff and all the deputies and to my colleague, Councillor Bravo, for making my motion on this matter. Rapid, frequent, reliable transit, absolutely essential to our city. It makes it livable, makes it affordable, makes it prosperous. And we've worked really hard as chair of the Audit and Risk Committee of the TDC to improve the timeliness and reliability of surface transit, which is a key part of the strategic plan for the TDC this year. And one thing that we hear at the TDC constantly for riders is they want more frequent, more reliable surface transit, and it gets stuck in critical bottlenecks, especially with mixed traffic. We did show last year that we can make a difference on that. Priority lanes are the best for sure, but we were able to show on Dundas Street that we can make a significant impact on the timeliness and reliability of transit with parking and turn changes. We did that on 3 blocks of Chinatown. It freed up the westbound streetcar by about 21%, and it's made an enormous difference. South of Bloor, I am very, very proud to be championing the streetcar lane, the dedicated streetcar lane, badly needed. As we've heard over and over again, the Bathurst streetcar has been stuck in traffic, averaging 8 or 9 kilometers an hour, can't go anywhere, and it's just stuck in heavy traffic. We need it freed up. We're going to do that. It's a huge win, should transform riding the streetcar, especially because I'm also pushing the TTC to improve the bunching and gapping. And I want to point out that by motion at the TTC board, I have also ensured that any financial savings that the TTC reaps as a result of this lane will go back into service on the Bathurst corridor. The second thing, though, is that there are some adjustments, some small tweaks we need to do to accommodate specific needs. So, for example, we need a loading zone at the St. Moses St. Catherine's Church during their services Sunday morning and holidays. And so that's one of the items that's in my motion, well, the motion that Councillor Bravo generously made for me that we're going to improve. North of Bloor, we have a more complex situation. The data from the TDC has clearly shown we have an enormous problem with the northbound bus in the afternoon, where the travel time goes from, but just between Barton and Bridgman, just a few blocks, the travel time goes from 2 minutes to up to 10 minutes for northbound, where there's comparatively little change, only from 2 minutes to maybe 4 minutes southbound. So our big problem on the Bathurst bus north of Bloor is the northbound bus, which means the east side of the street. And right now we allow parking there until 4 p.m., which is 2 hours after the bus is stuck. That makes no sense. So at council next week, I do have a motion to get on with unblocking the northbound Bathurst bus with changes to parking and stopping times and maybe turn changes, and we'll be doing that at the September 18th TEYCC. Anybody who wants to see that bus go faster without wiping out the businesses, come and support that September 18th. Like Councillor Bravo, my team and I conducted our own very detailed public consultation on this short stretch of Bathurst. We spent many hours knocking on doors, meeting with residents, meeting with businesses, getting detailed data on all the parking options, on all the transit options, and what we heard overwhelmingly was that people want the bus sped up, especially the afternoon northbound bus, which is where we have this terrible problem right now. but they don't want to destroy the local businesses. And we heard outrage and anger and ridicule about the idea of eliminating all parking 24/7 in both directions when our problem is northbound for roughly 5 hours a day. And a strong, strong demand that we first try what worked on Dundas. Maybe it won't solve the problem, but first we should try what we do have, which is free up the northbound bus and still allow some parking on the west side of Bathurst Street, which is particularly needed because there is very little off-street parking. There's basically no side street parking. Bill Bolton Arena already completely consumes the parking in this area. So in these circumstances, it makes sense to try first what we know we can do, what the data shows we need to do, which is to get the streetcar lane, free up the northbound afternoon bus, monitor it very carefully, and see what else we need to do. We have also some other changes we need to do to help to reduce infiltration, which I'm also going to be working on, and I'm working hard with the TTC. We've already got direction from the board to improve the metrics.
Councillor.
Okay. Anyway, we're going to make this better. Progress is underway. Bus lanes are important, but they're not the only thing. Thank you, everyone, for your support.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the opportunity to listen to the debate today and ask questions. It was interesting to hear what people had to say because I detected some hyperbole on all sides. So I really wanted to think through what the value proposition is. And I got to a little bit of it in my questions about time. Right? People's time is valuable. I don't want to diminish saving 30 seconds, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, but out of the report, it says on Dufferin Street, the bus saves 5 minutes during the peak period from Bloor down to the Loop. And then it says it costs drivers 1 to 2 minutes. It doesn't say during peak periods, so I can only guess maybe that's an average. And if you're going to fold 2 lanes into 1 lane, into a singular column of traffic, one might guess that would delay somebody more than a minute or two if they're going along that run. On Bathurst Street, it says it saves 3 minutes per trip along the length. It doesn't say during peak time. I see if that's an average or not. And then it says it adds 2 minutes to auto over the 3.5 kilometers. And again, I can only guess that's an average because if taking away an entire lane of Bathurst Street during busy rush hour only delays people 2 minutes, I'd be a little surprised, but it's a package of things. You know, it is changes to the signals, it's changes to turn prohibitions, which are very important. They change the dynamic a lot. And then, of course, there's some linear lanes that are given. And one would hope if you gave a streetcar or a bus a straight shot during rush hour that they could pick up some time. I don't think anyone is disputing that. So the question is what's the trade? And is it a good value? And what is the cost? And is that disproportionate? So I don't think anybody would question, and frankly, as a public transit user on those corridors, and I can just picture myself on the Bathurst streetcar fairly recently, hey, who wouldn't want to save some time? But what's the larger impact? Well, if it's already congested during peak hour and you bring that traffic into a column, a singular column, and that column, of course, has to outlet at the intersections, causing further delay if you're going right or left and trying to go straight through otherwise. That causes a very difficulty to move through the area. And if you're a resident trying to come home or trying to leave or trying to patronize a business, clearly that is a barrier to mobility in the area. One may argue, though, is that column effect also then drags out the time that the rush hour may persist because the people still need to move through the area. Maybe they moderate their travel times, come home a little later, leave a little bit earlier. I don't know. But there's clearly a cost to this. And I'm sorry that we haven't spent enough time on that. We heard a little bit of it today from residents who asked a lot of questions and said, you know, is there a moderate way to go forward? And the last thing I would say is I think we should bring a critical eye to this. I mean, I hope we're not doing it as a splash of red paint. I mean, I hope we're a little bit more precise about it. But if you think about the journey of a vehicle, you know there's different things that delay it as it goes along the route. And I haven't had my questions answered about what these changes will do to each of those sources of delay. Clearly, boarding and lighting is not going to change. You got to pick people up and drop them off. And that, that's part of the journey on the surface. But are these turn prohibitions going to make things go faster? Maybe. Is dedicating an entire singular lane going to make them go faster? Probably, but probably only for a very certain period of time of the day. And what I don't see in the report is what happens outside of the peak hours and what those savings are. Maybe there's not any, or maybe they're marginal. Yet that column of traffic gets pushed out into the further hours, and that restricts the mobility of the people that live in the area. And finally, again, you might say, why is that suburban councillor talking about this? Well, when I speak to my neighbors and I think about it, I have a perception of downtown, or I have a reality of downtown about trying to visit a point of interest. I may modify my plans to not go at all, or I may seek a medical appointment elsewhere because it's just too hard to get there. And I think that's a reality and a threat to our city. And this is one of those arguments and one of those instances that we need to continue to pay attention to in a sea of those arguments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I am going to resume on what I was trying to say. Pardon me. Thank you for allowing me to get my throat clear. I talked about thanking the deputants. Okay, it's a long day. Returning from London, England was fascinating because there was bus lanes basically everywhere, and there's over 1,000 of them, 304 kilometers of bus lanes. The TEC must be very, very jealous of what's happening there, and I think the same, I could say that of New York. There's many, many bus lanes. I support RapidTO, the whole program, and in these two specific cases, it's faster for the riders. In Dufferin bus, it's 10 minutes. Bathurst is 7 minutes on the bus and 3 minutes in streetcar. So it's faster for the riders, for the transit riders. It's more reliable service. In Dufferin is 17%. Bathurst is 18%. It also will bring in new riders, 21,000 new riders, and bringing in revenue for TTC. Yes, $4 million because of these new riders. It would actually make the whole service, both the bus and streetcar, so much more efficient because they're not stuck in traffic. I want to point out who are these riders because I often are on the I'm on Bathurst streetcar quite a bit because my stepdaughter, well, both my kids live up and down that corridor. On Dufferin, that's especially on the northern part of Dufferin and northern part on Bathurst. They are, by and large, essential frontline workers. They are lower incomes. They are racialized people. They're more women. And these two bus lines go through the neighborhood improvement areas. And they are the ones, these are folks that often do not have any choice. They're not driving. Either they can't afford a car or that's just not an option. And so it is important for us to improve the service to the 75,000 people per day on these buses and streetcars, right? And then, of course, you heard about FIFA World Cup coming. And 300,000 visitors. I also heard, though, from the residents that they're concerns about, they're worried, where am I going to park, especially if I have a mobility problem, disability question. Can it just, the timing, can it be changed? What about off-peak period? What about overnights, etc.? And that what would happen on the loading side of things. So the motion, the two motions in front of you say, let's support these two corridors, let's support it, but look at ways how it can be implemented by learning from other HOV lanes that, the bus lanes, because there are some, there one in Eglinton, for example. Let's learn from those. Are there timing that can be changed? Can it be HOV lanes or just the bus? And look at different alternatives to on-street parking, timing of loading zones. There's a whole host of best practices we can deployed to move the traffic a lot better. So let us look at all of those and have the staff to report back on what are the improvements we can make. And let's have a proper implementation of RapidTO. It just means that there's a lot to gain. And we just also want to protect the neighborhoods, the neighbors, so that we are empathetic for their fears. Lastly, I just want to thank the Board of Trade for the commitment to tackle congestions and their optimism that we can create a city where everyone can move very smoothly, and let's make it happen. Because coming back from London is phenomenal. They have a lot more people than we do. They have a lot more cars, lots more buses, a lot more pedestrians and people, and things are a bit smoother than ours. So let's learn and look at best practices, but proceed and not back off, because RapidTO has been around, it's been talked around since 2019, and I looked at all the numbers and reports. Let us move ahead. Okay, thank you. Councillor, Councillor Perks, want to speak?
Thank you. I just want to share a couple of thoughts. I think, Mayor Chow, you hit the nail on the head when you talked about how this attracts new riders. That is why we do it. Right now, if you are a commuter and you are stuck in traffic, the person you are stuck behind is another car. If we move 40 cars off the street and put those people onto a bus, everybody goes faster. Doing the things that attract people to transit is the way we make travel for everybody, cyclists, car drivers, or transit, better. And that's just a fact. Second, while I understand the concerns about a change in parking, if you make a list of 100 things you can do on a main street, the least valuable one is to store cars on it. Having patios for Cafe TO is valuable and great. Having transit lanes is great. Having bike lanes is great. All of these things improve everybody's life. But if you store a car there, you're helping that one person overnight to store their car there. It is unbelievably expensive for us to build, maintain, and operate our transportation system. And like the most cost inefficient thing to do is to store cars on them. It's different maybe on residential streets where we don't have as many competing demands for what goes on that street. So on-street parking on residential streets makes some sense, but on main streets where there are many competing demands, it is the least efficient thing you can do. I take the suggestion that we do some sort of HOV stuff and temporary stuff north of Bloor as a transitional step. What we need is an actual network where drivers understand this is always for transit, because driver behavior is based on routine. Every study of how people make driving decisions says drivers get into routines. They're used to, on this street I stick in that lane, on the other street I can change lanes. And indicating it by bright red paint on the road is better than adding yet another bunch of signs every block telling you this hour you can do this and that hour you can do that. So our long-term plan has to be building a surface network of transit priority. We're getting the first piece here. It's not as much as I would like, but it's infinitely more than we got done in the 4 years previous. So we're getting somewhere, but it has to be the beginning of a network. I want to talk a little bit about the claim some people have made that there's been not enough consultation on this. I have been on council now for 18 years. I cannot think of a single 6-month period where we didn't have a consultation about how we use our road space. King Pilot, Bike Pilot. I was teasing Mayor Chow. I used to be an environmental activist when she, in 2001, brought in a bike network plan that we...
College Street.
On College Street. We debate the issues about who has access to our roads, about how it impacts stores, about how it affects travel time, over and over and over again. No person in Toronto has ever gone to a dinner party where they didn't argue about how we allocate road space. Saying you didn't consult me this time enough times is frankly disingenuous. It's also disingenuous to say that during a consultation, we have to bend over backwards to accommodate arguments that rely on alternative facts. When we consult with people with disabilities, they always say to us, invest in transit, not in cars. When we study the question of how businesses do, we always find out that when we use our roads more efficiently, we help those businesses. The fact that I didn't ask you that question this time doesn't mean that you weren't properly consulted. And finally, and this is to Mr. Cole and his team, this can't be the whole plan. We need to buy more buses, not just e-buses, but plain vanilla buses, get them on the road. You need to come to council and the provincial government and the federal government and talk about better operating subsidy. If we are going to meet the needs of the City of Toronto, it has to be real service improvement plus RapidTO, not one or the other. You took that very well, Mr. Cole.
Thank you. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Osman Malik, part of it is in your ward.
Thank you very much. I want to begin by thanking staff for the work that has gone into this report. I know that there's been a tremendous amount of effort, consultation, considerations, and evidence gathering in moving this forward. I want to thank everyone who has deputed here today, to everyone who has engaged in this issue, and particularly I want to thank everyone in my communities who has reached out about this proposal with your questions, with your concerns, with your support, with your skepticism and everything in between. Thank you for engaging with me in my office. I'm so glad we were able to direct people to the consultations, invite them to share their experiences and their questions, their concerns, and their support in writing, and also to host our own consultations to make sure that the concerns of specific segments of the route, particularly on Bathurst, were being addressed, and that we could bring that to staff in the process and in the progress of bringing this report forward, and to be able to address many of those concerns and build them into the plan, and also to be able to have some of those tough and important conversations about what a plan and a proposal like this will take, and how we build confidence that it will be regularly assessed, and that we do have the capability to adjust and continue to ensure that it is meeting the outcomes that we're looking for. I know know that we are all worried about getting through and around our city. Representing our downtown communities, I hear this concern, I experience it, I talk about it every day and work to address it even more. And our city is growing. We are welcoming more people to Toronto to call this home, and we will, as has been mentioned here today so many times, we'll be welcoming thousands of people for the FIFA World Cup next year. And every big event like this is an opportunity for us to put ourselves on the global stage, to demonstrate how we are prepared, and to try to continue to improve how things work for those of us who call Toronto home, and of course for the visitors who will be here, people from right across the region who will be enjoying this space, and for anyone who wants to look at our city and say maybe they want to plan their life in Toronto too. We need to make sure that people can get moving around our city, and that includes residents, visitors, and workers, and they need to be able to do that in a safe and easy and efficient way. And this is where projects like RapidTO come in. Our transit system, again, as has been mentioned repeatedly today, our transit system should be the best way to get around our city. And this is an opportunity to build on what has been done and to try something that we've seen work on our city roads, like King Street. I know King Street very well from those early consultations to the pilot to being a transit corridor. It makes sure that people can get around our city in a predictable and timely and efficient way, because people should be able to rely on our transit system to get them to where they need to go, whether it's to pick up their kids, to get to appointments, to meet family and friends, and to be able to do that in a way that you can count on, and that doesn't rely on you having to get your bus or your streetcar stuck behind a car, which makes everyone just go slower. What the data shows right now is that our Dufferin buses and our Bathurst streetcars aren't necessarily arriving on time, and the options that then Torontonians and visitors are using add to the congestion that we keep hearing about and are working to address with seriousness. I want this to be better. I want us to be able to provide relief, and that's what we have in front of us, an opportunity to test out another way to make this better. In my community, I got a lot of questions asking, what if this makes things worse? And I share that openness to the question. I share the potential for that concern. And that's why this recommendation enables staff to keep studying, to keep monitoring closely, to keep being responsive, and to address the operational and safety issues and to report back to council. And that includes potentially enhancing the measures that are in front of us, and that includes the potential for not continuing to proceed with this project. And it requires us to engage in this, to make it clear about what is warranted next, to be able to take the experience, the data, the feedback, the monitoring, the dashboard to allow us to do that. And in my community, I also heard a tremendous amount of support. I have had hundreds of pieces of communication come to me that this is going to help people get to where they need to go in a more reliable way. I did hear concerns about that these lanes will end at Bloor, and I want to make sure that we continue to move forward with confidence about studying the entire route. This is the first phase of the work. I support the motions that have been put forward by Mayor Chow and Councillor Bravo. We have to keep building the citywide transit priority network with the evidence and the experience to support it, and I know that we can do that together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, any other councillor want to speak? Nope, we're good? You'll wait till council. Okay. All right, okay. Just want to point out, some of the folks are wondering if there's a reporting back, if there's a timeline. The second recommendation is very clear that it needs to be ready for FIFA. So FIFA is next year, so things need to be implemented before FIFA. So there's a timeline involved in there. Okay. All those in favor of the two recommendations that is moved by me, approved, thank you. The recommendations, the staff recommendations as amended, sorry, Councillor, pardon me. Councillor Bravo's motion, both with Councillor, okay, all those in favor?
Yes, and I also have to
Opposed, Carrie, thank you.
move the.
We have two more.
Yes,
This is Councillor Sachs, go ahead.
This is supporting the TTC.
Yeah, I'm moving that the executive, that adopt that city council direct staff to explore opportunities to accelerate beautification.
Okay, beautification. We like beautification. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry, thank you. There's one more. Councillor Sachs, who's going to take carriage of Councillor Sachs' motion, please? Councillor Carroll is, okay, you folks are already voting. Councillor Sachs' motion that is carried by Councillor Bravo, and all those in favor? Opposed, carry. Item as amended. Whoa, all right. Opposed, carry. Thank you.
Thank you,
Excellent.
Chair. Thank you, Mayor.
I think we are moving adjournment. All the items are done.
People are voting with their feet.
You know what?